City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Vice Mayor Mulholland.
Here.
Commissioner Marriott.
Here.
Commissioner Robinson.
Here.
Commissioner Rosnicki.
Here.
Mayor Petrilla.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Before we get started really quick, seems like that we have a full house here. And so we'll just remind everyone just of our basic rules and procedures. No cheering, no booing. When you come to the podium, you will be given an opportunity to speak. Nobody else will speak at the time, and so you'll have uninterrupted time. And so we're going to ask the same courtesy of you for everyone else, that you allow them to speak uninterrupted. That also means please silence your cell phones. Put them on vibrate, turn them off. If you do not, you will be asked to leave very kindly and patiently. But nonetheless, we want to make sure that everyone has an opportunity to be heard, whether it's staff, whether it's members from the public, whether it's the commissioners. Again, we want to make sure that we maintain the quorum and that we have an open place to have open and honest discussion where everyone can be heard. And so we also make sure that everyone has an opportunity to be heard this evening, whether they're here to speak or whether they're here to listen. So thank you for that. And with that, the first part, we're going to start with presentations. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, Commission, and community members. I have the pleasure of kicking us off this evening with the recognition of employee of the first quarter of 2025. And we had several nominations as usual. I want to call out everyone who was recognized by their peers to be considered. We first have Joanne Boland in the Community Development Department, Patricia Cordes in the Community Development Department, Jacqueline Spicer in Public Works, Jay Witt in Parks and Recreation, Seaton Zaycott in Public Works, and lastly, the entire community development staff. And the winner of the quarter is Jacqueline Spicer. And I want to just say a few comments before we present the award. Jacqueline was nominated as Employee of the Quarter due to her exceptional dedication, professionalism, and teamwork during the storm recovery efforts, particularly during Hurricanes Helene and Milton. She went above and beyond her role, taking on additional responsibilities in the Emergency Operations Center and working tirelessly to ensure tasks were completed efficiently. Jacqueline's commitment to collaboration and open communication helped unite teams, while her positive attitude created a supportive work environment. She also plays a vital role in supporting city operations, including providing excellent customer service to residents, coordinating across departments, gathering critical data, and streamlining processes to save time and taxpayer money. Jacqueline's resilience, leadership, and initiative significantly impacted the city's response and recovery efforts in a positive way. Her contributions were integral to the success of these operations, making her a deserving candidate for this recognition. I personally sat next to Jacqueline during hours and hours in the EOC, and I just want to comment that her sense of humor brought a sense of levity that was much needed in a time that was extremely stressful on many people in the room. And personally thank her for bringing me celery and Pop-Tarts to keep me properly filled with a nutritious snack during the time. So with that, Mayor, if you'd like to join me in presenting her certificate.
Certainly. Since we do have several of you here tonight, members of the media, I'm going to encourage you and challenge you to also take note of these types of items. I know you all like to show up whenever there's controversy, whenever there's potential controversy, but here you have an example of somebody who went above and beyond the call of duty, like so many of our employees in our city. You know, over 20 of them lost their homes, and yet they were still here 50, 60, 60, 70 hours a week, sometimes 7 days a week, to make sure that they're here to assist in the recovery efforts for everybody in this community. And I would encourage you to highlight those individuals just as much as you highlight the negative. Thank you.
Mayor, city commissioners, and members of the public. I have a quick presentation to give you an update on what changes we are making in the Public Works Department, and we have Public Works Director Camden Mills to give a brief overview of all the changes we are making that we think are going to make a positive contribution to efficiency in the city.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Charter officials. For the record, my name is Camden Mills, and I have the pleasure of serving as your Public Works Director. I appreciate your time this evening to share on the changes that we're moving forward with and reorganizing our Public Works Department. So currently here you can see our existing operating structure. Currently we have 15 full-time employees, and in our infrastructure maintenance division you can see those numbers there on the left-hand side. 2 in our streets, 2 stormwater, 2 wastewater, and 1 reclaim water. On the right-hand side is our budgeted personnel structure according to our fiscal year 2025 budget. So right now we have 8 vacancies, which would put Public Works at a total of 23 full-time employees. This is just an org structure of what our current personnel operating structure looks like. Overall, as you can see, this is pretty lean in order to accomplish the goals and serve our community effectively. And one thing to point out is our operations manager currently has 10 direct reports. Shown here is the budgeted personnel structure with the 8 vacancies shown in orange. Again, I think a shortfall we see here is that our operations manager in the budgeted structure has 15 direct reports, which we feel is not sustainable for long-term success. Some of the proposed changes that we're moving forward with is first rebranding back to the Public Services Department. With that, we'll be combining Public Works, beaches, parks, and facilities into one department, and then reclassifying positions to fit organizational needs. Our goal here is to ensure exceptional public services, have a high-performing team for long-term sustainable success, and being able to encourage opportunities for growth within our organization. Outlined here are some of the level of service benefits that we expect from this change. As far as a unified skilled workforce, we think that's going to help us not only during blue sky but also emergency response situations. Improving our resource efficiency through our equipment, vehicles, and skilled labor. Centralizing our equipment and asset management for purchasing, rentals, maintenance, surplus, and replacement. And filling gaps in our streets, wastewater, and stormwater maintenance personnel. Here is the mission statement for our Public Works Department, our Public Services Department, to provide reliable, exceptional public services and enrich the quality of life for present and future generations. And we will execute this mission by holding true to our core values of purpose, respect, safety, and teamwork. Shown here is the proposed organizational structure for the Public Services Department. This is with the addition of facilities and parks and beaches into the department. Here broken down is the administrative portion of the public services with combining facilities and fleet into one division, and then increasing the oversight of the Assistant Public Works or Public Services Director in order for succession planning and also to build bench depth to fill in when needed. So as you can see here, going through these slides, these are going to be some of the key responsibilities of the administration of the Public Services Department. The management analyst position that we're proposing will be a reclassification of our vacant transportation planner job description. And as I mentioned, we're increasing the oversight of our Assistant Public Services Director by moving the field services under their supervision. The Facilities and Fleet Manager, we're proposing to reclassify the Community Development Operations Manager into this position. Our goal here is to centralize management of non-infrastructure assets. The Project Manager is a reclassification of the Engineer 1 job description. And then our Field Services Manager is a reclassification of the Public Works Operation Manager. The goal here is to shift some of the administrative and budgetary responsibilities over to that management analyst position and away from the Field Services Manager. in order for that field services manager to focus more on work order management and maintenance planning of infrastructure and right-of-way assets. Here's a breakdown of our facilities and fleet division. We're proposing to reclassify our automotive parts clerk into an inventory coordinator, again, for citywide equipment and vehicle inventory, and then reclassifying our mechanic to a senior mechanic. Our field services division, as you can see here, this changes them from having 10 to 15 direct reports to 2. So we'll be structuring our maintenance division with crew chiefs. Public properties crew chief will be responsible for streets, beaches, and parks. And then our utilities crew chief will be responsible for wastewater, stormwater, and reclaimed water. Here's the structure of the proposed public properties division. They'll have 8 team members, including the crew chief. And our goal here is to utilize our cross-functional skilled labor and make efficient use of our resources and equipment. And here in orange is 2 new positions that we plan on advertising so we can grow this team to 10. Our utilities for the reclaimed water, stormwater, and wastewater will be a similar structure, where currently we'll have 8 team members, including the crew chief. We think this will help for bench depth for callback and standby, and also fill some of our resource gaps with in-house talent. And similarly, we'll be proposing to add 2 new positions to this division for a total team of 10. Here outlines our tentative recruitment plan, outlined in 5 different steps. And really, these first 4 steps are going to be the key in order to initiate these changes. Step 1 will be to hire our immediate needs. This will be done through internal and external advertisements. Once we hire the Assistant Public Services Director, at that point is when we'll plan on adding the Facilities Division into the department. Step 2 will be to fill other key recruitments, and we plan on doing this internal only, utilizing some of the in-house talent we have and promoting within the organization to fill these roles. So this will be our fats, oils, and grease inspector, and the 2 crew chiefs, as well as a utilities technician 2. Our plan would be once we hire our 2 crew chiefs, then that's when we would formally bring beaches and parks into the department. And then step 3 will be the reclassifications of our skilled workforce. With these, we don't anticipate any job postings. It'll be minimal changes to the job descriptions and essentially more of a title change. But these are some of the budgeted positions that we're proposing to change the title for those skilled workforce. And then step 4 will be professional recruitment. As you can see on the left-hand side, these are existing positions that exist that we're proposing to change the titles to, but there will be some significant changes to the job description as well. Here we're proposing to advertise internally, and our purpose for the internal recruitment, rather than reclassification, is because the job descriptions will be modified significantly to fit our new organizational needs. We believe that it's best practice to have a process for recruitment for these new positions in order to remove any perception of unfairness or favoritism. And this internal process will ensure a mutual buy-in from both the employee and the staff, and a commitment to serving the expectations of the revised job descriptions. And then again, with these changes, I'd like to highlight the anticipated level of service benefits with our goals of creating a high-performing team for long-term sustainable success and having the opportunity to encourage personal growth within our organization. And with that, I'll take any comments or questions.
Commissioners?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Commissioner Mulholland?
Thank you, Mr. Mills. Just so I'm clear, because it's not specific, or maybe I'm a little slow on it, as we rebrand, will you become the Public Services Director?
Yes, sir.
He already is. Yeah. So-
You missed that memo.
Yeah, I missed that. I thought you were the Public Works Director, but yes, good, very good. Well, I'm happy about that. Thank you.
Okay.
I have a question.
Commissioner
I'm sorry.
Rosnicki?
Yeah, the title was not right in the memo, so I do concur. Yes,
Yeah, okay.
so the But it brings a good point, though, because you were mentioning some things would be delayed, so has your title changed, for example? Is it now from Public Works Director?
Not formally, we haven't initiated these changes yet.
Okay, so with that, do you have a timeline? Because I know you said a couple of things. You said we're going to wait for field, forgot which slide it was, field, whatever, maintenance workers to be hired first before we make the changes over to bring beach under. So again, without a timeline, or does that mean it's in limbo, or when does beach come out under? Or in my mind, I think I like to see, like, okay, it starts tomorrow. These are the changes, and it comes under, because you have to kind of step and bring people at different times under new management, new roles, new titles, and so forth. So
Correct, yeah. In total, to get through those first 4 steps, we're anticipating about 6 months. I'd like to work through this as quickly as possible, but obviously there is a lot of logistics tied to these changes. But our goal would be to have this completed within 6 months.
And I say that too because when you're saying you're waiting for a position to be hired, I mean, you have vacancies, right? We've budgeted and have 8 vacancies, and I don't know if that's because people are not submitting resumes for positions, and time could take a long time, right, for a position to be filled. So is that going to hold the goals for the beach department, to get busy and working and moving forward if they're waiting for someone else to be hired before they transition to new roles? So that's just a question you don't need to answer. These are just things in my head. And also budget-wise, because of these changes, will you be requesting additional money from what has been budgeted already?
We don't anticipate any impacts to the budgeted salaries and wages. What we're proposing now through these first 4 steps is actually a reduction in total FTEs from what's budgeted between everybody. So our goal would be implement this plan and then evaluate, and if we need to hire additional staff within what's budgeted, we will. But within these changes, we don't anticipate any impacts to the budget.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Commissioner?
I think you might have just answered it, but I did see that there's 35.75 proposed employees, but we've got budgeted 4 additional. Would you be looking to bring those on as needed, or are they needed now? Considering this, situation we're in and with maintenance and everything else that's needed.
We would propose to bring those in as needed. We think, bringing our skill sets together as far as bringing in, we have, like, for instance, right now we have some parks employees that are all stormwater certified. So we think bringing those people in, they'll be able to help, in the immediate future, and then we can fill those additional positions as needed.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner. So I wanted to commend you and the city manager for undertaking this right now. From the outside looking in, you could look at it and say, why in the world are we tackling this right now? We've got so many more important things to do, permits, processing people, getting them back into their homes, until you put it into the context of what we're actually dealing with today. So when you look at the report that you presented on December 10th, just at the last regularly scheduled commission meeting, we uncovered some significant deficiencies in our public works. Well, that's what we called it, right? And so that's why I want to commend the city manager and you with the speed that you're moving with, because some of the deficiencies that we identified were the lack of inspections, the lack of maintenance. And so to be able to, cross-utilize our resources from the different departments, put them all under one umbrella to allow us to service the community more efficiently and take advantage of all the resources that we have. Some of you may not know, in some instances, we've had 2 different departments have the same equipment and machinery, but they couldn't use it because this was for streets, and they couldn't use this because this was for parks. And so, and the same as you just mentioned with the employees who are actually certified for storm drains, now we can actually bring everybody under the same umbrella, and so that we can service the community better, so we can service, the storm drains, so we can take a look at the sewers and the reclaimed water and all the other things that we do that, previously it hasn't been done as efficiently as it could be. That's part of where we have the deficiencies. So I want to thank you for bringing that. And also, just to explain to the community, a lot of times you just hear about the things that we do, and I think it's important that you understand the why we're doing what we're doing and why we're doing it today. Right? We want to make sure that our sewer system is as the best that it can be, that our storm drains are properly working. right? So that our tide check valves are properly working, that our infrastructure works, so that when people do come back in their homes, we have infrastructure that works. So I appreciate that very much. And then the other part of it is just transparency. We want the public to know what the commission is doing. If you look at, I don't know the last city manager who's ever brought us a report on what they're doing internally to run the city more efficiently. It's just never happened before, right? And maybe you don't care. I certainly appreciate hearing about it and knowing, okay, here are the steps that we're taking. We've identified some huge problems December 10th. We've had Christmas and we've had New Year since, and our staff has already brought us solutions, major solutions on how we can address some of those deficiencies, right? And I appreciate the speed at which we're moving today versus the speed that we've moved in the past. And I think that is a sign of good things to come, so I want to thank you for that. Thank you, Camden. This is your one and only warning. All right, commissioners, are there any amendments to the agenda as proposed?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to add an item for discussion, please.
Certainly.
I'd like to add an item for discussion of the noise ordinance, please.
Thank you, sir.
I as well.
Commissioner Woznicki? We'll go in sequence. Perfect.
Yeah, and this could fall possibly with Commissioner Mulholland's. I have ordinances, but in both the beach and the sign outstanding ordinances they've been working on, would like to discuss, as well as another second one is the current status of the beach.
I believe the beach ordinance is coming before the commission on the 28th.
Okay, then, but the status of the beach, just how it
Oh, the
looks.
status of the beach. I'm sorry, I
Yeah.
thought you were still on
No,
ordinances.
no, a separate.
Okay.
Separate. About what the beach looks like today.
Okay.
Just an update of what
Unless we're going to, I mean, if we say it, we could eliminate it. If we're going to say it during updates on hurricane recovery.
you mean the beach cleanup?
Well, just how it looks, the hills of sand. I mean, I'm not
Okay.
going to go into the discussion now, but that, yeah.
Or maybe we can ask for a report for the next commission meeting if they're not ready with
Both
it.
could be that, yeah, I don't, right, and it's just discussion, I don't know, it's observations that people have made up here on commission or not.
Commissioner Robinson?
Yes, I'd like to have a discussion on a forensic audit. I've gotten a lot of public comment on that and a lot of requests for that, and I'd like to have a discussion on that.
Okay.
And I also have on consent, I don't really want to pull anything, but I just had some quick questions on item G that I think can just be answered real quick.
Okay, any other changes to the agenda? Can I please have a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
I make a motion to approve the amended agenda for the January 14th, 2025 St. Pete Beach City Commission.
Second.
City Clerk, if you please do a roll call.
Commissioner Marriott?
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson?
Yes.
Commissioner Woznicki?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mulholland?
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla?
Yes,
Motion carries.
thank you. All right, next we have a presentation on the recovery efforts.
Hi, good evening. Denise Anderson, Community Development Director. Today we'll go through many of the similar topics that we've discussed in the past, and I'll try to keep it as brief as possible. I know we have a large agenda tonight. So just briefly, we'll talk about the primary focus of tonight's discussion, of course, is on permit processing, substantial and non-substantial damage determinations, and the appeals process. And then we'll be providing some other updates, some data for you, including permit status, et cetera. And then I'll be looking for consensus on an extension of the fee waivers, and then a staffing update, among other things. So in terms of permit processing following a federally declared disaster such as we've experienced, I just wanted to briefly remind the Commission and the public that there are really three elements that must come together as we move through the permit process. And so those include a damage assessment, actual cost of repairs for owners, and then building permit application. And so the three of these data streams must come together for us to be able to effectively manage recovery efforts compliant with FEMA regulations. So as data becomes available, though, our team has been pivoting to make reasonable assumptions, but they must be defendable and consistent. We are currently utilizing 4 vendors to support all processes, and permits issued is now outpacing permit application intake. And along with that, we've been able to catch up on pre-hurricane permit applications. We host a daily operations meeting with the city manager's office, setting goals and amending processes and policies. So an example of this is we're now issuing permit if building permit application and the SISD review package is approved at less than 50%. This is up from the 30% we've talked about previously. Our current areas of focus include shorter time frames from intake to issue, a 0% damage from flooding. I'll talk about this in more detail. We're preparing and sending out condo association notifications. These are multi-story structures, the policy we've discussed in the past. Have a coordination call with a mission request fulfillment that we submitted last month, and then talk about volunteers and how we hope to utilize them going forward. In terms of substantial and non-substantial damage determinations, you can see there on the right-hand side in the bar chart, we have 1,029 non-substantially damaged versus 705 substantially damaged. I suspect that many of those substantially damaged will come in through appeal. We still have 1,149 that are in various stages of data entry and QA/QC review. We did just receive a data transfer on the 8th and are going through that data transfer. One of the challenges that we're finding in the information that comes from us from the state authorized vendor that we know as Tidal Basin is that we often get duplicated and delayed data from them. And so going through that duplicated data is time consuming to ensure that we're pulling out all of the ones that are unique and sending out those letters. Other challenges that we see is that computed damages often exceed actual damages, and this results in a high number of appeals. We are looking at ways to mitigate that prior to issuing letters. And then data review, file documentation, and entry into permit portal are all labor-intensive activities that take significant time. One of my most important priorities is to ensure that we have a completed file. We can expect, of course, that we'll have an audit in 1 to 3 years, and so we wish to make sure that we have every file, every property owner of record, we have things fully documented, and so that's of concern for us, and we're taking the time necessary to ensure that those property records are maintained appropriately. So in terms of the appeal process, we did make a very minor change, but significant in process. That is, we've updated the form. So what we know is that there is at least one neighborhood that has received information about flooding that actually did not occur in many of the homes. And so a couple of things are going on. One, if they've received a letter, substantial or non-substantial, they can appeal both the determination and the percentage of that calculation. But to get ahead of this, what we're doing is we've requested and received ground elevation data from Pinellas County GIS. And for all property owners above 7.2 NAVD, which is a measure of elevation, we will be sending them a 0% damage from flood letter. And this will rescind any previously issued letter replacing it. And of course, we'll remove any issued letters that were sent previously from our documentation. So the 0% damage from flood does not mean that you did not receive any damage. You could have wind damage, et cetera. But we wanted to make sure that property owners, who understandably so, have a record that they had no damage from flood. I can certainly understand why that would be of concern for them. And so that's one of the ways that we'll be addressing that. I spoke with our communications manager earlier today, and we're going to be sending out a notification via Nextdoor to, in particular, the Mina Del Mar neighborhood. That's the first one that we're looking closely at. And so that notification will go out to them tomorrow on social media, and those letters will begin to go out on Monday.
I have a question real quick. In regards to the appeal, now that it also includes your damage estimate percentage, if you've already sent in an extension for appeal, let's say, is it already going to include that or assume that you're appealing one or the other, or do you have to update that or say something to the effect of which one you're doing, or both?
So what we'll do is, because that appeals process does request information that you may have already submitted, identify the permit numbers where that documentation may reside as an example, we'll go through there and reissue an entire letter, which in fact will, in most cases, reset a damage calculation. If they wish to see something different, in my opinion, nothing is final until all parties agree. So we'll move forward with that. There probably will be some rare instances where we have to take it to the Board of Adjustment if our building official determines something to be finalized. But as we go through this appeals process, as information becomes available or they wish to see something reflected differently, then we're very happy to accommodate that to meet the needs.
And again, I think we asked this question before, whether this remains in your property record.
It does remain attached to the property record. The letter, the final letter will remain. All previous letters will be pulled from the record.
Okay, will the letter, if you're non-substantially, will that remain with the percentage in it? Or will just be out of your record at all?
It will remain with a percentage in it. The 0% damage from flood is a different animal, if you will. It's going to be classified somewhat differently, but it will have the percentage in there.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So just briefly, I did make a minor revision to this packet, really just removing reference to the one-year cumulative period. No other changes were made. Documents have been updated on the system, on the website, excuse me. I wish to share with you, I made an error, and it's a significant one, and so if Ryan will help me out and put this on the overhead, I would appreciate it. Thank you so much. So of the 2025 applications submitted, you can see 1,256 have been issued. Those are both issued and closed permits. This has been updated in the presentation. Didn't make it in time for tonight's meeting by the time I caught the error, but it will be on tomorrow's website, and I believe Mark has updated the permit tracking dashboard just a little while ago this evening. So this information should be current on the website and other places by tomorrow at noon at the very latest. But as you can see, significant changes since our last meeting in December. 1,256 permits have been issued. About 300 of them have been closed, meaning final inspections have been passed and the permit is now closed. So I just wish to share that correction with you. Challenges remain though, SD determinations, owner-builder applications, and SISD review packages, still struggling with that. And then the staffing of plans examiners. I'll be doing an overview of staffing with our contract employees in just a moment. But we are making plans and have issued a call for volunteers to support our efforts with completing these owner-builder applications and SISD review packages. I spoke with the city manager earlier today. If we get enough volunteers, what I would really love to do is to work with some of our community groups, nonprofits perhaps, and others that can identify perhaps elderly or others that are struggling to understand the process, and we can deploy volunteers out as ambassadors to work with them directly, perhaps in their home, to support those efforts. We recognize it could be a struggle to understand all of these challenges. In terms of permit and plans examination fee waiver, so as you recall, on November 4th, you approved a waiver and refund back to October 1, 2024 of permit and plans examination fees associated with hurricane-related repairs. The Florida surcharge is not waived, so it is a nominal amount of money that we are collecting at issuance of permit. And it does not, this fee waiver does not include permits for new construction or elevation or lifting of homes damaged by hurricanes. Those are mitigating activities. And because of the level of review required to elevate, lift, or build new, we think it's appropriate to collect plans, examination, and permit fees for those types of activities. You did establish a $2 million building fund reserve minimum, and so that policy was put into effect on November 4th, and we have issued those refunds and are moving forward.
Just to go back one more on the Florida That is a fee that the state of Florida collects.
That is, yes,
Right,
that
and
gets
so that
remitted
is
to the
not
state.
within our power to wave a wand and say, sorry, state of Florida, you don't get this money.
That is correct. I suppose we could have waived it and it could have come out of our pockets, but because we are not charging that fee, Florida is, we felt it was important to collect that fee.
Thank you. And roughly what is the percentage of that fee?
I want to say .01, but that could be wrong. I will say on a $1,000 permit, it's very, very low, approximately $30 perhaps.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think even less than that, actually. In terms of impact, so this is as of yesterday, we have waived or refunded $1,733,000, almost $734,000. We have also received, though, $523,000 plus in revenues. Those revenues are largely attributed to pre-hurricane permit activity that we've been able to move forward in our process. So that's actually tracking above where we anticipated revenues to be based on budget, but I do not expect that trend of revenue to continue throughout the year. I think it's largely attributed to those permits that were dated pre-10/1, if you will.
Just, again, to make sure that everybody understands what those numbers mean, right? So the amount, the dollar amount that the city so far has waived in permit fees is $1.7 million. Right. Now, rightfully, this is money that we all put into the piggy bank together, right? And it's been here for a rainy day in the reserve funds for this department. And so this is the time for us to use it. But just for everyone to understand, that's the dollar amount so far just for those 2,035 permits that have been filed.
Actually, it's only for the permits that have been issued.
That's right.
So we
just for
still
the-
have 769 that are in various stages of review. That does not, it is not attributed to that. It's roughly equal to 1.5 million is our estimate of what's in the queue as of today.
And that's not disaster-related. So this is only for disaster-related permits.
Correct.
Okay.
So this is just a recap of the budget you've already approved, so just as a reminder of where we're at. So walking into this current fiscal year, we had 3.6 million in building fund reserves. We budgeted transfers in, that's your revenue of various types, including interest income, et cetera, of 1.3 million, and transfers out of 1.4 million. So it was going to, we anticipated that it would reduce our building fund reserve by $124,000. But because we are currently above projected revenues, we have not seen expenses yet exceed that revenue. So to date, we have not withdrawn anything from building fund reserve. However, that day is coming, to your point.
Yep.
That day is coming very soon. I do wish to make this recommendation, so I'm certainly recommending that we extend fee waivers until April 22nd, 2025, that we continue to retain that $2 million reserve minimum, and at the April 2022 meeting, this is after the 180-day period. This is, that period ends on or about April 14th, following 180 days from Milton. And that is when we're going to see the very significant out-of-pocket expenses. All of the contract labor that we have currently is by and large being expensed to the state under the mission requests. So we are not seeing those yet hit our accounts payable, but that day is coming in April, and I think it's really important that by then we have an idea of where we're at with permits, what we expect to see in permits, how many homes have been demolished and intend to rebuild. Those are very significant permit costs on a per home basis of about $9,000. So some of those expenses that will be coming to us, I feel, by the time we get to that meeting in April, we'll have a better picture of where we're going to land. But I certainly feel that based on what we're seeing right now, that we're in great shape to continue the extension of fee waivers through this April timeframe.
So we have, said 2,035 or so permits that have been submitted. We've got roughly 2,700 letters going out.
Correct?
Okay, so we're missing roughly 700 permits.
Potentially.
Okay, so what we're doing is we're opening the windows of waiving permit fees. If you have hurricane-related damage and you're filing for permits for that, you have 90 days, another 90 days.
Approximately.
Yeah, another 90 days to get your permits in. A couple of reasons why, as Denise just said, we received additional resources as well as staff from the state of Florida that the state of Florida is subsidizing. Once that staff goes away, that's going to, if your permit isn't filed by then, we might not be able to file, process it at the same speed that we currently are. So it is important that you file your permits, as soon as you're available. Get your contractor bids in. Do they have to wait for the SD letter to file their permit?
They do not. We'll talk about that momentarily.
Okay, so I know there were 2 residents I spoke with yesterday at the library. They mentioned we're waiting for our letters. Don't wait for the letter, right? Especially if you think your damage is less than 30%, right? We can, if it's less than,
Less than 50
no,
now.
I'm saying like if, I'm sorry?
Less than 50, if you can turn in an SISD package and a building permit application that.
Yeah,
we can-
especially if you're going to be under that threshold of 50%, get it in as quickly as possible so we can start working on that permit.
Thank you.
And also, and correct me if I'm wrong, but even if you don't have a complete packet, once you open that permit, that's when the fees are waived.
That is correct.
So even if you just went in and put in an incomplete permit application, you would hold your spot for essentially waiving those fees. So I just can't impress upon you, 90 days, get the documents in, you can fill the blanks in as you move along through the process.
Yeah, thank you.
Of course, we'd like to see,
I know you'd like to see
Complete
complete. I'm just,
But we also want to see everyone that is eligible to get their free permits, right? It's already been 1.7 million for 2,000. So the other, 700 is probably another close to another 700,000, another million or so. So we want to make sure that we allocate those resources to the people that need it most. So please get your permits in this before the 14th. It's right before tax day. Shouldn't be hard to remember.
so in terms of staffing allocation, really just wish to draw your attention to the building inspectors, plans, examiners, and permit tech. That's clearly where we're dedicating most of our resources now, and that's showing up in the pie chart you saw a few slides back. That is being, utilizing these folks very effectively to move through permit processes much quicker, to get those, the work inspected. We're still operating on next day inspections. We're still able to maintain that level of service. And that's largely due to we're pulling in all resources from these 4 vendors, and wish to commend the acting assistant city manager, Adam Poyer, and working with us. He's liaising with these contractors to hold them accountable for performance standards, and it's been very helpful to us as we try to manage process. He's working on the other side of that to manage those contracts with us.
I have a question. So is the added new going to drop off of, after that 4/15 or 22 date?
Well, certainly, I think there are, whether it's the same persons or just the numbers, I think we'll know more as we move through the next couple of months in terms of where we're seeing those activities. I suspect inspectors, as an example, will be shifting to higher numbers of inspectors. Perhaps we'll be at a point where we can relieve a couple of permit techs from activities. I'm not sure. And then plans examiners, I think for plans examination, we're going to need them at that level, certainly for quite some time. Some of the other things we might be able to kind of move away from. My hope certainly is that we have some folks here that have come to us through various contracts, that we can extend those contracts and not have a disruption of any service or changes in personnel. But again, that comes out of our budget, and that'll have to be negotiated. So just a brief update on local historic designation and certificates of appropriateness. So to date, we've received 30 applications for designation. 26 have been approved. The remaining 4 going forward in February. We've seen 11 applications under the certificate of appropriateness, including 5 for demolition, which is sad and disheartening, of course, and then and 1 for restoration. 9 of those applications received. We still need additional information. 4 have been withdrawn. But as these are moving through the processes, we are tagging properties in our permit portal so that intake and plans examiners know whether or not the property is subject to the FEMA requirements related to substantial improvement or substantial damage. Long-term housing recovery, really no updates there. This is now a program that's being promoted by the state of Florida as Elevate Florida. They're still working on the applications to the federal government and encouraging folks to sign up for this. Expect any time now they will open up the application portal. Does not mean that they have funds available, but get your application as soon as they open up, and I encourage you to scan and sign up for these updates as soon as they open up. Get your applications in if that's of interest to you. There are some conditions under which some folks would need to be aware. If you've made any repairs, as an example, that may preclude you from taking advantage of other grants. And so I encourage anyone that's interested or contemplating elevating their home or otherwise wet or dry flood proofing, which is a rare, but mostly it's elevating home, that they really read all that they can that's available out there. These are federal programs. They're not programs that we are managing. But we encourage them to read all that they can as they go through their decision-making process, because some of the decisions they may choose to make now may negatively impact them when it comes to applying for grants. And just briefly, as it relates to commercial debris update, as you know, we had a requirement that all commercial debris that was non-compliant remove their debris by December 23rd. And right now we only have 8 properties that did not comply. So there was about 100 initially when we started. Had very good response from them over the course of that month. But 8 properties did not comply by that date, and so we'll be moving forward. As I've mentioned in previous meetings, the goal is compliance, it's not punishment. And so I think the intention is that we recoup any out-of-pocket costs associated with having to pick up debris if, in fact, we did. And that's really, I think, going to be the recommendation if they do go before the special magistrate. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you. Commissioners? Commissioner Robinson? Sorry.
Yes, mobile permitting. Are we going to get that off the ground? Do we have a use for it? What's the status of mobile permitting?
So we have the ability to issue mobile permits in terms of the equipment, right? So we have equipment that can be deployed in a vehicle, likely one of our code enforcement vehicles. The challenge with that is because we have these 3 different streams of data, very often it's difficult to issue a mobile permit. I do think we're going to get to that point, though, where that becomes feasible again. So the city manager gave me a heads up that that's of interest to you, and so I plan to talk about it with the team tomorrow morning during our daily operations meeting to see if that's something that we can find a pathway to deploy in relatively short order. But at this point, I have no update for you.
Great. And how are we doing on the one-day permits?
So we have removed that from the city website. I believe that's been removed because we have not been able to effectively deploy in a one-day review the list of permits that were under that listing. And so I've asked our communications manager to simply change that to hurricane-related repair prioritization of those following things. Again, we are getting very much quicker in terms of intake to issue, but because we have these 3 streams of data that we need to kind of rectify or apply a reasonableness, the achieving one-day review is simply not feasible.
And I know I asked you about this before, about the sod bond, and I'm going to ask that about, kind of versus fencing. Is fencing with the debris screens, is that an option instead of a sod bond?
So I spoke with our permit administrator about this late this afternoon. In the sod bond, one of the primary objectives of the sod bond is to prevent erosion, but it's also to prevent a blighted condition. And quite frankly, with demolition of properties, particularly now, many of these properties will remain vacant for quite some time, and I think it's important that we not inadvertently contribute to a blighted condition, and so it's certainly my recommendation that we continue to move forward with the sod bond. I would like to point out, though, that bonding agents will issue bonds for sod, so even though it's a 1-point-something multiplier of the anticipated cost of sod repair as the sod bond, you can get a relatively low-cost bond for that and not have to put up all of that cash, if you will.
It's just hard when there's really not reclaimed water, or if you don't have a way to maintain any of that. It's just a waste. That's why I bring that up. I mean, commercially, you can put up a fencing with the debris screens, correct?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure. I just can't answer that, I don't know.
Didn't know if there was a difference in why, a residential couldn't do that. I mean, I know it's not as attractive, but, dead grass isn't great looking either, but, so, I'll keep asking that question. And, I've hammered you on computed actual cash value for a while now. And so just to touch base on that, I mean, the letter came back that it's actually one of the items that could be used, but you have to do that in advance.
Yeah, so,
Consistency.
and I appreciate the questions that you asked because it certainly helped
Hammered
us.
you, and I'm so sorry, but I've trying to get the answers and just be able to try to find a way for it that's
I
quicker.
understand, and it's helped me to better understand as well the varying options that are available. So I know that there's been a lot of conversation in the community and in various communities about why this approach versus that approach. And so firstly, there are 3 different types of approaches to determining levels of damage, and then 3 different types of approaches in terms of how you move forward beyond that. But and then you pick one from each is really the combination that we're going with. And so I don't wish to sound mysterious about this, but at the end of the day, the contract was negotiated with the state, the vendor with the state, to deliver a scope of services that yielded the combination of assessments. And my understanding is that it's a very, very common approach when dealing with a major disaster such as we've seen here. So the over 30,000 structures being assessed countywide. And so I understand why that approach was done. It's the quickest, but least reliable perhaps in how the data came across. And of course that puts us in a position where we're now in appeals or reassessment in some cases. The computed actual cash value process, as you know, the vendor got back to us, as did Florida Division of Emergency Management, and we did elevate it all the way to the state. And where the challenge comes in is honestly, what I deduce from the communications is that it's the way in which the property appraiser handles their assessment. It puts it in, there's no way to use a reliable computed actual cash value calculation because it can't be appropriately compared to how the property appraiser does their depreciated assessed process. So it gets quite complex as we learned, but it is a negotiated scope of work that was put in place, and we signed on to that through the MOU process. They are doing the same process countywide.
Understood. I would just, me personally, would argue that all the way up to FEMA. Because it's a metric I feel that could be used, and that would speed things up. But thank you for bearing with me, because I know I did hammer you quite a bit on that. Thank you.
Commissioner Marriott?
Sure. So Denise, I just have a quick question for you on the temporary occupancy permits. And are those being prioritized? I realize that we've not been able to do one-day permits or over-the-counter permits, but that seems like one that could or should be being expedited, both because of the need and because it should require less of all that information and then inspection of that information. And so, for folks who have been waiting for those for, 3, 5, 7, 9 days and are trying to, schedule somebody to come do the work for them, which gets tough, particularly when, even before the storms, the city of St. Pete Beach was in a position of many contractors and tradespeople just going, oh, you're in St. Pete Beach? Nope, I'm not doing it. And now you convince someone to do it, and then you cancel on them twice, and they go, buddy, I got other things to do. And so are we making any progress in being able to give people a, okay, we can't do a day, but you're definitely going to get it in a week? Or is it just, you're on your own, we'll do our best? And
so the minimal repair permits are, as you point out, they're not as easy as one would hope, because they're meant to do that which is necessary to safely occupy a home. That's the premise of that minimal repair permit. The challenge, as I've mentioned in previous meetings, is that very often what is being submitted goes beyond that sort of scope. And so then it becomes sort of a negotiated process, and that delays our ability to release permits. I did communicate with the building official earlier this evening. He had to step away for some family responsibilities, and I'm certain he's going to be following up in writing. But He has approved minimal repair permits for whole house rewiring under certain conditions, and is not opposed to those, recognizing that property owners really need to take responsibility for the consequences if there are any. The reality is, though, we anticipate that what we're seeing right now and the success that we've seen on appeal is that we are going to have far fewer substantially damaged properties at the end of the day than we anticipated at the outset of this, following the 2 hurricanes. The data, a lot of people, of course, are getting appraisals, private market appraisals, but the data that we're getting, the structures, the ground level elevations, I'm not going to sit here and predict where we're going to land, but I think it's certainly
Excuse me, Denise.
taking us to
Excuse me,
a
Denise.
pla-
The 2 gentlemen in blue in the back, y'all have been carrying on for the last 10 minutes, so please take it outside, have your conversation. When you're ready, feel free to rejoin us. Thank you.
So the data that we're seeing, as I said, and how this is seeming to be working out is that we're going to end up with far fewer than we initially feared. You know, when you were driving around the neighborhoods immediately following the storms and saw the debris that was left outside on the curb, I think many of us thought we were going to have a very high number of those determined to be substantially damaged, and we're not seeing it, or not. I don't believe that we'll see it at the end of all of this. So that gives us the ability to adopt and adapt more flexible practices. As I mentioned, we're having a daily operations meeting with the city manager's office to bring them along in all of the decision-making as we kind of navigate just the facts, right? And what we're seeing and the preponderance of evidence and data that's coming with all of that. And so I do think that being able to move forward more flexibly in the minimal repair permits, such as whole house rewiring, there's not a great deal of fear or concern for homeowners, because the vast majority of them really are at relatively low risk at the end of the day.
It's a safety issue, too.
Did that answer your question?
So, but it's still, if somebody comes in with a permit and they're just trying to get a hot water heater replaced, it's still, who knows, you're on your own, we'll let you know.
I'm not familiar with that response, but
Well, that might not be the stated response. I think that's the practical response of what's happening.
we do have a Monday morning all-team briefing on that we utilize for our training purposes, and so I'll discuss that to make sure that the folks know. If it comes in under a minimum repair permit, you can replace that hot water heater in the as-is location. But when it comes to whole house repair, that's got to be elevated. And so there may be some consternation in the minimal repair permits, does it have to be elevated, not elevated? So we'll discuss that at Monday's training.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Comment.
Yes.
Too.
Go ahead.
First, I just wanted to thank the city for, and I know maybe all of us individually have kind of spoken with the city manager and with you too, Denise, about issuing permits under the 50%, right, that are approved, and pending SD determination. So I appreciate that was done, because it would have been something I would wanted to have discussed tonight to motion all of us to approve and go ahead with. So I greatly appreciate that was done, and that the 100 and some, I think there were in your chart, I'm going to assume are getting the happy notice that they are approved sometime soon.
There's
like
still,
today.
I think it was 175 that were listed pending SD determination. Some of them that either we've not received enough information where we can confidently presume that they'll be successful on appeal if they get an SD determination. So there's a couple of them that do give us pause, because they're close enough that we really want to be certain that we're not putting somebody in jeopardy by telling them to go ahead and repair, and then ultimately they can't do it for less than 50%. So very typically it'll be advising them that they may wish to go seek a private market appraisal. Without exception, we've seen them come in higher than what the property appraiser has on record. So, but there's about 175 there that I would say too close to call comfortably, or we're waiting on more information and can't quite get there yet.
Now, but the appeals are done within the city, aren't they?
They
So
are.
if they are approved packets by the city, then they should be,
Yes, and forgive me,
Winning the
because
appeal.
some of those approved, it's the building permit application that's approved, and perhaps the SISD packet is not quite there yet, or we're waiting on some additional information to make sure all parties are in agreement.
okay, gotcha.
It's very typically what it is, or we're looking at ground elevation just to reassure ourselves that we're in good standing. Because, for instance, the ground elevation, what's interesting about LiDAR is it seems to be quite exact, but it doesn't give you finished floor elevation. It gives you ground elevation, and so, sometimes we have to make judgment calls about that, but because we now have access to ground elevation, we're looking at that and trying to get to yes. Certainly, that's the goal, is we want to make sure that people can do what they need to do to move in, but we do understand we have a responsibility to protect them as well from the potential hazards of going over 50%.
Thank you. Another comment, you mentioned you're going to, and I'm happy you're using volunteer services. I know something that I've talked or brought up to the city manager, of using other resources to alleviate what's been, real horrible for many people. But the lobby, so lobby service management, I hope that some of the volunteers could help in something like this. And this is just my personal observance of coming here, going to lobby, seeing a resident, talking to a resident, go to a meeting, come back down, resident is still in the lobby. A lot of it is because they don't know what to do. I'll give you one simple example. A senior resident that I know was in the lobby, went to the meeting, same senior resident was still in the lobby. Turned out all the resident wanted to do was submit an inspection, but didn't know how to do it. And, and I think I've mentioned this to the city manager before, it's almost like treating it like a bank lobby. You get to the bank nowadays and they say, well, what are you here for? Are you here for a loan application? Or, to get notarized paperwork? Did you just want to know how to push the button to get an inspection? Something that could have been really quick versus having a senior who's already very distraught, confused, sit in a lobby for over 2 hours. I hope it's stuff that you all are discussing and want to address fairly quickly, because it's been a long time, and a lot of people just don't want to approach and come here because they don't know what to do.
Understood and agree. So the volunteers we hope to utilize pretty much as you've described, and as I mentioned earlier, if we're able to get a big enough stable of volunteers where we can deploy them out to do home visits, if you will, to help people in their homes fill out paperwork. My preference is to identify nonprofits that are already working with seniors. There's plenty of those nonprofits out there. They may be able to identify and help us communicate with them. If they otherwise don't have a means to communicate with us, they may have a way of connecting with them and providing a way for us to meet people where they're at. And I hope to be able to do that with volunteers. I do have some mission requests in and have a coordinating call that I think may be scheduled as early as Thursday with vendors who have responded to the 3 mission requests for admin support, inspection services, and to work directly with our owner builders on filling out permit applications and SISD packages. So those folks, the paid staff that would be deployed here would, in my view, partner with volunteers to help them, and so we'd really kind of double those forces, if you will. I should mention, one of those missions was the inspections for commercial structures. Those were largely not done by Tidal Basin. I was able to, Tidal Basin began to let go of some of their inspectors because they're largely in the data crunching phase of their work. But they were able to deploy them out to the Corey Avenue district and do the assessments of all the business structures here. And so I'm not certain that I'll need a deployment of folks for that part of the mission. We may abandon that request. The other request that's of significant importance to me is administrative support to help us with the creation of the substantial damage assessment plan. I think it's absolutely critical that we get that plan completed and document all that we've done and all that we plan to do going forward, the lessons learned, and get it all in one document. It's one of those things where you pull in the various ordinances that you have and those guiding plans or strategies that are already on the books, and then you pull in the policies and the activities associated with it. And so it's largely a matter, I think, of just assembling all of this stuff, but getting some administrative support with that. I think administrative support as well to help us just simply with documentation. We're dealing with a lot of money, a lot of waived money, a lot of activities, and really getting a management analyst or somebody similar to help us with all of that, I think, is important as well. So hopefully we'll be able to get staff deployed here through those mission requests in relatively short order, but certainly volunteers and others to work with owner builders is a big important part for us, and it's a significant service delivery gap that we have.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Mulholland?
So, Ms. Sanderson, as it relates to the bottleneck on the determination letters, the county's still a problem, is that correct?
Getting data from the county is still a challenge, I would agree. A question was posed, building official was on a call, countywide call this morning with the vendor, and they've shared that they view their project, the entirety of the project, which is assessment and data entry, QA/QC, and delivery of outputs, to be about 65% complete countywide. And that, I was surprised, to say the least. They, I believe, have largely completed inspections. It's 99-point-something% of intended inspections or re-inspections, if you will. In St. Pete Beach, they have completed that, and so data entry is ongoing, and they have 80 personnel that are currently doing that. But as I say, for them to quantify it and suggest that their project is about 65% complete was disheartening.
And some of the data that we've already received has duplication, which creates difficulty for us to generate the letters. Did I understand that as well?
Yes, you have that correct. Unfortunately, I believe in the month of December, we received about 6,000 records. Only 1,987 of them were unique records. Everything else was a duplicate of that which was previously transmitted, in some cases 4 times. So that's, and unfortunately, it often comes to us in a different format, so the columns don't match in the order. It's quite remarkable, actually, and I'm not sure if it will ever get fully resolved, but the net of that is by the time it gets to us, it's a very staff-intensive process. We've brought to their attention, there were numerous 4 transmissions of 8 received in December, included a mismatch of parcel ID and address, which calls into question, of course, the entire record for a property, because we don't know if it reflects the property address or the property parcel ID, and so we have to toss out the entire record. But that's the level of scrutiny that's required of our data team on every transmission that we receive. I'd like to say that it's quality outputs is coming to us. Certainly understand and respect that they have a big challenge that they're dealing with countywide, but when we get information that we cannot rely upon, it makes it very, very difficult to be able to move through the process quickly on our end, as you might imagine.
So it's real easy to be a Monday morning quarterback, but I'm just curious, what could have we done better to have gotten more accurate determinations in a relatively timely fashion after this event? Or as we look forward as a community and a city, how could we potentially be in a better position to manage that? I don't want to use the word misinformation, choose your own words, but what could we have done, or what can we do after this event to get this information more accurate moving forward?
So a couple of things I think that I would desire to explore. One is to look at a tool different than the SDE tool. There are a couple of them out there. One in particular, I think it's called Forerunner. I have no idea what the cost of that would be, but it imports information from those public data sources, like from the property appraisers and others, so like LiDAR data. My understanding is, I've not seen a demonstration, but it pulls in information, largely eliminating keystroke error for much of the data that's necessary to document. Again, I haven't had a demonstration, but I think exploring a different tool, I think the most commonly used phrase to describe FEMA's SDE tool is that it's glitchy, and that's an understatement. It creates duplicate records quite often whenever you download information. It seems to randomly create duplicate records, and that can be problematic. So that would be number one, is explore a different data tool. Secondly, you know, I'm Monday morning quarterbacking as well. I'm not sure if it was brilliant or the biggest mistake to come together under multiple jurisdictions for a single process. There's pros and there's cons, certainly. Certainly, we could not have gone out and done these assessments from our own team, gone out there and done them in a quicker or more reliable fashion. Quite frankly, we tried that with some of our own inspections, and we found ourselves that it was, depending on who was doing it, wildly different outcomes. So the process of rapid assessment is just riddled with inaccuracies because of the way that it has to be conducted so quickly. And with, you know, this is not looking at detailed damage estimates. We're not looking at contractor quotes and when conducting assessment. It's just a broad assessment. That said, I do think we probably should look at going under contract, much like we have with Aftermath for, you know, to anticipate debris removal. I believe we should explore and negotiate a contract in advance of a disaster for this kind of activity, and I would recommend that we do that.
And I assume that will all be included in the after action, I hope.
Yes, and in the substantial damage assessment plan.
So just to pick up on what you said, so as I understood it, Tidal Basin indicated they're at about 16% complete, or 65% completion.
Of the entire project, yes.
Of the entire project. And we probably don't even have the data for all 65% of that. Would that be correct?
They have about 3,000 properties that they've inspected or assessed, if you will, and we've received 2,000 of them. So we're 2/3 of the way through in terms of expected data. I will point out that not every property is being assessed, and so some of those other ways in which we're issuing substantial or non-substantial damage determinations, largely non-substantial, are some of those other policies that we've put in. So it's requiring no inspection. It's really using a presumption determination. So as an example, 4 stories and above, we're presuming non-substantially damaged, and we're notifying those condo association and multi-story structures that they can move forward with permits without concern. One of the important things that the county recently did, and this is just in the last few weeks, before, if you had a condo and you went into the FEMA wind loss mitigation tool on Property Appraiser's website, you would see a statement about how they do not do a structure value for PUDs. And so you could get nothing as a condo owner to give you an indication of what your structure value was. Well, that's because it's the entire structure. The county property appraiser's office is now going through and issuing an entire structure data, a structure value for that building, for every building where it's multi-tenant, multi-story. So that is extraordinarily helpful. It's allowing us to communicate with these other property owners that, you know, based on the structure value, non-substantially damaged, X number of floors. If you get down to 2 or 3, we're probably going to ask you to send us photos of your roof and exterior walls to show that you've had no other incursions. We'll assume that you may have had flood, and we'll look at elevation. But it's allowing us to move through that. So even though 3,000 structures have been assessed, there are far more structures. You know, there's a large number of structures that will not be assessed through the Tidal Basin process that we're establishing these other policies to address.
So last question. This is really yours and the city manager's area of responsibility, but based on my background, personnel always interests me. So how are we doing on the one step forward, two step backwards process as it relates to bringing people on and losing people and maintaining our staffing and training up our staffing? How's that working for us?
So happy to report that all St. Pete Beach employees, we have retained every employee. Nobody has left our organization, though they've been under a terrible amount of stress. So presuming that you're talking about the contract folks that have been deployed here through the 4 vendors, we have had challenges. As part of what Adam is working with these vendors on is to ensure that they're able to deliver personnel that can dedicate X number of hours per week. We're even supporting and encouraging nights and weekends. Many of these plans examiners have full-time jobs in other locations or part-time, or they're working in multiple jurisdictions. So we're willing to accommodate and encourage whatever hours they can dedicate, but we wish for them to dedicate them for a period of time. And so that's being communicated to them. We did have some experiences where we had folks come in and they were with us for a couple of weeks and then moved on. I'm hoping we've gotten through that process, because onboarding them, it takes a little while, not just within our permit system, but to brief them on all of the policies that we've since adopted in our processes. So that onboarding them is an investment of our time and energy, and so we're hoping that we get that back from them in terms of duration, and we're seeing improvements there. We have had to release a couple of plans examiners for non-performance, meaning they just simply did not produce the number of reviews we would anticipate for the hours that they were clocking. And that's certainly a performance standard. And then others just sort of dissatisfied with the way in which they were communicating. We felt that it was causing more challenges than it was positive outcomes in terms of customer engagement and experience. And so we've made some deliberate decisions then to release folks based on some of that.
So is it safe to say that there were some Monday mornings when you came into work that you didn't really know how many people were going to be here?
Certainly, I would say that's safe to say. We are monitoring it continuously and meeting with, we have not resumed meetings since just after the Christmas holiday, but we'll be resuming weekly meetings on Wednesdays, in particular with Tidal Basin, who has deployed the largest number of folks. Those are in-person meetings and discussions on Wednesdays, and then the other vendors, I know Adam, as I said, is in communication on a regular basis.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Oh, forgive me. We have consensus to move forward with the permit fee waivers, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. We'll be bringing a resolution back at the next meeting just to document that, but it's effective immediately, and we'll make sure that that's communicated.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, next we're moving to the audience comments portion of this evening. Just to reiterate a couple things. If you wish to speak, there are yellow cards in the back corner. You can fill that out. You have 2 options. You can speak during the general audience comments, or you have a specific issue that you would like to speak on. I don't know, off the top of my head, maybe the freebie. You can just put down freebie, and then you will speak when that item comes up, right? So you don't, if it's 2 different issues you want to talk about, the first section right now is for general audience comments. So this is not just something that's on your mind that you want to share with the commission, not necessarily specifically to one of the items that we're going to cover at some point later in the future. When you come up, please state your name and address. I will remind you. Adjust the microphone so that we can hear you. You will have 3 minutes to speak your whatever it is that you would like to communicate to the commission. Generally, this is not a question and answer session. There may be instances where one of the commissioners may feel that they do want to add or provide an answer or provide additional information or context. We certainly will do that at the discretion of the commission. And I will ask everyone in the audience to respect the person speaking. Please allow them their time. This is their time to speak. I know not everyone feels comfortable speaking in public, so please, give them that courtesy, let them speak uninterrupted, no clapping, no booing. And then once we finish the general audience comments, we will move on to the other items on the agenda. And if at that point you wish to speak on a specific item, you can do so as well. Cards are in the back. Please bring them to the city clerk. Thank you very much. Do we have any general audience comments?
Rick Morales.
Rick, are you here? All right. If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you so much for the time and opportunity for having us here. I'm Rick Morales, for the record. Of course, with my accent, I'm from Puerto Rico. I have been here since Debbie. I have been doing this work for the last 2 years, working from declaration to declaration, most of the states of the east of the United States. So I came here today to speak about the updates about Milton and Helene. So like you all know, we have been here doing so many different activities. We have had great partnerships with the state, with FEMA, with this city, not just me, my colleagues. I remember that on October 28th, the FEMA town hall on this municipality, I had to speak with a megaphone because a lot of hundreds of people were there. So that's not normal. This is historic. That's why we're still here. So we are here because of the long-term recovery. And one of the updates is the centers. We still have the centers open. I'm going to mention the addresses. The one in Epicenter, St. Petersburg College, that's a business recovery center in Pinellas, of course, Clearwater, Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. So if a person go there, a survivor, a constituent, if they go there, they can only apply with the SBA. If they go to the DRC, Disaster Recovery Center in the Davis Center in St. Petersburg, Monday to Saturday, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., closing permanently on January 31st, they can apply with both federal agencies on that center. We always encourage the people to apply with both federal agencies because you never know from what part you're going to get the money faster. So that's why we always encourage that. And the most important information that I'm going to bring today is like the latest update, the 60 days grace period, that in the past, it wasn't like this. Like a year ago or more, it's like you had 2 weeks and you had to justify why you're applying late, and meaning that you, sometimes you are not going to qualify. But now, we have the 60 days grace period that the people, they don't need to justify why they are applying late. In other words, they can still do reconsiderations to appeal, they can complete the procedures, they can still apply within that 60 days grace period. So that's very helpful for the people that didn't apply in the past, because for so many reasons that you know that in the past we didn't have the funds, but now if the people is proactive and they apply, our times of waiting is between 2 weeks and 4 weeks. If they complete the procedures like quickly, if they answer, like we send a lot of notifications about uploading the documents and all that, they can receive the money faster. So all that is already resolved. Thank you so much for having me here. I appreciate it once again. Thank you so much.
All right, Rick, when is the 60 days expire?
Well, I'll explain that we don't have like a specific date, but the deadline expired for the physical damages on January 7th. So after January 7th, we had to add the 60 days. That was for the physical damages, meaning for the damages on the roof, walls, windows, so for homeowners, renters, nonprofits, and businesses. We have another deadlines for economic damages, but those ones are for the summer, for July 11 for Milton, and for June 31st for Helene. The meaning of that is that's only for businesses and nonprofits, for the losses of profits. But what we are talking about right now is like the one that expired, but they can still apply with us, is the one of the physical damages for homeowners, renters, nonprofit, and businesses. And very important, the centers that I mentioned. I'm gonna say also the 800 number, 659-2955. 800-659-2955, so the people can call there, can call that number. They can give you the status of the applications. They can give you the closest centers, everything, all the details. They can answer you any questions. So for the people that is here, that we might have a survivor here, if we don't have survivors here or people affected, they can share that with their families, friends, networking. So that's why we are here. We want to keep sharing the information and disseminating the information. So we are here to help. Thank you so much.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you so much for coming, Rick. And next time you come, just send an email to the city clerk and we'll get you in the beginning so you don't have to sit here for an hour and a half.
Sorry, Mayor, I forgot to mention that I provided to Amber like the flyers with the 60 days flyer with more details, of course,
Right.
and with the flyer of the centers, with the bilingual flyers in English and Spanish. So you're gonna have the flyers. Amber, she has the flyer for you all. Thank you so much, man.
Thank you. All right, bye-bye. All right,
Karen Boyer. I think that's the last name.
all right, if you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. My name is Karen Boyer. I live at 2162 West Vina Del Mar Boulevard. First, I want to, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I want to thank the staff in the permit department. I was here on December 13th, which is a very ugly day. The staff was under tremendous fire by pretty much everybody, a lot of angry people. They could not have been kinder or more helpful or more informative. They really did help guide me through the process. The one thing that still seems to be a mystery is, what was the process for obtaining the services of Tidal Basin in St. Pete Beach? Can anybody explain that? How we obtain the services of Tidal Basin here in St. Pete Beach?
Yeah, we generally, this is not a question and answer session. This is your time to speak, right? If you have a specific question, the easiest way to do it is send me, the city manager, one of the commissioners, and then we can send that back to you. We don't always have all the information right on hand.
Okay, fair enough. So you'd like me to email you asking who hired Tidal Basin?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes. So a lot of it is, again, I'll try to, some of it comes from the state, some of it comes
Okay.
from the county, right? Oftentimes you have one entity that already has an established contract, and we do what's called a piggyback on that, right? So there's any number of ways. So Tidal Basin is being used by, I don't know, I think 11 out of the 22 municipalities in Pinellas County, and they're one of two vendors that are currently working in Pinellas County. So the options were use them, use the other one, which I heard is just as good, or use our own staff, which we didn't have.
Is that the one that Reddington is using?
I couldn't tell you what the other cities are using individually.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I'll email.
All right, but if you send me an email or your commissioner, we'll get the exact answer for you. Thanks.
Jennifer Macaluso.
All right, thank you.
Vincent Torminia.
If you'll please state your name and address for the record, Vinny.
Vincent Torminia, 3514 Casablanca Avenue, St. Pete Beach, Florida. I sent the commission, I want to thank the commission, and through the years I've been here, that this is the best commission that's been here, okay? So, including the city manager, the mayor, everything. I know that you've been really working really hard in this time of a disaster that happened, and I just wanted to bring out to you, for accountability from the former regime, it needs to be held accountable. I sent it all off to you. I hope you all looked at it. I spoke to Ashley Moody's office. I got the thing to file for it, and I'm hoping that you all file for it too. So, I mean, they must be held accountable for what they did. I mean, through the whole period of, and I'm going back from 2010. I'm not going back from last year. I'm going back from 2010. And the people of St. Pete Beach does not deserve this. None of us deserve it, what they have done, and that they got away with this. So I'm hoping that you do the right thing and file that complaint with the Ethics Committee and get it done. And hold them accountable for what they have done to the city. Because I don't think, we were sideswiped with this hurricane, but we don't even have storm sewers in any subdivisions. We've been paying since 2010. It's 14 years. Swim and Swift Mud, it was never filed. Camden is now doing his best. We were allocated $5 million a year that was lost for the last 14 years to help our infrastructure here. So I'm hoping that you do the right thing and get it done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Deborah Scheckner.
Good evening, Deborah Scheckner, Bocasaga Isle Drive in St. Pete Beach. Unfortunately, due to some residents not receiving their letter when they went to the Enoch Center before the deadline so that they could rent help, which quite a significant number, they were turned away. And that deadline was the 7th of January. So those people lost out on $2,500 worth of rent vouchers. And in some cases, if you have children, it's even more than that. And they could have found something. So that's something you certainly have to look at for next time. But I don't know if there's anything you can do for these folks now. Your priority really has to be getting residents back in their homes. We have a city without residents right now. And if we continue on this vein, several have already left the city for good and have sold their properties. We don't want to see that. We love our city. But the priority has to be to get residents back in their homes, period. Also, help the small local businesses as well. Sewer situation. I agree with Vincent. The prior commission, some of whom have served for 30 years, in one sense or another, as well as some that had served for decades, dropped the ball. Our sewers are a mess. We really can't even build anything and add new toilets. I think that's very, very important to listen about. We can't build anything because we don't have enough sewer capacity. Our pipes are falling apart. And we're talking probably 25 million at least. And I think that's a bottom figure to fix this, and it was their fault because they didn't do it. They only fixed sewers in front of the hotel district. So that tells you where their priorities are. What I like about this commission, I know some of you are residents first, and to me, that's very, very important. We pay the majority of the taxes, and we pay for all this stuff. City does need to get an architectural review committee. I think that's going to be very important. I've said before, McDonald's, Publix, they probably have 15 different designs to choose from, but we've never even said, oh, do you have a beachy one? Or do you have one that you did over in another area? And it makes our community so much more beautiful. We never had anybody, even though we had an architect at the May at one time, nobody asked that question, and to me that was very, very important to ask. Just remember, it's very, very important. Put residents right now first. They have to get back in their homes, or we will be a city without residents. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Brian Stack.
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, I'm Brian Stack, 327 39th Ave in the Bella Vista neighborhood. And like many residents in St. Pete, we continue to be frustrated. And I know I came in about 2 weeks ago trying to get an update on my permit. I probably let my frustration get the best of me, so I do apologize to some of the staff I did speak to 2 weeks ago. That being said, I think for some of this frustration to subside, in my view, 3 things need to happen. 1, acknowledgement. Acknowledgement that we need to do better. That, as John Wooden once said in his famous quote, activity does not equal achievement. We have a lot of activity going on, but we need more achievement. 2 is a little more accountability. I think there's some good stats on the website. I know the lady who presented today gave some updates on kind of permits coming through. I would love to see more trend data on the website, meaning how many permits are being approved per day and seeing that trend over time, with the goal being that you're approving more than are coming in. Once you hit that goal, then we start to see achievement. And 3 is progress. I think one of the ways to maybe achieve progress is doing a permit day, trying to remove some of the bureaucracy. Have a day in which those who are actually reviewing and are approving and have real deep questions on what's your FEMA status, do you have a licensed contractor? They can meet face to face with individuals, with the staff, bring the staff, as many people together as possible, especially for the majority of us. And I'm an engineer, I'm very good with data and metrics. The vast majority of us are in the situation, we need walls, we need floors, we need electrical, and we need cabinets. And if you're in that situation and you're under 50% like myself, you have a licensed contractor like myself and many others, that is kind of a rinse and repeat on this permit day, with the goal being you come in, you meet with the staff, it's 30 minutes or so, everyone feels good, and you leave with a permit. I think that would greatly increase the amount of permits coming in. Maybe do a few of these permit days. I understand there's going to be some exceptions, there's going to be some situations that don't fit that mold, but the vast majority of us need walls, floors, cabinets, and electrical, and if we're in that kind of paradigm, it should be much easier than it is today. So I'm hoping we can get this done and have maybe some of these permit days to really cut out the bureaucracy, the middleman, bring people and the staff together who are making some of these decisions, work through it with their contractors. And again, I think it'll help also you guys with transparency of, we're here, we're in front. It's not coming in and waiting 3 hours to try to get some information on where your permit stands. So thank you, I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Can I ask him a question?
Sure.
Can I ask you a question? Or would you be willing to be one of the volunteers, since you've put in a permit?
Yeah, I'd be more
We would love to have.
to help if I can.
Yes, would love to have that. Thank you.
So, just really quick, a couple of things. On accountability, I think you've seen, I think Denise just mentioned just a few minutes ago, we've had people that haven't been a good fit. We've had to make tough decisions over the last several months and last several weeks. And so, we are holding everybody to a high standard, including ourselves, the commissioners. We've had our regularly scheduled commission meetings. We've had 3 emergency meetings right before Christmas. We've had town hall meetings. We have another one tomorrow. So we're trying to do as much as human. There's a limit at some point that there's just no more. There's only so many hours in the day, right? And then the other part is we actually do have a daily opportunity to come meet with the staff from 9 to 1. From 9 to 1 o'clock every single day. You have the opportunity to come in and have your permit day, where you can sit down with the building officials or the individuals or the specific staff that can answer those questions, and we can walk you through that process. We may not be able, as Denise mentioned just a few minutes ago, it's like we're not at the point where we can issue a permit in 24 hours. We tried, we really, really wanted to, and we thought there were some things that we could. It certainly isn't possible with the large packages, right? Because it does require, there's statutory requirements that the state of Florida says, look, a building official has to look at this. They have to sign off on it, right? There's 3,000 permits in the queue, right? And we can't pull one out of here just because but at the same time, we do make that available for everyone to come in and meet with the staff, just as Karen mentioned earlier when she came in. And by the way, I do want to thank you for your kind words. I don't think the building department hears enough of them. So again, just thank you for that. But we do make our staff available. I know even Commissioner Robinson, she sits at the desk back there every now and then just to help residents. I mean, she's asked you to volunteer. She's doing it on her own time as well. And I do appreciate all of the volunteers. We've had volunteers from all different walks of life and different, we've had engineers, we've had people that have sewer experience, we have people that just have extra time on their hands, so we do appreciate all of that. And then the other thing I wanted to say is, I actually appreciate you coming here tonight. I can't tell you, and look, the number of comments and emails that we get, sometimes it's too much to respond to all of them, and sometimes you may feel like it goes into a black hole. but I cannot tell you just how many suggestions we've taken, just like yours tonight. I know that the city manager reads almost all of them because she'll email me and says, hey, or she'll respond to residents and says, look, that's actually really good, we can implement that. So I want to encourage all of you, if you see any areas that we can improve, right? We're not just here to be, we're actually, look, we're part of the community, and that's one of the things that we wanted to change from the way that the commission maybe has operated in the past, right? Not just be here on deaf ears. I know in this meeting it kind of seems impersonal, and I apologize for that, but we're not even going to make it to 10 o'clock tonight. This is probably going to be midnight, right? And so sometimes it feels a little fast and like we're rushing you, but I do want to say thank you for the comments, and we genuinely appreciate them. And I wish I could just show you the list of comments we've received versus the list of comments that we've implemented, some of the suggestions that we've implemented that have helped us through this process. And so keep them coming. I can't tell you how encouraged I am to see as many of you here tonight. I remember just 2 or 3 years ago, we'd have 2 people in the audience, and both of them were staff. They had to be here, right? And so I know these are not the best of circumstances. I know you'd rather be at home, right? But I do appreciate it. At least for myself, I just want to say thank you so much. And please keep the comments and suggestions coming. We genuinely appreciate them, and we do implement many, many of them. Thank you. City Clerk?
Yes. John Kurzman.
Thank you. John Kurzman, Bahia Honda Way. To respond to Commissioner Mulholland's question, let me first preface this by saying I'm not being a Monday morning quarterback. And, I want to make sure it's clear that this commission, this staff is here, responding to, an emergency. And the real answer to this issue is you were asking about what kind of planning can we do to avoid, the issues that we're confronted with, because essentially the planning wasn't done ahead of time. And it takes a lot of planning. And if you go to the coordinator's manual for the community rating system, what you see is that they say you need to do you have to have a committee that's formed. And that committee tries to plan what they're going to do when there is a hurricane and a flood. And the first thing is assess the vulnerability, assemble a team, identify the post-event actions, build a database, identify your pre-event actions, plan implementation and updates, and then you do steps 2 through 6 and have an annual evaluation report. So let's go look at what those are. Step 1 is you're going to determine those that are likely to be substantially damaged. You're not supposed to have to send those letters to every home. You're supposed to look, it says at a minimum the list should include the properties with buildings that are to be inspected that are below the base flood elevation. So you're supposed to start by saying post-firm homes, don't bother. Homes that are already raised, don't bother. You're supposed to then, it says, go and look at the homes that are within a repetitive loss area. So you're supposed to identify the homes that are in the areas where these are the ones we're supposed to be paying attention to. That way, you don't have to spend all your time going and spending, energy, on these homes that are just going to be annoyed. You said, hey, you're 20%, and they know they're 0. That's just wasting everybody's time and energy. You want to be able to focus just on the homes that really need attention. But all that homework had to be done 3, 4, 5 years ago so that when an emergency happened, everybody could be right, hitting the ground running with where they needed to be. So these steps are here, and then you only do the work you need to do, and it's a finely tuned machine. So there is a step to do it, and it just needs to be planned ahead of time. Forerunner, by the way, is the system. It may not be because of Forerunner, but Forerunner is a system also that has a lot of our city misrepresented. And again, when we have time, we need to clean Forerunner up. Thank you.
Thank you. And that is one of those great suggestions that we're actually implementing tonight, which is the first action item by establishing a recovery task force committee. And this is going to be part of what they're going to be looking at is, you know, what have we done well? What did we not do well? What are the areas for, you know, what are the available areas where we can improve? And, you know, how do we plan for the future? So that's, again, just one of those things that we're implementing to make sure that, you know, we plan for the future.
Jeff Bonnell.
If you please state your name and address for the record.
I am Jeffrey Bonnell. I live at 440 80th Way. I want to first thank personally Karen, who is my district rep, who has constantly been communicative and responsive and supportive and helpful. I'd like to thank all of you guys. Every decision I've seen you make thus far has been an effort to try to help people get where they need to be, which is back in their home. It's not a perfect world. I'll extend my gratitude to Denise, who's been very helpful in the process of applying for permits, what we can do, what we can't do. Who I don't want to thank is the permit intake tech who Friday, when I went and signed the clipboard, sat for 2.5 hours to find out why my minor repair permit to swap a hot water tank out had yet to be approved. Now, I've heard what's been said and I understand. When a homeowner pulls a permit, and it's a minor repair permit, there is a limit to the cost that can go on there. So no one is rewiring their whole house for under that amount. If they say they are, slide them aside, they are lying. Problem solved. I'm trying to put a hot water tank in my house so that I can turn the water back on. I applied for that permit on January 7th. It's still not been issued. I've canceled my plumber twice. It's a $4,000 job. I signed an affidavit fully acknowledging that if my house is deemed substantially damaged, because I still don't have my substantial damage letter, that I would accept responsibility for that expense and eat it. This is a stamp and go permit. Jeff, go ahead and put your hot water tank in. What I don't appreciate is the permit tech who came out to the window, and I'm obviously upset a little bit, and decides he's going to bow up on me and start talking to me like I'm 12. I'm a retired Marine. I do not appreciate being spoken to like I'm 12. I certainly didn't appreciate being threatened with a $5,000 fine that he said he was going to personally come and issue if I put that hot water tank in without my permit. I think that's the kind of person that should not be in that office. Tall gentleman, black bushy hair, I'm sure you know who he is. I just want my hot water tank. I'm trying to get my family back in my home. I get we all have problems. I get you guys are dealing with things. These are simple solutions, simple solutions. Hey, Luke, take all the minor repair permits that came in today, go in and stamp them, and get them back out the door. Problem solved. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And you're right, no one appreciates being talked to like a 12-year-old. If you wouldn't mind sending an email to the city manager, she handles all the staffing issues, and we'll certainly take a look at it. We appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Jackie McCall.
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Jackie McCall, 434 77th Avenue, St. Pete Beach. I still hate public speaking, but while I appreciate wanting to do rapid assessments of our properties, the focus should be more on quality as a result of the repercussions from these determinations. As we've heard today, the numbers generated by Tidal Basin are not accurate and will be attached to my house forever. This will impact my ability to sell my house. This doesn't make any sense. We need another solution. Thank you.
William Lawson.
BJ Lawson, 5407 Leilani Drive, paying the taxes but not living there. The prior speaker, to carry on that same message, I was watching the meeting at where we're staying, and I just couldn't stay away because my background is in systems and data and IT, and we have a staff in a city that's being held hostage by bad data from an incompetent vendor called Tidal Basin. And I was motivated enough by what I was hearing during the community development report, which again, appreciate all the work that everyone's doing trying to get us through this. But Denise and her team, and by extension all of us, are being completely run over by people who are building models and spreadsheets that are completely disconnected from the reality. They don't live here, they aren't here on site, they don't see what's going on, and then when they give us data to put into our systems, the data itself isn't even clean enough to go in without causing issues and duplication and requiring massive staff effort to fix. Well, if you look at the state contract, the blanket agreement signed by the state with Tidal Basement for management consulting services, I draw your attention to the contractor warranty there on page 10, warranty on page 10. The contractor agrees to the following representation and warranty should any defect or deficiency in any deliverable or the remedy of such defect or deficiency cause incorrect data to be introduced into any customer's database or cause data to be lost, the contractor shall be required to correct and reconstruct within the time frame established by the customer all production, test, acceptance, and training files or databases affected at no additional cost to the customer. Now, we're all the customer here. And I'd simply respectfully ask our city attorney, our city staff, how do we avail ourselves to the language and get ourselves out of the grip and out from underneath the thumb of this system and this process and this vendor that is causing negative value to this recovery process? Thank you.
Could you leave that with the clerk? Thanks.
See that too.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I have no cards on general.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, next we move to items 5, the consent agenda. I believe Commissioner Mulholland, you had a question? Or was it?
It was me.
Oh, Commissioner Robinson, no?
Yeah. It was
It's usually you.
It's usually you. My question's in regards to item G. It's for the generator. Camden, I don't know if that would be something you can... I would be remiss in not asking questions on a $500,000 purchase. I see the delivery is 9/20/25, and this is, I'm going to assume, permanent. It's not a rental, it's a permanent purchase, correct? A permanent item, permanent generator, stay there at Pump Station 1?
That's correct.
Is it going to be raised or elevated?
It will be raised and elevated above the base flood elevation.
Okay, great. Does it have an auto or manual switchover?
It will have an automatic transfer switch. That automatic transfer switch will be brought forward at the next commission meeting for purchase.
Yeah, I didn't see it in the purchase order. And then it said weather protective. I don't know what that means. It had some sort of weather protective covering?
Correct. It's in a waterproof enclosure.
Okay, great. And is there a yearly maintenance by CAT?
There is not a yearly maintenance. There was offered, but we have a separate contract for routine maintenance of our generators, and we'll exercise routine maintenance through that contract instead.
Right. And what's the life expectancy?
I don't have that off the top of hand.
Okay, just curious to know. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I second.
City Clerk, if you please do a roll call.
Commissioner Robinson?
Yes.
Commissioner Resnicki?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mulholland?
Yes.
Commissioner Marriott?
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Next, we have action items. 6A, the Recovery Task Force Committee.
Yes, Mayor, Commissioners, on December 3rd we met and it was decided to send it back out, so I put it back on the website and solicited further applications. We've received the ones that are attached to the agenda. I did update the application, so this time on the application there was specific section for them to designate this task force and the role within the task force.
Okay, do we, so these are all the additional ones in the agenda?
Yes. What page do you have?
I don't have, it's 205-ish.
Thank you.
Yeah, starts at 200, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so are we specifically looking at just the two that we requested for additional, or are we looking at all of them?
When I was here on December 3rd, my interpretation was to send it back out and start over. That's how I understood it, but of course, you can do either way.
Certainly. Okay.
So, Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I thought when we first dealt with this, we had like 4 pretty qualified citizens that wanted to serve on this. And I think the consensus at that meeting was that while they were all qualified to serve on really any board, that the desire was to get somebody that was business orientated and somebody that was environmentally orientated. That was
Yep.
my understanding. And
I don't see anyone that applied outside of those 2 categories.
Correct.
So all of the new applicants
the new ones.
The new ones are all for
Right.
for business or environmental.
Right. And unless I missed something, I think only one of them was for the environmental.
Correct.
Is that not correct?
Yes.
And I think most of us know that individual, and most of us know that that individual has spent a lot of time working on environmental issues in the city. And then I think we have 4, I believe, from the business community. Is that correct?
We have 3 new ones.
Yes, 4 from the business community and then 1.
From environmental. And, you know, I mean, I personally feel very good about the environmental person that's applied. And I will just say, from my perspective, the 4 business people, while they all appear to be qualified, and certainly we should appreciate that they applied, other than eating at one of their restaurants and getting a haircut at one of their places and some of that, I really don't know anything about the 4. I think probably others on this commission have a lot better feel for those 4. So, you know, from my perspective, Ms. Reich for environmental seems to be the logical choice. And then the remaining 4, I would defer to the rest of the commission on how they feel about those folks, because, once again, I really don't have a sense for any of them other than the fact that, you know, I think they all could serve. So that's kind of my position on it.
And out of the 4 business owners that applied, 3 of them were actually former presidents or current presidents of the Corey Avenue Business Association. So yeah, all of them would be highly qualified. They're involved and engaged in the business community as well as the local community. So
I found it interesting that Herminio, is he here? That he actually was a Vanguard inspector, FEMA. And Vanguard is one of the tidal basin. It's Vanguard Tidal Basin, that he was an inspector. So that would shed some light. And I think we had other applicants previously as well. And one of them was also did hurricane relief. So I think that brings a different perspective, especially considering what we're looking at doing. So I found those 2 quite interesting, and thought they might bring a different perspective. And as well, they're residents and they are business owners.
okay. Would anyone like to, Commissioner Mulholland, are you saying you would recommend Lisa Reich?
I would, well, she's the only environmental, but I'm very happy to hear that she applied. In fact, I didn't use her name when we were talking about the environmental person.
Well, it's all here in the public record, so.
But yes, I certainly would strongly support her as being the environmental representative.
Okay. And then would anybody like to nominate one of the other 4 business individuals for that slot?
Let's see, the other.
I think they're all quite qualified. Just based on current engagement in the business community, I think Ken from Chill would be a fantastic choice. You know, just because he's very engaged with what's happening every day on Corey Avenue and with the business members. But like I say, I think they would all be very qualified.
Any other recommendations? Any other nominations?
I would,
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, I would go ahead and, I don't know if we have to motion for this or just.
No, I'm just saying, I think we should nominate individuals and have a conversation about those individuals and then, see if we can come to consensus, which one might be, the most qualified of the bunch.
But I would concur that since, Lisa is, we could just go ahead and move forward and say Lisa be representative for the environmental. And we can continue to the next, right?
Yeah,
Sure.
I would agree.
I would agree too.
Great. Okay. Any other comments or discussions on the business community, business owners?
Since we reposted, were we not taking into consideration the other applicants?
These are the only ones that came in.
No, we had some from before.
From December 3rd, again, I interpreted it differently, and so that's how I presented the material, but you all can choose to do what
Yeah.
you think is best.
I agree that all of them are equally qualified. They've all, like you said, been past presidents of CABA, or I think current. I just for me personally, I like the idea that somebody has had FEMA experience. I think they bring a different perspective to everything. I think they might have a little bit more insight maybe. So I would, my recommendation would be for Herminio.
I would agree with Lisa, and I did have a question just to make sure that we're all on the same page, because I thought, too, that we were going to use the names that were there before. At least I left that way. I know there's a confusion as to how, because.
They weren't disqualified.
Right, I know we never said.
Before, yep.
Okay, and I don't have the 2 in front here, the names. But if I remember, we had, most of those of business were owners or managers of hotels,
They
correct?
were managers.
Okay, and this is just something I want to throw out. I don't know if we can add this or not, because we have a strong representation of local businesses on Corey Avenue. But the effects of the hurricane on the smaller local businesses, like on Corey, I think is very different than what has happened to the hotels in our city, and what it requires to have to evacuate hotels, before a hurricane even approaches. And then, we all know, I watch Don Cesar Hotel every morning, and, they're still not operable, and all the hurdles that they're facing, I know, have to be very different than the ones that are facing Corey Avenue. So I don't want to say, to add somebody else. I know we're trying to minimize it, but there's 2 different types of businesses. There's large businesses and smaller businesses, and probably in between as well. But it is very different. A hotel and what they're dealing with versus small business. So I was just going to suggest if we had a representative from a hotel and a representative from Corey, we would be meeting two very extreme types of businesses on this task force.
So the objection to the two applicants before wasn't that they were from the hotel, so it wasn't.
It just happened to be, right?
Well, it just happened to be, no, but the issue was they weren't even the owners, they were the managers of the business rather than, the person that's literally on the ground level operating that business, who is either part of the community because they live here or part of the community because they operate their business here. And so when the call went out for additional, for actually people that are from the community, whether they own the business or whether they live in the community and operate a business, I think there was tons of opportunity for any of the small boutique hotels or any of the, heck, if any of the big hotel people wanted to show up and put their name in a hat, they had that opportunity. We gave them an additional month to do so, and yet for some reason none of them felt it was important enough. And we have several of them who are very active in the community, right? They're at commission meetings all the time. They're at the TRC meetings. They're at here and here and here, and yet for some reason, and we get 5 for every other committee. I don't know that we add one more and make it 6, and now all of a sudden, for some reason, the hotels get their own voice.
Well, I would say the flip. We gave an opportunity for people to put names in. If not, we would have decided at the last meeting with the businesses that did apply. So, and I understand about the differences between an owner and a manager, but it's actually the managers that are dealing with the hurricane, the natural disaster. It's not the owner of a hotel who's out here. I'm sure they're calling on the phone. I'm not going to, not say that they're not involved, but the person who was calling in my district was the manager from the Samora, the manager from the Don Cesar Hotel. It was not the owners of the hotel. They were the ones that had to know, when can we come back in? They were asking me, how do we allow our staff? They had issues on how do they get their staff onto the beaches because they don't have driver's license that have a local address. So I think they ran through many hurdles because I remember having to deal with it, and it now feels like a real long time ago, but now that I'm starting to say this, I'm getting the flashbacks of the calls that I was receiving and the answers we couldn't give. And I know I was calling the city manager to help with some of the situations because there was a miscommunication between the sheriff's department and who's at the bridge and who's allowing them to come in. And, well, if you come around through Corey, maybe somebody from the staff that recognizes you will let you in. We all had issues. Corey, I'm sure, had their issues, but I still do think it was very unique. And then to your point, then we wouldn't have opened it up again because the people who put their names in the hat for today's meeting didn't put their names in the hat at the last meeting. So I would say the same thing. Did they not think it was not important back then? So I'm just saying that because I think there's a flip to that story too.
Sure. There's two are there available. We can nominate them. So if you think one of them is more qualified than these individuals, that's why we're having this conversation.
Yeah, that's why I didn't want to dismiss it. I wanted to talk about it.
So let's, but I don't think opening it up to add one more person, not only that, now you have 6, now you can have a deadlock at any moment. It's not feasible to add one more spot just for a special category. Anyway.
I didn't see this recovery task force as being a voting task
They're
force.
making recommendations.
So just recommendations. But I will point out that there was I think John Glasscock that had hurricane relief experience from our last go-through. I don't know where he worked, but I do believe he also was a resident on the beach. So just bringing that up. But
I don't know that in this particular case having, I think that there's clearly a huge benefit to the city in information from anybody who has other disaster relief kind of experience. But I think in this particular case, what we're looking for is somebody who can say, here's what happened here this time. Here's what our experience was with the policies and procedures we had in place for this disaster, and here's how it affected, the portion of the community that I'm here to represent. And so I think it's, I think for this particular case, it's much more important that we have a business owner who's very actively involved in running a business in the city than to have somebody who has hurricane relief experience.
I would disagree with that. I would just say that they already have experience from being here on the beach and experience this event in general, and then bringing a different insight on anything that they've experienced in other communities, and whether that was good, bad, or indifferent, that they can bring a different shed of light to us. You know, it's the same way in business when you can hire somebody and they can bring extra knowledge to you just to enhance the, you know, the workplace or your procedures. I just like the different perspective of being able to, having experienced it before and experience it now.
Well, plus he does run a business on Corey Avenue, so, and he was the president of Cabo before as well, so I mean, he's clearly actively involved. I think you're getting kind of the best of both worlds. You have somebody who's in the community, you have somebody who's actively involved in the business community as well, and then you also have somebody who brings in some disaster relief and particularly, you know, FEMA experience. I mean, that's huge, because here's somebody who's seen it from the ground floor, both working in the disaster and being impacted by the disaster and the recovery. And, you know, it's one of those things where, you know, here's somebody who's had to do it, and now they see it personally, what the impact looks like on the other side when it's done poorly. Because the businesses are getting the same SD letters as everybody else. So I mean, that's I could go either way with both of these. I think, you know, I'm leaning more towards somebody with, you know, who's got two things versus just, you know, one thing of being a business owner who's involved, and Ken is certainly actively involved. I mean, we saw him like the couple days right after the first hurricane. He had a big barbecue in front of Chill. You know, he brought, you know, a ton of people over, you know, food, burgers, you know, for everybody. It was, you know, here's someone who's actively involved in the community, so certainly don't want to discount that at all.
And Mr. Mayor, which gentleman's that you're talking about?
So we're talking, I think the two names have come up so far. Ken,
No, the one that did the barbecue.
Herminio.
Okay.
Sorry, no, that was Ken. Ken did the barbecue. The gentleman with the FEMA experience was Herminio.
Yeah, no, I knew that. I just, I wasn't at the barbecue, so I was kind of curious.
It was just one of those impromptu things on Facebook. Said, neighbors, anybody who's still in town and who needs a burger and a hot dog, please stop by.
Okay.
And they had a couple of guys from one of the.
He's the owner of Chill.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, we got two names on the table. We need to make a decision here.
Well, two that we're talking about, there's three.
Yes, is there anybody else? There's four, there's two more. There's Sherry, and then there's also
Of JoJo.
of JoJo's,
They're all awesome. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, it's-
there's not going to be a bad choice here.
Yvonne Marcus.
and then Yvonne. So Yvonne's been around for, I'm not going to say how long Yvonne's been around, but I think they built Corey Avenue before she showed up, at least that much. But again, former president of CABA as well. So again, there's not a.
Is there anybody here of these that want to speak by any chance? Do you want to hear anybody, or?
Is anybody here, one of the four? Okay, I didn't see any of them, but.
Yeah, I didn't. I only saw Lisa, but.
Would anybody like to nominate anybody else besides those two? If not, then let's make a decision between those two.
I'll say Herminio, again, because being, past president, I would hope, not just focusing on Corey Avenue, because, all three here are all ex-presidents of CABA, but to really hear what I said, that there are a lot of other businesses and a lot of types of businesses, and that person is representing all the businesses, and how important that is, so.
For sure.
Yep.
Yep.
So Commissioner Marriott is mostly supporting Ken, is that correct?
Yeah, and I mean, like I said, I don't think it's going to be a bad choice. I know him a little bit I don't know the other gentleman. I'm certain that they will all do, any of them would do a fantastic job.
And the mayor's kind of can go either way on the two, and then the other two commissioners are supporting.
Well, I'm more inclined to the FEMA experience.
That's
I'm
that's
not saying
here,
Ken is not a bad choice.
Is that who you're
Yes.
talking about?
Yes, I mean, Ken would be an excellent choice if it wasn't for somebody who has also got FEMA experience.
Well, I'll make a motion whenever you're ready. Mr.
Sure.
I move to appoint the city manager or designee, the building official or designee, the chair of the planning board, the chair of the beach stewardship committee, the chair of the historic preservation board, Lisa Reich, representing a wildlife environmental advocacy group, and Hermino Alfando, a St. Pete Beach business owner, and I know I probably butchered his name, but that's the best I can do with
You
it.
did good. Herminio Afanador. Good. I second. Sorry.
City Clerk, if you'll please call a roll.
Commissioner Resnicki?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mulholland?
Yes.
Commissioner Marriott?
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson?
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla?
Yes,
Motion carries.
thank you. All right, next we have item 6B, a presentation by the freebie. Please state your name for the record.
Good evening, everybody. Jason Spiegel, managing partner at Freebie. So thank you guys for having me here tonight. I think this is an important conversation and making sure that, number one, you as the commission, and more importantly, the public and the residents have all the facts about this service. We've been operating this now since 2019. It's actually been a very, very successful program. Provides a lot of value to this community. Every stakeholder in the community, from your residents, your visitors, your workers, your local businesses, everybody's been able to benefit from this. And, I've heard a little bit of misinformation over the last few weeks, and my goal here today is to clarify everything, listen to you guys, listen to any issues that you guys might have, the public might have, address those issues, and then hopefully be able to come together to move this forward in a positive way that benefits this entire community. So as a quick introduction, I'm very confident and very proud to say that this microtransit program is probably the most successful program, not only here within the state of Florida, but across the entire country. And that metric is based on ridership, customer feedback, cost per rider. These are all data metrics. And if you look at transportation in general, and when it comes to public transportation, you will see that this is one of the most successful programs out there. And, despite this success, I believe that there's a misconception of what this service is. This service is a novelty. These are golf carts driving people around for free, when really this is the most innovative new form of public transportation that is really, again, not just happening here in St. Pete Beach. This is happening all across the world. Microtransit is replacing a lot of fixed routes that are very expensive to run, have low ridership, poor quality of service. And microtransit has come in and played a role to, again, provide that high ridership, better quality of service, and added value to the entire community at a much lower cost than fixed route transportation there. So again, it's a very equitable service. Every stakeholder's benefiting from it. It's not just your transit dependent, which is typically who uses public transportation. You're also having the choice riders that use the service here that are going to spend money at local businesses, moving around the community, and more importantly, making sure that they're leaving their car at home, not causing additional traffic, congestion, pollution here on the beach side. So again, public transportation, that's what this is. This is not a novelty service. This is not Uber. This is not rideshare. This is the new form of public transportation that, again, is operating everywhere across the world. We operate 50 different services here within the state of Florida, and again, this is one of the most successful. But public transportation, yes, it's a cost, and it's very expensive to operate. Between the driver wages, maintenance, insurance, the vehicles, all the compliance that has to go on, it's not an inexpensive service to run. It's very expensive, but it's an investment. And APTA, which is the American Public Transit Association, has come out with studies over the last year that every dollar that's invested in public transportation provides a $5 in economic impact coming back to those communities there. And this provides access to jobs for people. It provides economic growth. It allows people to come visit businesses that they might have not been able to visit without public mobility. It improves quality of life. It provides that equity that, again, is very important across every community there. And one thing that I think is very important is to understand the why. Why was this service implemented here within St. Pete Beach? This wasn't Freebie who came to the table and lobbied to have this service here. This was a problem that residents down in the Paso Grill area, again, when the PSTA trolley was operating, they thought that vehicle was too big. They didn't want that vehicle to navigate those smaller streets. Obviously, there was not many people using those large trolleys that were just coming through the neighborhoods there. So in response to that, the city put out an RFP, a competitive solicitation, that was open to any business to apply for. And that was in 2019. We were awarded that contract. And also, I heard a lot of, kind of conversation about this is an unfair contract, et cetera. We didn't make the contract. That contract was attached to that RFP as that solicitation went out there. So again, those were terms that were predetermined by the city. And again, we were just awarded that contract. And when it comes to the funding, this wasn't additional funds that was used to obviously pay for a brand new service. There was no duplication whatsoever. The funding for this service came from the elimination of the PSTA trolley that was costing a lot of money for the city that not many people were using there. And again, the city looked at, hey, is there a better way that we can move people around? And again, over these last 5 years, I think this has proven to be a very successful way to provide public transportation. So again, we launched just in the Paso Grill area, 2019, one vehicle. Based on the success of that, the feedback, the ridership in 2020, it was extended to the county park. There was additional trolley service eliminated, and we expanded to a second car there. Same thing happened in 2021. A third car was introduced. The zone was extended up to 75th Avenue. And then in 2022, there was a fourth vehicle added servicing the entire community, the entire municipal boundary of St. Pete Beach. But again, all of this funding was reduction in PSTA service, which again, if you looked at public transportation over the last few years, especially operating fixed routes and trolleys, the cost for that has just risen extreme. Like it's out of control. Where we've kept your cost, your hourly rate exactly the same since 2019. Even with COVID, even with our driver wages, we went ahead and paid them more. We didn't charge you guys anything additional. We kept everything as status quo. But again, all the funding for this program has come from elimination of funding of the PSTA public transit service that used to operate here for years. So ridership, again, with every single one of these expansions, we saw significantly increase in ridership, right? The most important stat to look at is that even with every single one of these expansions, your cost per rider continued to decrease year after year. You look back in 2020, fiscal year 2020, your cost per rider was $8.06. You fast forward to this last fiscal year, your cost per rider was $4.58. That's unheard of when it comes to providing a public transit, especially a micro transit service there. We moved over 117,000 riders with 4 vehicles on this beach. We operate in other areas with 5 vehicles, 8 vehicles, 10 vehicles, not even doing this even close to this type of ridership. It's really tremendous, the effect that this has had on this community here. And it's all data driven. This isn't me telling you this. This is the numbers that are really showing that this has been extremely successful there. It's gone from under 20,000 riders over 5 years to over 117,000 riders. And it's because people value this service. They depend on this service because it's their public transportation, and that's their way, the means to get to work, to move around, to get to the grocery store, to get to doctor's appointments, et cetera. So, that was all pre-hurricane. Obviously, we're post-hurricane. Things change. And if you look and you compare the ridership from the last 2 years, November and December, back in 2023, we moved almost 15,000 passengers, a little bit under that. This past November and December, we moved a little over 10,000 passengers, 10,500 passengers. Yes, there was a decrease of about 29%, but at the same time, we also decreased the hours of operation that we were operating the service. Previously, we were going from 6 a.m. to midnight, 7 days a week. During this time, and we're still operating under the schedule, we're operating from 7 a.m. till 9 p.m. Daily. So again, it's about a 24% reduction in hours of service with a 29% reduction in ridership there. But historically, November, December, they're always the lowest ridership months. If you go back, to 2020 to now, those are always the lowest ridership months of the year. That starts to pick back up in January, and then February, March, April, May through July, it just goes crazy. We're moving 14,000 passengers monthly there. And again, while, over these last few months, it hasn't been, the same type of volume, and it's really not people, using it as a leisurely service. This has been a lifeline for many of the residents here who have lost cars, who need to get to work, and it's, again, we're still moving significant ridership. Billing, right? So, again, aside from driver pay, our operational costs for the service remain consistent if we're operating or not. We're still paying our vehicle lease that we bought vehicles for this service for. The insurance doesn't go away. The monthly costs when it comes to some of the technology within the vehicles, many of our costs do not go away if this is operating or not. And again, our contract is based on a set amount of minimum hours, which gives you guys a very, very good hourly rate, but that's based on a minimum hours that we had contracted with you guys. And again, we're not operating all those hours. I mean, typically we would charge more on a cost per hour because, again, it's not spread out across all the 84 hours we're supposed to be operating, but we haven't done that. Despite that, we've been billing on an hourly basis. When we were shut down from October 1st to October 21st, we only billed for a minimal of, just the vehicle and the insurance cost, which cost about a couple $1,000s, not the $40,000+ that's the typical monthly bill there. And we've only been, again, billing on a per hour basis, hours that have been worked. And, again, at the same time, again, many of our drivers are residents here within the city. We were proactive. We continued to pay them through the shutdown of service, and we have not obviously billed you guys for any of those costs whatsoever. For us, it's all about how do we be a good community partner, how do we take care of our employees, and how do we continue to go above and beyond to make sure, again, we're providing more value to these communities outside of moving somebody from point A to point B there. And again, all the invoices have been attached to your packets. How do we reduce costs? Is there ways to reduce costs? And there is. And one of the big ways to do that is by selling advertising on these vehicles. And it's something that we have recommended multiple times throughout the years. And again, it's been the direction of the commission to keep the vehicles as is, branded for the city, and forego that subsidy whatsoever. But there is that opportunity. And again, on a very low end, very conservative, we can probably give back to you guys between $30,000 and $72,000, if not much more. I mean, we had Busch Gardens at the table last year who was willing to put $100,000 into the program, which would have gave you guys $50,000 back just for the summertime. So there's a lot of opportunity to generate additional revenue, help lower the cost of the service. But again, that's direction that you would have to provide that, again, has not been provided previously. There's also the ability to implement fares, right? We have some services where they're not free. You're paying $2 a rider, $1 a rider, $5 to fill up a whole car. That's up to you guys. And again, it can stay free for all the residents, registered users. You can charge, non-registered users if that's tourists, whoever that might be. But we can work together to figure out a fare structure that continues to also bring additional revenue back to you guys to continue to lower that cost of service. So, the priority system. This is something that Mr. Mayor has been bringing up now for about a year and a half, and it's not gone through deaf ears. We were working with city staff who's no longer here. We provided a lot of recommendations on how that could happen, and as Madam Manager came on board here, we re-kicked off those conversations. We've been working on this, really hand in hand since July. We've come up with a couple different, ways that we think we can implement this that works best for you guys, and again, it would be up to your decision, your direction on how you would want to see this operate here. The first one is a priority pickup for registered users. And we say registered users because, what is a registered user? Is that residents only? Are you going to include workers like you do with the parking passes here? Determining what that registered user is, again, could be that priority. And again, it could work where no matter where, no matter when they request a ride, no matter if that vehicle is going to pick somebody else up, they automatically jump to the top, and they're going to be the next in line to be picked up. Again, some of the small challenges with that, and again, not major challenges, but some things to consider is, number one, what is a registered user, right? We have to determine that. Number two, a lot of that registered user, similar to how you do the parking passes, there might be some staff time that would have to, register that user through a portal we would give them, super easy and simple. But again, they would probably have to come here to City Hall, show their, utility bill or whatever that might be, and then to be able to get that flag on their account to be able to have that priority pickup there. And again, if it's just limited to residents only, which again, absolutely doable, you have to consider the workers who are a really, really big part of this program, a really big part of the ridership here. Do they continue to get bumped down the line when obviously a priority resident user jumps to the top there, meaning that they're not getting to work on time, they're not being able to rely on this public transportation system? Again, just something to consider there. Another option could be keeping the priority, first come, first serve, how it operates today, but making it so that, again, a registered user, a resident, pays nothing for the service, and everybody else has to pay a fee. $2 a person, $3, $5, whatever we want to determine as that fee for somebody to have to use the service if they're not part of this community or they're not part of that registered user there. So again, it's open up for discussion on that specific, obviously, item here, but it's something that we can implement. It's very minimal cost to get that off the ground, and we can have something in running between 30 and 60 days at your direction there. So as we move forward, and something I forgot to mention was that back in 2023 at the end, the commission directed us to add 4 additional vehicles to the fleet between February 1st and July 31st every year during peak tourist season. It was an additional $166,000. This was supposed to happen last year, but the vehicle manufacturer had delays and we weren't able to get those vehicles, so that $166,000 last year was saved. We are recommending saving that again this year based on obviously the status of the community, not as many tourists that might not be coming, hopefully they do, over these next few months, but keeping the fleet at 4 vehicles, saving that $166,000, and looking potentially at the next year to see, are we back to status quo, are we back to the tourist levels that we need to be, and then maybe implementing those 4 vehicles at that time there. But again, our goal here today is to understand any concerns that you have, address those concerns, talk through any of those concerns, because we're committed to the long-term success of this program and making sure we're always delivering, a high level of execution, providing value to every stakeholder in this community, and making sure this is something that you guys can be very proud of. So again, my goal here today is to work hand in hand with you guys, answer any questions that you guys may have.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, before we get into specifics of pricing and whether we want to keep it, not keep it, whatever, can I ask a couple fundamental questions of this gentleman just to...
No, I think the first part we're going to do is ask any questions since he's here and available, and then, then we can do a discussion. We can have, I think the staff has additional answers that they provided, and then we'll certainly want to hear from the community as well.
Yeah, so I may have several questions as we move through the evening, but I just have a couple fundamental questions I'd like to ask him.
He's here and available. And
so, sir, your business model when you work in a community, does that business model operate on a central dispatch model, or can you have a diversified dispatch?
When you say dispatch, can you elaborate a little further?
Well, where your crew or your drivers meet and where the vehicles are kept.
Okay, so you're talking about
where... You need one location to do that within a community? Is that your model? So if you have a driver that's sick, there's another driver that's easily available to replace him? Or can you work in multiple locations within one municipality?
So I think I understand your question. So obviously our home base, we like to keep that together in one spot. Just obviously easier for, when our performance manager here that's managing the day-to-day with the drivers, the staff, et cetera, is able to obviously have those coachings, being able to talk about information, et cetera there. Drivers call out. Yes, we have a big pool of drivers here, all employee drivers that are able to come in, obviously, and jump into those spots whenever that does happen there. But it's ideal to have everything in one location.
Yeah. So, yes, I absolutely understand that, and that was the genesis of my question. And I guess the issue with that is Freebie's kind of taken on a life of its own, as a number of people in the community feel anyway. And you had mentioned that you operate with 4 vehicles, but pre-storm, there was typically 7 to 8 vehicles at the Warren Webster building, and oftentimes at least 2 of those vehicles were full-time vehicles. And that was at a bill rate of about $500,000 a year. So if Freebie were never to grow any bigger than what it was pre-storm, you need some type of a terminal, that's what I'm going to call it, a terminal, a location where you can stage and charge, let's just say 7 vehicles of various sizes, ideally.
Sure.
And a centralized dispatch location. Is there any place in this city that really that number of vehicles is appropriate, particularly when repairs are being done on them and things of that nature?
Yeah, let me address both of those things. So previously there was, again, we have 4 contracted vehicles. The reason that we had 7, sometimes 8 vehicles here was that those vehicles started to get to the end of at the end of the life there. The battery range was not acceptable for operating standards, especially operating the entire municipality here. So again, to mitigate that, we brought in extra vehicles at our cost to make sure that, again, when a battery was going down, they can come in and swap out without having, again, just put that vehicle on a charger, only have 4 vehicles there, and now you're down a vehicle in operation there. So that was why we had more vehicles. We did replace those vehicles, brand new vehicles now, much larger battery ranges, brand new, again, very minimal issues with these vehicles themselves. But the plan was to actually bring that home base here to City Hall, and previous to the hurricane happening, we had the approval for that. We paid about $10,000, $15,000 for site plans that we submitted to the city for approval to go through permitting. But unfortunately, the hurricane hit, and again, obviously things were in chaos afterwards, and again, we just haven't reconvened on that conversation. But they were supposed to be here at City Hall, and we were supposed to build out a whole new charging infrastructure here.
So had we not had the storms, which we certainly all would have wished we hadn't have,
Yep.
how many vehicles would have been at City Hall?
It would have been 5, 4 plus an additional.
Okay. And so what about repairs? Where would have repairs been done?
So
In the parking lot, like it was being done at the
if it's a
Warren
minimal
Webster
repair,
building,
if it's a
or-
minimal repair, yes. For major repairs, we take the vehicle off site.
So is a major repair when all the body parts are removed from a vehicle? Do you consider that a major or a minor repair? I'm just curious.
That would be a major repair.
Okay, because that was happening at the Warren Webster building.
Yeah, I understand what you were referring to. It was one of our spare vehicles that we did start to take parts from, and it looked like a skeleton there, and we obviously cleaned all that up.
And where were you storing the spare parts for the vehicles at the Warren Webster building?
We had a section within the building there that was designated for us.
The baseball concession stand, I believe.
I believe that's the
Right. And where was the break room for your drivers?
It was in that building as well.
Okay. So your drivers had a key to the Warren Webster building, and is that where they were going to take a break and to get air conditioning and the like when they were on break, or?
That's correct.
Where was that happening?
They had, that's where they were able to eat their lunch, take their break, get out of the sun, et cetera. It was there.
Okay, so the reality is, if you're operating at a $500,000 size operation in this city, nothing to do with any other city, effectively, you need some kind of a terminal. Would you not agree with that?
Yeah, a hub.
Okay, so if you got bigger, how would you ever get bigger if you want to maintain a centralized dispatch?
That was going to be here at City Hall, and they had designated break room for us here. We had all the logistics already ironed out on how that was going to work, was to get it out of Paso Grove.
So the city's responsible to essentially provide the terminal?
Within the contract, yes. They were responsible for providing the parking, and we were responsible for installing the charging stations.
But the city's responsible for the break rooms and the restrooms and the storage for the maintenance, repairs, and those type things?
I wouldn't say fully. Again, we work in terms of a partnership, and again, these are obviously, it's a city service. It's public transportation, so that was the relationship that we had developed with the city here at the time.
And I'm going to pass the comments to the rest of the commission, although, Mr. Mayor, I may have more to come. But so based on your contract and based on the level of service pre-storm that you were doing, that you do rely on the city to provide some type of a terminal for the things that we were just talking about.
Based on this contract, yes.
Right. And how in the world, because it is popular, how in the world do you maintain the centralized dispatch model and you increase that 4 vehicles, additional service vehicles that you've offered post-storm to withdraw that part of the contract? How do you do that? I mean, we just don't have the facilities in this city to have that type of expansion for this service. So how's that happen?
That was brought to us, and again, they told us that we can have 8 vehicles here during that time, and we were...
No, that was the previous commission.
Correct.
Yeah.
From previous commission and staff, but yes, that was the direction that was given to us to be able to expand to that. Similar to all the expansions, right? That wasn't us lobbying you guys or the commission or anybody. That was staff and commission deciding that this is so popular, this is the feedback, we want to continue to expand this. So
Yeah, my concern is the previous commission didn't consider, and quite honestly, I don't think most of the residents have considered this, that the reality is you need a terminal. And we don't have an adequate terminal in this city to support certainly anything any bigger than what we've been doing the last 2 years. So, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to present that before. I don't know where we're going with this. Obviously, we're all now concerned about budget and the like. But I think it's important that no matter what way we go, we fully understand that at present level or pre-storm level or greater, we don't have the facilities to support more we really don't have the facilities to support the level of service that was pre-storm. So I think that needs to be part of our consideration as we move forward, because while everybody loves it, and we could probably easily double the amount of freebie service in the town, no matter who's paying for it. This has nothing to do with money. Logistically, we don't have the terminal abilities to support a higher level of service than what was previously being provided, and quite honestly, we didn't have the level to support that. So I may have further questions, but thank you for allowing me to go first on that, sir.
Let me throw him a lifeline. You are correct in the sense that if we had to do more than 5 vehicles at City Hall at one time, it would not be manageable. So a couple of items for consideration. We also have a charging station at the library that's being used. I'm not sure if the Warren Webster charging stations would go away or if they would stay there. But the other thing is, the vehicles don't all charge at the same time. The only time they all charge at the same time is after midnight, when they're all in the same location. In that case, if there's only 4 or 5 charging stations, if you have 8 vehicles, so I'm not sure what the logistics of that would be. And I also don't think any of us are having a conversation about expanding the service. Even that additional increase during the season, that was a 3-2 vote, and that barely skated by a hair from me voting in favor of it. So I'll take responsibility for that. So, whether we maintain the in-season increase or whether we take his recommendation and not do it, I don't know that anyone's contemplating expanding the service. I mean, if anything, we're looking at, how can we, how can we pay for it in light of all the other things that we have going on? And it certainly is very popular. It's not a question of do we think the community hates it? Absolutely not. That's not the question here. It's rather we got big bills. And to your point, where do we stage it? If it gets any bigger, I don't know where we would, but I'm also not sure that we're having that conversation about do we go any bigger, but it's certainly a good point. So, any other questions? He's here and available.
As far as ridership, what is the percentage, because I've heard before, but what is the percentage of resident versus non-resident?
It varies by the season, right? So when you're in tourist season, you're going to have a little bit more tourist action than, November, December, where it's more residential.
So during tourist season, which we've, I guess, kind of defined because the intent was to add 4 more vehicles during February 1st through July 1st or 31st?
Correct.
Okay. So in that 6-month period, what was the percentages?
Don't quote me 100%, but I think it was around 55, 45, 60, 40. During that time, more tourists than
Right.
resident.
I think before you had said 60-40.
Something along those
right,
lines there.
Right. And just, I brought this up because, it's a fiscal responsibility issue here and transparency so people know what's going on, what they're paying for, how much it costs. I was mistaken because I didn't know that the 166 that made it over the $700,000 mark wasn't happening.
It hasn't
that didn't happen.
Correct.
And because of supply chain and
From last year, correct.
from
yes.
last year. But it was to be allocated as that. I mean, that's what the contract was. And if we hadn't had a storm, we would have been doing it as what we would have been starting in February. Unless, I'm assuming you have the vehicles.
That's correct.
Right.
That's correct.
So with that being said, I know the residents, it's a bit, they love it. A lot of them don't want to pay for it. So I think, from a fiscal responsibility standpoint, we need to look at how we can, if you're willing to partner with us, how we can reduce the costs for the residents. Because they're getting, and then the city's getting hit hard.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that would be my take as far as being able to amend the contract. And I'm a little confused. Contractually, it was initial 3-year?
It was an initial 3-year, and then with this expansion, obviously we had to purchase new vehicles, so we made a very big, significant investment last year to bring in these new vehicles. So we invested in over $250,000 into this program to get new vehicles, and it was extended for 2 years.
Okay, well, I think the initial was 3 years, and then you got a 2-year as well, and then this would be the second of 2 years.
No, no.
Because it was
No,
19.
actually, I think you might be right. Yeah, because at 19.
Yeah, so
that's correct.
it was originally, contract was originally written for 3-year initial with 2 1-year extensions, but
correct.
you got 2 2-year extensions.
So
So you doubled up on the
those 2
options.
1 years, and then, yes, added an additional 2 with the investment that we made, bringing in all brand-new vehicles, and then,
So you got the 2-year, but we never got the extra vehicles.
that's correct, but we still did replace the fleet with new vehicles with that 2-year.
Okay.
So we made the investment.
Good to know. And as far as the advertising revenue, originally it was presented as, I think, $24,000 a vehicle, $48,000 total, because there was only 2 vehicles in the initial proposal.
Yeah, and again,
So are we looking at $24,000 a vehicle? times 4?
I don't want to guarantee it. I wanted to obviously err on the lower side, you know, again, but I think this can generate more than that, because we've had significant interest over the years. It's just we've not been able to implement on that.
And then that advertising revenue is a split between you and the city?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. Just trying to figure financially, you know, where we can make, you know, make this a great partnership, a better partnership.
Absolutely.
You know, I don't think the residents want to see it go, the majority of them, but it's a tough, you know, kind of tough to swallow for some people to be paying for a tourist's Uber ride.
Understood.
When they pay when, you know, the residents pay 80% of the tax base here, and then tourist season, they're only getting 40% of the service.
Totally understand.
So, you know, I would agree with the fact that, you know, we need to look strongly at the prioritization of the residents first on this, and I think that's been asked for maybe over a year.
Yes.
2 years. So, is that something that can happen immediately?
Between 30 and 60 days. So
30 and 60 days?
Pretty immediate.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then as far as fares, can there be a combination of residents being first prioritized and then there being the fares as well for non-residents?
We can do anything.
We can do anything?
You just have to understand what obviously the pros and cons of all that is, but absolutely, I mean, we can do any of those and combine
Yeah,
them.
it's a tight time here, and it's, you know, residents are rebuilding their homes, and it's costing them money. We've got residents that, you know, didn't have insurance.
Yeah, absolutely.
So there's a lot of financial implications with the city and with the residents. So, you know, I think it needs to be, you know, a win-win for everybody.
Yeah, no, 100%, 100%. And again, understand the Uber comment, and again, my goal is to just dispel that misconception, is that previous to Freebie, the residents were paying for PSTA, right? This fixed route trolley that, again, I think
We have Sunrunner now, too, so.
I'm sorry?
We got stuck with Sunrunner, too.
Sunrunner as well.
So we have that. I mean, that does service a lot of the workers, so, you know, that is a big one. And the other workers, if they're residents, they're going to come first on a priority system.
Sure.
So the residents that work in the city and want to use the service are not going to be, you know, falling back. So that whole worker thing, I would have to look at it a different light.
Yeah.
Because that would be, you know, primarily a Sunrunner issue, and depending upon where they work. And the Sunrunner does go all the way down to County Beach.
Yeah. Again, whatever your direction is, we have options, and we can implement one or the other, a mix of both, whatever, you know, makes sense for you guys.
Okay, great, thank you.
So on the advertising revenue, is that something you all are currently doing in any other municipalities with the advertising, or?
Yeah, we do it in probably 80% of municipalities, and again, it's a direction from that municipality. So yes, we have a whole team that, again, is dedicated to selling advertising, making sure we're maximizing on that revenue for you guys.
And is the, you had mentioned Busch Gardens, so you sell advertising both to businesses that are and are not in St. Pete Beach? It would be, you know, I'm sure all kinds of people would want to advertise.
Sure, it could be local, it could be regional, it could be national, and then again, you could put standards behind it. Hey, you know, nothing objective, no alcohol. Some communities have that. Obviously, the alcohol clients play the most, but some don't want to have that, which is fine.
Right.
But again, you can go all local. It's just the amount of revenue you're able to generate is not the same as you would for a national brand that wants to come in and advertise here. So there's kind of a balance there as well.
And is there, and so, do you have, I mean, I know you don't want to make any promises about advertising revenue because that can vary, but in other municipalities where you do sell the advertising, do you have any, you know, rough idea of, you know, like, well, you know, once we started selling advertising, that paid for 10% of the cost of the service or 40% of the cost of the service, or, you know, is there an amount at which you just go, well, you know, like, there's no way we can sell advertising that pays for more than 25% of the service? Is there any kind of rough numbers you can?
We've, again, depending on the community, it's as low as 5%. In other communities, it's up to 50%. And
Okay.
it depends on the desirability of, you know, obviously the advertisers.
Yep.
And in between there.
Okay.
I have a couple of questions. My other questions are really for discussion with the commission, but And I did look at the data that was sent on our packet. And even though going through that, what I don't see that comes back to me is the true exact number of individual residential homes that use freebie, right? Is it the passenger usage, the same passenger that has to go to work within our community, right? That same home. You know, what the percentage of homes, you know, of all the homes in our city, how many homes in our city use freebie?
It's a hard metric to pull, right? It's just, but
Well, not
to say it's
necessarily,
not to
because
say
I
it's
know I have
impossible.
my name. It is possible because I have an account, right? So I have to put my address when I have my app, right? When
Yeah, sure. You drop your pin, exactly, 100%.
Correct. So we should be able to know how many homes actually use freebie in St. Pete Beach. Second, this is because I've used it and have not been satisfied, to be honest, because the wait time is terrible. It's unreliable for me. And I've used it quite a few times to try to come to City Hall for commission meetings. Never again. As a matter of fact, Commissioner Mulholland had to take me home because I could not get a freebie ride back home. So it was very unreliable for me. Not to mention that I've ridden freebie several times to go to, I know I met a resident one time at a hotel, you know, to go, you look, I think it was a CUP, and I was doing some observations, and then I wanted to get home. I literally waited way too long. I'm talking more than an hour, because I was testing it, and I saw freebie pass me and freebie pass me, that I finally had to call my husband and say, hey, forget this, I want to get home. And it's happened to me multiple times through multiple years, not just in my time as commissioner. I'm talking from many, many, many times. My husband, as a matter of fact, too, because we've lost our car more than one time, not just from these last two storms. We unfortunately live in a neighborhood that floods, so we've lost our vehicles, and he needs to get to work, and he has to go all the way to downtown. Believe me, he rides his bike, goes to Dolphin Village, goes to County Park, rides the Sunrunner, because Sunrunner is reliable. Sunrunner comes at every 15 minutes, I think it is, or 20, whatever it is. I mean, it's there. So we know we can get to work on time. We know what time it takes. He would never even take freebie to get to the Dolphin Village because he wouldn't make it on time. So I can't see reliability when I look at your data. I don't see satisfaction from customers. I don't know if you pull reports. You know, I've been in queue, and I've tested it. I'll be on, I'll stay in queue, and then I honestly get frustrated, and I said, forget this, I'm not gonna, I can't wait, you know, and whether I'm testing or not. So I don't see that in the data. I know what I talk to other residents, you know, within my neighborhood who use it, and it's fun, it's cute, I would say, right? It's fun. Like, I got my family coming over. I say, hey, let's go get an ice cream down in Paso Grill. Let's ride the freebie, you know, and we'll go and we'll do that just to be different, but not rely that we'll be back faster home. As a matter of fact, we'll walk, you know, just because it's non-reliable for me. And I know I cannot be the only person in this city who feels the same way as far as reliability. I've ridden it also to pass my home street, to have to drop off another employee going further than me because I know they're running late. I'm not going to say no. I said, sure, go drop them off first and then take me back. It's just not reliable. And that's my personal take, but also with other people I've spoken to. And then I go back, what's the purpose? Why did we get in this whole thing to start with? Which was to meet the need for the residents in Paso Grill who were no longer going to receive PSTA trolley, right? So we started there. I can't see how many people in Paso Grill actually use this, or VINA, if you want to include VINA as part of it. So again, I don't know how many homes in Paso Grill still use freebie. And then the rest will be discussion with us, because I don't know the funding that we were using, or what we claim we're using to pay for freebie, because it's the funds that were used for PSTA. Are we required to have to use these funds for transportation, or could these funds be used for anything else? Is there a requirement for Pinellas County because we removed PSTA from Paso Grill, that we are required to provide microtransit for our city. And if the answers are yes, then obviously there's money that's already been allocated that we have to use for transportation. But I also believe that we need to be able to minimize this cost. And again, I know this is going to be discussion amongst the commission here, but I would be in favor of reducing this cost because, again, I almost don't have all the data to even be able to make a decision to know how many people actually use this, that live here, you know, how many homes that rely on it. Is it the same? Because I can tell you, I don't have hundreds of emails from people saying I love it. I did get a lot of emails in support of it for this meeting, but it wasn't in the hundreds, right? So is it the same, and I can tell you it's less than 50, probably less than 20 emails. Is it the same 20 homes that are using it only? Or are there more homes in our city that rely on this service? And if you could answer that, that'd be great.
Yeah.
If you had an actual number.
No, I mean, first, let me address, first of all, I apologize for any negative experience that you had. Reliability is something that we pride ourselves on. And again, this is definitely one of the most reliable microtransit services that we offer. The data packets that you have a customer rating there out of 5. This is one of the highest. It's over 4.95 out of 5 there. Also within your data packets that you get every single month, it shows you the breakdown of rides by waiting time as well. And it's very, very few in between that rides are waiting over even 30 minutes to be picked up there. Majority of the rides are under 15 minutes. The average, and again, it's an average, right? There's times of the day where you might wait longer. There's times of the day where you might wait less. Is about 10, 11, sometimes 12 minutes there on average. During this time right now, it's about 7, 8 minutes because obviously it's not as many people out there. But reliability is something that, again, I don't think you were at the last meeting, but there was a lot of residents that came out here who are workers who depend on this service, who came out here in support because this is what they rely on to get to their job every single day. And if it was not reliable service, they wouldn't be able to use it. They wouldn't be using it. They'd be up here complaining about the service. So again, I would love to be able to look into what happened on those specific rides to give you a full explanation. Maybe, again, we operate from 6 a.m. till midnight. They're long hours of operation. That doesn't mean there's 4 cars on the road at every single one of those hours. First thing in the morning, there's only 1 car on the road to accommodate a few of those workers that are getting to their jobs there. So again, I would really like to look into each one of those situations. I can provide you a full breakdown on the why of what potentially could have happened there.
Let me, before you finish with that thought, in order for you to provide that information to me, you would have to be able to capture when I was not picked up. Because I don't get a message saying, hey, miss, why a survey, you know, I saw you dropped, you know, off of the request. Why was that?
Sure.
Were you picked up? Were you not picked up?
They do have that data. They just
Well,
didn't include it in this package
Oh, they
because
do?
previously
Okay.
they've had the
Well,
number of.
what I'm saying, Mayor, is that I have never been asked that question.
No,
Once
I'm
I've
saying is
never been
they-
picked up, but I'm saying when I ask for one, right, and I'm on my app and I request a ride, and I wait and I wait and I wait, they drop me, because they actually can drop you off, and then I add myself back up into the queue, and I wait and I wait and I wait, they drop me again, and then when I give up, I don't get a message back to ask me, hey, did
What
you
I'm saying is that
find another ride, or?
they have data that shows,
saw it, yeah.
here's how many were requested, here's how long they waited, here's the number of people that quit waiting, right? Or the number of completed rides versus incomplete rides.
There's also, and again, you mentioned the queue. the queue. That was an old system we used where you requested and you would wait in a queue to get selected by a driver. It's all automated now. So as soon as you request, you actually get a full ETA. You know how many stops are in front of you right off the bat. So it's going to say 8 minutes, 10 minutes. It's going to say 20 minutes. But at least at that time, you're able to make that determination. Do I want to wait or do I not want to wait? And you see very transparently how many stops and how many people are in front of you there. So again, that was implemented, I think, back in maybe August. So it's about 4 or 5 months now of that new system that's been out there.
Well, if you had a resident priority program, you could immediately tell what the usage was for residents.
Yeah, exactly, because they would
And
be
you
actually
could tell
real-
exactly who used it, how many times, particularly. It could really, narrow that down quite a bit. And I wish we had that 2 years ago, because we would have had an easy decision on knowing how much the usage was for residents.
Sure.
Okay. All right, so,
Oh, I did have one more question. Do you have a daily schedule?
Yes.
Okay, because I haven't seen that yet. Like, I mean, I knew we're now, 7 to 9 p.m.?
7 a.m. to 9 p.m.
PM, okay, just to know what the vehicle schedule was within that time period.
I can provide
Of
the
the fourth,
staff for
yeah.
you guys.
Okay.
Absolutely.
okay. So we've had the question about ads. So if we look at ad revenue, your guesstimate was 35 to 75. Is that what the number was on your presentation?
Yeah. I mean, you know, if you
Okay.
want to take,
So if we start working our way backwards at, call it 550,000 a year, let's be optimistic, 75,000, right? So that brings us down to 475. So if we were to charge every non-resident $2, right? That's roughly, let's call it 50% of the people.
so just for your calculations, a $2 fare, the processing system takes about 40 cents of that initial.
So that's fine.
So it's about $1.60 per, let's call it per passenger.
Okay, and how many people total?
Last
year?
year was about 117,000, a little over.
Okay, so we had 117,000 people last year. So we're going to assume that roughly half of them are visitors.
Sure.
Right? So, okay, times $1.60. So that's $93,000, $94,000. So we subtract that from 475. So that now leaves us at 380. Okay. So I'm just going to ask you to guess. You're not going to like it. But roughly how many non-resident but frequent users like employees would you think out of that number?
It's a guess. It's a hard guess. You're saying out of the non-residents that are actual workers, right?
Yeah, so I'm going to break it down into three categories because that's what you did, right? So you said you've got residents.
Yep.
And you've got habitual users who are genuinely workers.
Sure.
Right? And then you have visitors, whether they're day trippers or whether they're here for a week.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And I think your heat map shows that because the two spots are County Park and Paso Grill Beach,
Mhm.
right? And so that's where they're going.
Yep.
Okay. So out of that, so now we're looking at
Maybe 30-ish percent.
30%.
30%, maybe more.
Okay.
I mean, again, it's a total guess.
So, okay, let's be generous and call it 25, right? Okay, so now it's 25% of 117,000. That's roughly 30,000 people, 30,000 rides, right?
I mean, again, we have some of the drivers here. They could maybe tell you a little bit better in terms of, workers versus, in terms of percentage there, but it might be a little bit more than that. Because workers are definitely a big part of the ridership daily.
So here's where I'm going with this question is, if you come across the South Bridge to the Don Cesar, there's a toll booth right when you get off the interstate.
Sure.
Right? If you live in the buildings immediately past the toll booth, you don't pay anything. If you live further down, like us, because we're habitual users but non-residents, we pay $50 a year. Right? So rather than paying $1.50 every time I cross the bridge, I just pay $50 a year, and I have to do the math whether I cross the bridge enough times to be worth it $50, right? So then the question is again, I don't want to discount people that need the transit, right? But are also not residents contributing to the tax basis who are pay for the service itself, but rather they're using the service for free, just like the visitors are, without actually contributing to paying for the service. So if we instituted, for example, a $50 annual pass, is that a possibility?
Yeah.
Okay. So now we have an additional base of individuals, right? Again, I'm trying to figure out a way where we can have our cake and also eat most of it, or at least a very large
That
chunk of
50,
it.
that could be something that the city collects when they're registering that person, where there's no obviously, service fee taken out of that by the processor. That could be a full $50.
Okay, similar to what we used to do with our
Like the
parking passes.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So we could have a registration, so I'm just thinking out loud here, right? I haven't had you in front of me before this to have this conversation, so I'm just thinking out loud here, right? Okay, so we could have a registered user database, and we can have a visitor database. The city could then segregate the registered user database into residents and non-residents, but frequent users, whether they're employees or whatever else they might be. The city could collect whatever the number is, $50 a person for an annual pass, and that would signal to your system, do not charge this person an additional, whether it's $2 or whether we decide to have a different number. Okay.
That's correct.
Okay. So okay, so now we're getting to not quite half. Okay.
Fair might need to go up.
But it's still
Better.
$200,000 less than where we were. Okay, so just to provide context, the reason the commission previously, myself included, was hesitant to go the advertising route is some of them are just gosh darn ugly. And I appreciate, but then again, we were not in the financial situation that we are today. And so today we can make different decisions from what we did 2 years ago. Okay. If we went, is there in your other cities that you're operating in, is it a flat fee per user? Or is it a flat fee per ride requested?
It could be either or. I mean, most of them are per user, right? So if it's you plus 3 others, it's 4 people, it's $8.
Is there a maximum?
You can make it a maximum. You can max out at 5. You can max out at whatever you. Again, we have the flexibility on the fare side to implement whatever direction that you want there. So there is that capability and that ability to have a max. So if somebody's coming with a full car and you only want to charge them $5, you can do that.
Okay. What do you do, in situations where somebody requests 2 people and 3 people show up and you're charging per person?
So it doesn't charge until they actually get it in the car. So the driver's, obviously confirming the amount of people, then it charges their card as soon as that ride is complete.
Okay.
So they can put 2. If they come with 3, it's going to be 3.
Okay.
Do they do other pickups along the way as well?
Yeah, I mean, again, it's the most important thing with microtransit is to maximize ridership and minimize wait times, right? So pooling, if you were just doing one-to-one, the wait times would be out of control, and the ridership wouldn't be what it is. So there is pooling of rides together.
And who, on the advertising side of thing with the split, was that part of the contract or was that a negotiated thing? The 50-50 split?
I don't think it's in our contract today, but that's typically how we do it because we'll handle everything from A to Z. If you said to me, hey, listen, we'll handle all the advertising sponsorships, we'll do it, you guys can keep 100% of that. But we have a lot of costs, obviously, for employees, time, et cetera, when it goes to going to sell commissions. But if you wanted to take on that responsibility, it's not an easy responsibility. You can keep 100% of that.
Okay. Just ask the question.
Sure.
Okay. All right. Any further questions for this gentleman?
I have one more.
Certainly.
In types of, I saw a resident, not a resident from here, a resident from the city of Dunedin sent, I want to keep it for our city, but I think they didn't realize that they're in Dunedin, not St. Pete Beach. But in Dunedin, you have a loop service, or had, because I think I heard the commission switched. But
yes.
I guess I want to know how successful is it as a loop service versus, and why was the switch? Like what happened to cause the switch?
It's not even just Dunedin. We've operated fixed route loops in other communities. We've done both at the same time, and just the ridership and the feedback was just, hey, this needs to operate on demand. So for the first 9 months in Dunedin, we operated as a loop, the decent ridership. we piloted during the summer months when there's not as many tourists there, the on-demand into the residential neighborhoods, and ridership skyrocketed. So they just decided to eliminate the full loop and keep it as a full on-demand service there. But it's
And that hasn't started yet, though, there, right? Because
No,
I saw it on their website, still has the
No,
loop.
it started. It started, the pilot started in, I want to say September-ish.
And they have to update their
August,
website, because I
September.
saw it yesterday, so.
Oh, does it still say the loop on there?
It's a loop, yeah.
Okay.
And I bring this up to the commission to hear because, again, thinking of what we had in the past, you know, we had a trolley that was going to Paso Grill, which is a loop, basically. You know, so I don't know if that could reduce costs or it brings us back to where we were, what, you know.
We started as a loop in Paso Grill.
Correct, you were. You weren't providing service to Vina, then we added Vina, then eventually it came to the Don Cesar neighborhood because I live in the Don, and then it went to the county park, so I
Sure,
I
but
do remember.
meaning that the first original implementation of the service was a loop service in just Paso Grill only.
Right.
And again, the feedback from the community was that they wanted a more on-demand service. Cost-wise, it doesn't matter if it's on-demand or it's fixed route, right? It's the biggest driver of your cost is how many hours that that vehicle is operating out there and the type of vehicle it is, right? You go to a larger vehicle, the costs skyrocket. Again, the trolley type vehicle, it's a special vehicle. You need special licenses to drive, and the cost per hour goes from what you guys are paying about $30 into the $60, $70, $80 per hour. You keep them with the GEM cars, again, the same price.
But does the reliability get better if it's a loop? You know, because I think of it like Sunrunner, you know, it's going to come around every whatever their minutes are, I forgot now. My husband would know, but whatever it is.
Sure, and again,
No,
I
you can walk out
apologize
there
for your experiences, but I wouldn't say that's the experience of the St. Pete Beach Freebie program. This is a very, very reliable service. It's one of our most reliable services. We operate 50 of them. Again, we wouldn't continue to expand this type of on-demand service if it wasn't reliable for the communities there. So again, maybe we talk offline. I'd really like to understand a little bit further what happened on those situations so we can address those.
I think you two are talking apples and oranges because you're talking about reliability, and I would agree with you that it's reliable. And you're talking about whether you're able to get picked up or not, and I would agree with you that getting picked up is a challenge. Having experienced it many, many times and having done the same test where I'm sitting there just for fun to see, okay, how long is it going to take? Because I wanted to know, right? Which is why the commission at that, so the issue that we discovered at the time was the number of users that request the service at that time. Sometimes if it's at 6 o'clock in the morning, if it's more than 2 people, that's one too many. And sometimes if it's 10 o'clock on a Saturday night at spring break, God help you, just walk, right?
Yeah,
and so that was the issue. You're both right in your own way, which is why we decided to increase the service during those peak times to reduce the wait time. Because one of the other data points you didn't have tonight was the actual wait time, and it is also tied into, okay, if we waited this long, then actually the drop off, people just get tired of waiting.
So the wait times here by year, I mean, you can see back in 2020, it's on your screens, it was about 7.5 minutes, and then this past year, the average is about 11 and change.
But you said that the system was different back then, right? You said it was just redone August, right? The way that it picks you up. I think that's how you
Meaning that you're not in a queue anymore. So you're just getting that visibility as soon as you request a ride. It's, oh, okay, here's my ETA, here's how many stops are in front of me there.
But that wasn't back in you said 2020, right? Is that the
No,
year
but that was servicing a very, very small area. I mean, we're obviously servicing all of St. Pete Beach now. It's you guys are a small municipality, but it's a large area to service with only 4 vehicles. And going back to the mayor's point there is that we're operating from 6 a.m. till midnight. There's times of the day there's 1, 2 vehicles out there, and just kind of think, in terms of common sense, if I had to go drive around this community and pick people up, how long would it take me? And, again, that's when you get some of the longer wait times. So we did make recommendations earlier on in the program to condense those hours to try to alleviate that, but the goal was to get those workers in the morning, get those workers that, obviously finish late, to be able to get them to where they needed to go. So they kept the hours as is. But again, that could be another thing to look at, is to kind of condense those hours a little bit further so you have more vehicles on the road at more times of the day.
Now, could there be a hybrid model? And this is just me thinking, because again, trying to improve it for residents. I know tourists use it, we whatever, if it's a 60-40 split or whatever it is. But could you have a loop system and an on-demand system? And I say that because, you know, again, I tested it going to hotels. Going to a hotel, I sit and I wait. But I would figure people who are using it from a hotel or our Gulf Boulevard strip, right, going from Paso Grill all the way to 75th Quarry, if they're going to the market, that they're basically just doing that loop. I don't think they're coming, you know, to Tradewinds to come visit me at my house, right? And I don't think so. They're going to go to the restaurants, they're going to go to the beach, they're going to go to the market. So if we ran a loop just for Gulf Boulevard, and then for whatever, 2 vehicles doing that, and the rest are for the residents' direct, you know, service, could it improve? Just an idea.
I think, so this was an idea that the commission had considered previously. There's a couple of challenges with it. In fact, if you go back to the slide, Ryan. So, back one, or forward one, sorry. Right, so what you have here is your chart.
Oh, the chart.
Yeah, there you go. Right, so you look at it, you have so the first year we were one vehicle, roughly 20,000 people, right? Last year was one vehicle servicing 30,000 people.
Now, that was the loop, right? The 2020.
Yeah.
We were just in Paso Grill.
Yeah, but my point is look at the number of people per vehicle, right? So the same vehicle is having to service 50% more people, which is why your cost, right, per ride went down. So what happens with the loop system is, you know, when you have the on-demand service and you can see, look, there's 3 rides in front of you, they're going to come and get you, right? The loop system, we've got those hotspots, and there's really only one hotspot. They're all going to the county park. So then what happens? Do we run the loop from where? Do we run the loop from Corey Avenue down to the county park? Do we run the loop from the county park to that? Now we're taking 50% of vehicles off the road. And then what happens? They can only fit 5 people in there, right? What happens on a busy night? There's only 2 of them, and it's going to be, they show up and they don't even bother stopping for you because they're already full. They got their 5 people in there and they can't go on, versus those people that would have been passed by a full freebie. If it's on demand, they can at least see, okay, great. Okay, there's 5 people in front of me. They can decide whether they want to wait or they don't want to wait. I think he is 100% correct in that if it's on demand, you're going to get a higher number of ridership. To me, the only reason that makes any difference is because the cost to us is the same. We're getting charged per the hour. And so if we're getting charged per the hour per the vehicle, then we might as well get as many people in there as possible. And if the on-demand gets us more riders for the same cost versus having a loop system, even if it's, you know, and then the other real issue that we looked at with the loop system was, you know, Gulf Boulevard is, you know, almost 5 miles from, you know, the top to the bottom, right? Paso Grill, it's 5.5 miles from the Treasure Island Bridge all the way down to
We have
First Avenue.
Sunrunner, so I wouldn't go that far.
No, but it doesn't go north of, Sunrunner doesn't go north of 75th here, right?
You can just go from the park to Paso Grill.
So, but my point is simply this, right? You have, off of that, are 93 streets. And some of them, like mine, is a mile off of Gulf Boulevard. So if I wanted to take the freebie, it's a 12-minute walk to Gulf Boulevard from my house. And in the same Vina Del Mar, that's going to be even longer walk, right? 55th Avenue. You know, most of the ones in District 1 might be a 3 to 5 minute walk, but most of the ones in District 2 and 3 could be a 20-minute walk if you're at the back end of Bella Vista trying to get to Gulf Boulevard, where the loop might pick you up, and then you don't know if the freebie is full or if it's not full, versus they can just come pick you up in front of your house at Bella Vista whenever they're, you know, ready and available. And,
But
and
Mayor,
the thing
respectfully,
is,
what I'm saying is
Sure.
a hybrid.
Sure.
I'm not saying you ride the loop. I'm saying you call, and they're going to come pick you up at your door. The loop is running just for the tourists that are on Gulf Boulevard.
But those tourists, I mean, we don't know where they're going, so now we would actually have to really make it work, we would have to keep the 4 existing vehicles, we'd have to bring in 2 additional vehicles, test different areas in peak season and off season, see which loop works, which loop doesn't work, what routes for the loop. I mean, I sit on the PSTA board. We have dozens and dozens and dozens of routes. And the amount of data that goes into determining which routes run what time and they connect where else and which ones are worth it, which is, it's absolutely monstrous. And I don't think that we want to tackle that when the easiest system is just let it go on. If we want to keep it, let it go on demand. They've got a better interface now with their app than they had 2 years ago. I'll give you credit for that. You know, it's much better. I'm not sure I'm getting picked up any faster, but at least I can see where I am, right? We've gone through these things before, and every time we looked at the loop, it's like, it works on a scale, and even in Pinellas, it doesn't work that well. You know, one of the reasons that public transportation in Florida is so tough is because nobody wants to sit at 90 degrees or 100 degrees and sit there waiting for the bus to show up. And the PSTA has an app where you can see exactly where the bus is. I mean, you can see it, and you can wait in your house and know it's a 5-minute walk, and you're going to leave 7 minutes before the bus. And it's still hard to get riders. And it's really tough with loops. And so I would just caution against it. Any further questions for the gentleman? And then I think the audience has been waiting for a very long time. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, anything else? I'll come right back up and I can answer.
Sounds good. City Clerk, do we have any audience comments?
Greg Christopher.
Great. If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Greg Christopher, and I'm lucky to live on 12th and Passigrel Way. And first, I just want to, I owe Denise an apology. My phone rang in the middle of your presentation, and my apologies. I thought it was on airplane mode. It's a new phone, and apparently it's not. So apologies there. So I use the freebie about 12 times per month. And I really depend on it I still work, my wife works. In fact, it's brought us down to a one car. You know, we lost a car, and we don't really need the other car because of the freebie. And we take the freebie to the Sunrunner and conduct business into St. Petersburg sometimes, a lot of times leisure, you know, within the city of St. Pete Beach, and also in downtown St. Pete. So we really depend on the freebie, and we really don't want to get a second car. I'd be willing to pay, you know, $3, $5 a ride. I'd be willing to pay that. I just want to make sure we're not left out in the cold in Passigrel. We need some type of transit, whether it's the freebie or something else. I'd prefer it to be the freebie. The one thing I will say is, you know, obviously it's reliable for us, my wife and I. We average between us about 12 rides per month. When I say between us, probably more than that, but it's quite a few. So it is reliable. And Commissioner Reznicki, I know you didn't have that same reliability, and I think it's just a matter of timing. Now, I will say that, you know, maybe Jason, am I allowed to ask Jason a question here?
You can ask your question, whether he'll answer or not.
With this new system,
If you wouldn't mind facing, because we got to be able to pick you up with a mic.
Jason, with the new system, I find that it's not nearly as efficient. I'm waiting longer, and other residents are as well. You know, if somebody's in Passigrel and there's a ride needed to 75th Street, it's like the freebie will just go from point A to point B without calculating, hey, somebody else along the way could use a ride. And so I'm just wondering, with the use of AI, you would think the system would be able to, you know, integrate some smarts with it instead of just point A to point B and forget about anybody else in between where you could maximize the ride. So I'm just wondering, Jason, if you might, I don't even know if it's appropriate right now, but at some point I think that needs to be addressed because there's a lot of inefficiency with the new system versus the old system, in my opinion.
I'm pretty sure they have a common
the drivers
card
were
system.
able to stack things on their own and use their own brain to do things. Now they don't have any of that. It's all predetermined, and it's not efficient, in my opinion.
Thank you,
But
sir.
that being said, please, don't forget us in Passigrel.
Thank
We
you,
need
sir.
something.
I do believe they have a feedback system on their app if you wanted to provide that feedback to them directly.
Oh, well, that's the other thing. Yeah, there's no app, and it doesn't really show you where you
Thank you, sir.
So
Thank you.
Deborah Scheckner.
Deborah Scheckner, Bocaciega Island, St. Pete Beach. You know, this was brought up primarily because our contract stated that we cannot cancel the contract or change it during the storm. Whoever wrote this contract in the past administration did a terrible, terrible job. So they can give us 120 days and say we're not going to do the freebie anymore. We do not have that opportunity to even change it during the storm. It's not in the contract. So whoever wrote that contract really did a poor job. It didn't work for us. It worked for the company. And so, you know, that's disturbing. I will say that we also have beach rides, which has been around a very, very long time. And you usually, obviously, tip the driver, but I was shocked to learn that they go all the way up to Clearwater. I had no idea they went up that far. My only experience with the freebie, I had to get to a meeting. They picked me up late. We got a few blocks. I looked at my watch and I said, would you mind taking me home? I never really tried it again, quite frankly. And so I like it for the drunk drivers. I prefer somebody leaving a bar use a freebie. But somehow this contract needs to be changed so that when we have massive devastation, we have to limit. I don't even know anybody who used the freebie right after the hurricane. And you know, right now, most neighborhoods are void of residents. It's pretty quiet out there, and it's pretty dark at times. So we need, in my opinion, the opportunity to change the contract so that it reflects a situation that's devastating that we shouldn't have to pay for it. It is a lot of money when you consider what's going on with the rest of our city in the neglect of the past administration. It's costing us a lot. So, you know, maybe there can be some, you know, type of vision where we adjust it at different times, or if you're going to go, I remember everybody was against the advertising route. I don't know how much that will actually bring in, but, you know, perhaps we can look at that. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Kurzman.
John Kurzman, the 800 Way, and also Vina Del Mar at times. Can you zoom in a lot? I'm going to probably go too fast. But, you know, we used to have, maybe we still do, free beach ride, island hopper, where people would spend their money to rent that vehicle, and then they work purely for tips to pay for that money, you know, to break even. And then we jumped in and competed with them and said, okay, that's why we're not going to have those drivers accept tips. And of course, I don't get out of the car without tipping, but we're sort of putting those guys out of business. We used to have a lot of those big vehicles that could drive people around, put those guys out of business, and now we're doing this. And then, you know, if you look at the history and the expansion, read it, you know, they've expanded, but if you look at the ridership data, they're talking about the average wait time, but really, it's not how long you wait. It's to get in the vehicle. It's also how long you wait to get out of the vehicle. What people get upset about, like I get upset about, is the opposite about the other gentleman. I don't want to stop because I got in the vehicle and then I had to stop at one hotel and actually backtrack the opposite direction I was going to go drop that person off to then go back on the direction I was going. That's the worst. You're on a local. So tracking the delivery time is really important. And then post-hurricane ridership, as other people have talked about, you know, how much did our rate go down? That's really important. And, you know, reducing costs, I think maybe we should charge, but I think the rate we should charge is, and it would solve everybody's problem, let people buy a pack of passes. So maybe it's $4 or $3 for one ride, but you could buy 10 rides for a certain price, or 20 rides for another price. And that way, by doing a quantity discount, you're helping address the needs of your workers or other people, because the people who need a lot of rides will maybe even pay the same price. Once you get 25, it's the same as 50, in the year for the same ride, and that would help. And then the other thing is, we never really answered the question: are we paying for the driver? Are we paying for the vehicle? Are you paying for when the vehicle is being charged? Why, if we're being charged in our contract for the number of hours the vehicle is operating, or are you paying for the number of hours the vehicle is in those number of hours in the contract? And we don't get a report that says the number of hours the vehicle was operating that day. We should get a report that says vehicle number 1, vehicle number 2, vehicle number 3, vehicle number 4, it was on the road from this time to that time, and provide the actual data. And we're supposed to have street legal vehicles. We should specify that they are. And it says in the contract we should have a real-time data portal. We should have that. So thank you very much. Let's go.
Thank you, sir.
Shannon Calzanetti, I'm sorry.
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Shannon Calzanetti, 2240 East Vena Del Mar. I have to let you know I've been up here before. I am a freebie driver, just to acknowledge. I wanted to say something until the previous person spoke that is a very important part of my job to me is, y'all, I'm driving on Gulf Boulevard at night, and the amount of intoxicated people on Gulf Boulevard is crazy. I feel like the freebie does save the community and safety, which I don't really think has really been addressed that much here tonight, but I do feel like that's a very important part of our job. As far as your experience, I'm sorry you did have experience. I will tell you, when we get in those cars, even now, those rides light up, and we go, 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 go. And I think it's hard to understand, but when you're driving and someone on 3rd, 4 people jump in your car on a Sunday and they want to go to Shrimpies, that's one driver that's out for about probably 14 minutes. And then another driver gets another set of people, so that's why the backup is there. And the reason I think it's taking so long is because the demand is really there, y'all, and it's still there. I can give you just a fact from Sunday I worked. I left early because I wanted to watch football on my schedule out. I worked 4 hours. I drove 128 people that day because we can see how many people we drive at the end of the day. Out of that 128, a large majority of them, as you know, a lot of resorts aren't open, were people that have either lost their cars in the flood, people that are going to the grocery store, tons of public runs, people that are going to pick up their cars from other places that are being repaired, and the workers. The workers are still here. I mean, all the restaurants in Paso Grill, we're running to them constantly. The Zamora, the Bon Air. I mean, I just think it's a very valuable service, and we are doing the best we can. And, I mean, we're going to keep hustling and keep trying. And I'd be happy if you guys have any other questions, if you want to meet or something, I'd be happy as a representative to come and kind of give you the lowdown on exactly what's going on, because I feel like on the streets we kind of know. So thank you.
Thank you.
Dave Green.
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Dave Green, 4 Alhambra, St. Pete Beach. I'm not even sure where I want to begin. My head is spinning from the numbers. As a business, we've been established here since 2009 as the original free beach ride. Zero cost to the city. Zero cost. You guys are trying. I don't know how to say it because I appreciate all of you. I really do. You respond immediately to my emails, my calls. I appreciate you trying to figure things out. I don't know why the city is in the transportation business. So there's multiple businesses, not just myself, that offer these services, and the drivers work strictly on tips. So those people are paying the drivers for the service. You're up here trying to figure out how much the guests are you going into the taxi business now? Is it still going to be called freebie? I don't have any fancy charts or anything, but we have some fun vehicles, large vehicles. We can take care of the tourists, not a problem. If you want to know where your wait times are going, and I take this more from a residential point of view. We're looking for $25 million. And I know you're trying to figure out how to make that freebie survive. We're looking for $25 million. Our streets are still flooding at high tide. Can we fix those? Because if our streets are flooding, there's no sense of having an electric car come down to pick us up. Where are our tax dollars going? I love a good margarita at VIP's in Treasure Island just as much as the next person. But if you're going to change the terms of the contract, work out of the realm of the city, take the tips, I think it should go back out to the public. I mean, we have advertising dollars in place that we could guarantee. Not a maybe, not a guess. We know what our advertising dollars are. You're taking away that from us too? You're going to compete with us for that level too? 90% of our drivers live, eat, and sleep on this beach. I'm not going to go hungry. These guys, you're taking food off their tables. And we pay a license fee to operate here. If Freebie cares, and these drivers care, and they care about their drivers, obviously, can they not come and operate in this business like everybody else? Why do we need, if they're going to charge people, why does the city also have to fund it? Just some things to think about. Thanks for your time. And thanks for helping us get back into our homes. I know you're working hard at that.
Mr. Mayor, could I ask him one question?
Certainly.
So, Mr. Green, what's the hours of operation of your service?
We used to go 8 a.m. to 3 a.m. After the storm, we're 8 a.m. to 12.
And
12 midnight.
if you were somehow incentivized or asked or whatever, would you possibly expand those hours earlier?
Of course.
If there's some reason for you to do that?
I get up at 4:30. I'm good with that. Yeah.
And how many vehicles do you have?
We were at 16 prior to the storm. We're down to 12. We lost 4.
Okay, but you operate pretty much the whole way up, all the way to Clearwater, is that right?
Cover St. Pete Beach, Treasure Island, and Madeira Beach.
Okay, so Madeira Beach is as far north as you go?
Correct. A lot of the hoteliers have guests that want to go to John's Pass. It's just.
And what about, do you go in the Bayway, like towards Maximo or any of those places or anything?
No, but we will go over the bridge to accommodate the people that are just on the other side of the bridge.
Okay, and I'm guessing, I thought I only had one question. Mr. Mayor, cut me off if you want, I apologize, but, so Freebie originally was to get the big buses off Paso Grill, create a loop service for Paso Grill. That's been talked about over and over again. I'm guessing that wouldn't work in your model to make some type of dedication to the city, to be able to provide a service from whatever the hours Freebie's working the Paso Grill loop now. Is there any way that you'd be able to potentially offer that up to the city or make a commitment to the city that you'd be willing to pick up the Paso Grill loop?
If I may, that would have to go out for a request. We couldn't just hand them a contract. So, these are the types of questions we would ask for the applicants at that time.
Okay.
So maybe we just
looking for solutions.
Not put either one of us in a position we don't want to.
We all want our toilets to work.
Let me answer it this way. We would.
That's fine, sir.
I'd be happy to.
Thank you, though. And Mr. Mayor, thank you for indulging me.
Can I
of course.
just leave you with this? Seriously, I would rather be able to flush our toilet and our home not flood right now. I think that's a priority, but I also realize you have to stop the bleeding where we're spending money that maybe we don't need to spend right now.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, guys.
Okay. So if I may make a recommendation, so we can move this along. Because we have nothing else on the agenda for tonight. So we have a contract, right? Whether we like the contract or not, I think that's not, I think we can maybe have a conversation about coming back to the table and revisiting some of the items that maybe are not as, not where we would want them. I would think there should be an opportunity that if we have a catastrophic event that, you know, we can hit the pause button. And I think that that's a significant oversight. I do appreciate the fact that, you know, they've reduced their hours, they've reduced the cost, but we still got charged for 2 weeks when they didn't operate. I understand that they had fixed cost, so do we, right? And so in the interest at the moment of having a contract that still has some time left on it, so you mentioned that to institute a fair program would take how long? 60 days. Okay, so 60 days would put us right before spring break. Wouldn't be a bad time to start a pilot program through the end of season, which is end of July, that says, look, and here's my thought process. I would, because have a program that provides it for, continues to provide it free of charge for residents. For workers and any other frequent users, they could register for a, I'm going to say a $50 annual pass, or a $50 every 6-month pass, something like that. And then for non-residents visitors, non-workers, I would charge them, for example, $3 a person, up to $10 maximum. The reason I would say cap it at $10 is, I mean, at that point we're competing with, it's not even competing. At that point you're charging the same amount as Uber, right? Or maybe we leave it at $3 and say, look, you could wait 15 minutes for freebie, or you can take your chances with Uber for the same price if you got 5 people. If you can find an Uber, well, Uber XL is going to charge you more, but whatever. But I would say at $3, now we're looking at reducing our cost by another $45,000. So that puts us at $335,000. So that reduces our actual hard cost by $200,000. And just one other point to answer a question you asked, I don't think you ever got the answer. So when we had the PSTA trolley, our annual outlay for that was $900,000, which is ridiculous, okay? And they also charged, right? So the trolley wasn't free. You still had to, was it $1 or $2, whatever they charged, right? So not only did everybody have to pay, we also had to pay twice the amount of money that we pay now, and we got a far inferior service. And while I 100% sympathize with Dave's position, and I abhor when government gets into the business of competing with private enterprise, I do recognize that the way that we operate this is more like a public transport, that it happens to be on demand. But we're also not the only instance of a public transport that operates on demand. PSTA, for example, if you ever check your Uber app, there's an option for PSTA, take the discount, right? A lot of other cities operate, for various reasons, they operate things on demand, whether it's for mobility, disability, whether it's for, for senior citizens, whether it's for low ridership routes that just operate better on demand rather than in a loop system. And so that would be my proposal. My proposal is, let's start charging as quickly as possible. Let's have a pilot program to the end of season in July, which actually brings us right to when we start doing, well, that's when we start finalizing our budget for next year as well. And then we can look at actual hard numbers in St. Pete Beach and say, look, it operated for 90 days and we offset 10% of the cost, we offset 90% of the cost, or we offset 50% of the cost, right? Now we can make a real decision on whether, again, part of it is we do have a contract with them, right? So whether, I'm not sure, I don't remember exactly what our terms are for terminating, but it's longer than 60 days.
120.
120.
Yeah, so it's longer than 60 days. So we could have the whole thing implemented in 60 days. And I would be optimistic that we can get a very large chunk of this reduced. And that to me is, providing the service that the community clearly. So again, I like, you've heard me say this often enough times, right? We are a representative government. It's our responsibility here to represent our constituents, and oftentimes what they want may not necessarily be what I want, but that's not why I got put here to impose my will, but rather to listen to what they said. And I do appreciate, whether y'all believe it or not, I do appreciate receiving 100 emails on the same issue, because that does give me a very clear pulse of where the community is on a specific issue, right? And in instances where I've received 500 emails for something and 5 against, that tells me what the community wants. And in this scenario, I've received an overwhelming number of emails from residents, from employees, that work here in support of the service versus 3 that I can think off the top of my head against it. Okay? And so to me, that tells me that that's what the community wants. Whether I appreciate the long wait times, whether I appreciate having to ask 8 times if we can have a resident, priority system, and I do understand, and you're not hearing me bring it up tonight, because I do understand the difference if we charge for it. It's going to put us in a position where we may not get the revenue that we want if we have that priority system. And so I'm willing to have a trade-off. I'm willing to lower the cost for our residents in a different way, give them priority by charging the people that cause, the additional demand more. In fact, charging them well more, because we're not charging our residents anything at all. So that would be my proposal, is let's institute a fare system as quickly as possible. Let's run the test program through the end of season and see what the numbers look like, and then we can make, a more informed decision based on actual data right at the same time that we have our budget, and we can plan better for 2026.
So, Mr. Mayor, your proposal, does that include the increased $166,000 of additional service that they had offered to go ahead and let the city out of that portion of the contract? Are you proposing that?
No, I don't think that we would need the additional increase if I had to.
So you're calling the status quo as it is today?
I would leave it as is if they're willing to forego that portion of their contract and say, look, we're not going to do the double fold increase, right? That's going to give the other businesses that would have, been impacted if the freebie did expand. That will give them opportunity to gobble up market share if they so choose to. That's going to reduce our expenses by $165,000. $166,000, right? If we institute advertising, and if we institute a fare system, right? Between those 2 or 3 items, I'd like to see what the real numbers look like for our city, right? And I do believe that it's more than 50% of riders who are non-residents. If that is the case, if we're looking at $4.50 on average per rider, and we can charge $3, right? That's going to offset the cost by about 40%.
So what would we be, so essentially we're doing a pilot while we kick the can down the road. So when would we revisit this in a serious way?
Well, we are revisiting the serious way today. I'm saying.
No, I understand that today. No, based on what you're proposing.
When does the contract expire?
Our latest one takes us out through 9/30/2026.
Okay, so we have a year and a half left on it. Year and 8 months. Okay. We can always, I would have the next serious conversation at the end of July, when they come in with data and says, okay, here's what your ridership numbers look like, right? Here's how many visitors we had versus here's how many residents we had versus here's how many workers we had that we charged. Actually, this one should go back to the city manager, because it would have to be your staff that implements the flat annual fee. Is that something that you'd be? So the reason I'm asking is because they're charging a 20% service charge, and $50, that's a $10 service charge. Can we offset that? Is it going to cost us more than $10 to process that in-house?
If I had to estimate, I'd say probably yes. Right now, I have one staff member who spends most of December full-time processing parking permits for residents. You're putting that burden on the team right now in a time when I would literally have to move her off of permits
Okay.
to do this, so you just need to know the,
No, that's why we're asking. Like, we don't want to make decisions that then it's going to be impossible to follow through on.
and I know in discussions with Freebie, we do have to give them the data.
Okay.
So they can't get the data without city staff.
Okay. Is there a way for the freebie to charge, whether it's like some kind of annual fee for frequent users, or?
You're asking for us to do that?
I'm asking if that's a possibility, if that's something that you can include into your 60-day plan.
So, not the resident verification.
No.
The frequent user verification. And
Yeah, so employees,
what
basically.
would, and I guess, from your vision, what would constitute that? What would they provide? A pay stub, or like what would they do
Nothing,
here for a
not
parking
nothing.
permit?
Anyone that wants to pay a flat annual fee,
So it can be anybody.
yes. I don't think that we need to go too deep on this one, right?
Yeah,
think
I mean,
it's just,
again, yes, it's going to take time. Obviously, I have to assign somebody to do that. Got to kind of build that little system. It wouldn't be too much of a burden. We can probably do it, but there would be a nominal cost for it.
Okay.
And I can get back with the manager and let her know exactly what that would be after I do a deep dive on it.
Okay, and then when is the fee study coming back?
The full city fee study, we're tracking to probably June, July.
Okay, so not before then. Okay, so, thank you. Okay, so if then we can delegate the annual flat fee. to the-
Mayor, before we continue, can we all have a discussion too? I'm not in.
I'm giving you my proposal.
Okay,
and
well,
then-
I'm not in
then-
agreement, so I know we're putting a lot of work right now on another staff, so.
I'm trying to ask the staff whether what I'm asking for is feasible or not.
Okay.
Right? So that's really the conversation we're having. As soon as somebody would like to make a motion to extend this meeting,
I'll make a motion to extend the meeting to midnight.
thank you.
Second.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Vice Mayor Mulholland,
Yes.
Commissioner Marriott,
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson,
Yes.
Commissioner Resnicki, Mayor Petrola.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Okay. So trying to flesh out what's possible before I make the proposal, right? Okay, so we can delegate that and a fee, and then we can, okay. So that's essentially my proposal, is that we use the advertising that's available, that we charge a user fee to any non-resident. We make an option for employees or whoever wants to pay for annual flat fee, or whether it's $50 every 6 months or $50 a year, whatever the number we want to come up with. And I think somewhere around $3 a person, $2.50 a person, something like that. That's my proposal.
Is it 20% charge for running the $3 through you?
It's not through us, it's through Stripe.
Okay, through Stripe. What is the percentage rate on that off at $3? What are we
I'm
actually
not
paying?
100% sure. I just know on a $2, it nets
It's a
about
$1.60.
$1.60.
Okay.
But if it's like if it's a $4 or $5 fare, it doesn't, it's not equal, like it's
not
less.
20%.
Correct, it's
Ah, I
less.
see.
Yeah.
Okay.
I factored it into the actual net numbers. Yep.
Mayor, can I give one proposal or an idea?
Sure.
I'm not in favor in throwing in more into this equation, right? Because 2026 is, even though it sounds far, it's not really far, right? We're in 2025 already. And there's still things, I'm still hearing people say they're not 100% satisfied. Wait times, having to take routes that take you one place and the other way. So I would want Freebie to be hearing what we're saying about where we need to improve. Keep everything the same if we were to keep it. And if we were to reduce the price or be able to recover money somehow so that the overall cost is less to the city, would be to focus on the ad portion, because the city is out of that equation, right? We're not putting the burden on city staff to run the ad business. We're putting that on Freebie. I mean, I know he mentioned it could be one of both. Either we do it or they do it, whatever it may be. If we're looking to reduce the cost, because either we're reducing to reduce the cost or eliminate it, right? 120-day notice and it's done, right? Or let's really measure the value of this as is, because if we throw in an equation of money, now when we revisit this, where are we going to get the data from? A pilot of 3 months, and then, do we extend it for another year? And then we're going to keep getting in this, why are we in the business of transportation? I 100% agree with Mr. Green. That's not what we should be doing. Whether PSTA is having a hard time or not, that's PSTA. They are in the business of transportation, whether it's run by Pinellas County or whoever it may be. I want to know why we got into this, and I heard what you said, it did cost more, but do we have to continue paying? Is that $400,000 that's allocated for this required to be used for transportation or could be used somewhere else? If it's required for transportation, then yes, keep Freebie, because we are required to have to do it, but let's reduce the cost.
So what is your proposal?
If we want to reduce costs, let them run the ad.
Okay, so
Reduce
we're
the
going to
cost
reduce it by 75 grand. What does that get us?
Maybe, we're not sure. It depends. He says it's different for a national, say, he mentioned Busch Gardens. They were willing to pay $100,000.
Yeah, but we only get a 50% split off of that, so it's only 50,000.
Was that the so 50,000?
50,000.
So that's one, but you would have multiple other, whether local or maybe a potential other. I mean, I'm not going to run the business, for him and saying it could be 90, it could be 100, it might be 10,000. We don't know. We haven't done this. We're throwing again something else into the equation.
That's why the proposal for a pilot program, let's run it for 90, but it ends up being 120 days during season, the busiest time of the year when we have the most tourists here. It's going to give us some excellent data. So I'd like to hear a counter proposal. Your proposal right now, as I hear it, is try to get the dollars for the advertising and don't charge anyone anything?
Right, because how are you going to prove they're not a resident? I mean, how are they going to know that they're a worker? I mean, if they're not running it through the city, how we've discussed this before, I mean, are they looking at their driver's license? Like, how are you going to know who to charge?
We're talking about fixing a problem as simple as identifying where somebody lives and where they're a resident. That shouldn't be that complicated of an issue. I'm not saying it isn't going to take time, it isn't going to take some resources, but it's not the insurmountable thing that everybody seems to make it out. I got my parking pass renewed this past week. I uploaded a picture of my driver's license to the website, or you can upload a utility bill or whatever it is to prove that you're a resident. It could be that simple. Hey, you want to be part of the Freebie database? And we push that data once a month out. It just literally goes into it. I could code it in a Google Doc, and I don't know anything about coding, in about 3 minutes, where I just have everybody filled out, and it goes into a Google spreadsheet, and then Once a month, somebody verifies it against the tax rolls or against the uploaded picture of the driver's license. And then that gets sent to Freebie once a month, and then for the residents, you just know, hey, this only gets updated on the 1st. So if you sign up on the 15th, it's going to be 2 weeks of not being in a database. Sorry, right? And that way we're using 1 or 2 hours of staff time a month rather than some kind of complicated system. I mean, we already have a system in place for this, right? Whoever's cell phone that is. Okay. I'm looking for solutions, right? You don't like my proposal, make a counter proposal. If your proposal is to fire them, make that proposal. If your proposal is to, only get advertising dollars, then we're leaving 200 grand on the table. Why would we do that?
I think we need to step up and get everything we can, reduce the cost, do it as a pilot program, but I'd up the rate from $3 to $3.50, at least get some of that service charge back. Because the amount of ridership, the 117 you're basing figures on, it's not going to be that this year.
I think you got to strike the balance between, are you going to get people or are you just going to basically get nobody?
Mm-hmm.
And I think, again, I don't think government should be in the business of competing with private business, but you do have to make the consideration since it's already here. You end up, okay, do you take Uber or do you take this? At some point, it just becomes more reliable to take Uber, right, for the $8 to go from Paso Grill to Publix, If it's one person, it makes sense to take the freebie, and if it's two people, you're thinking,
Then it starts
I'd like
getting
the AC.
Yeah.
So,
Well, my proposal would be that we reinstitute, assuming they agree to it, the loop service in Paso Grill, and we terminate the rest of the agreement. If you're asking for proposals, that's my proposal. I realize that I'm probably the Lone Ranger on that here, but that's what it started out to be, and then it took on a life of its own, like many government programs do, and based on the circumstances. I mean, we can't leave Paso Grill with no service, and I don't think anybody would want PSTA back in there.
what about District 1? Where do we leave District 1?
District 1 didn't have freebie to begin with, right?
Yeah, but we're going to leave them without any service.
They don't have any Sunrunner at all?
They have the trolley.
Runs hourly.
Well, I'm just...
No, I'm
my-
saying, if are we
You
going to
wanted-
single
you
out?
wanted
No, I'm
people
just,
to
that's fine, I'm
offer
saying,
their suggestions.
are we going to
That's my
single out
suggestion.
Paso Grill as special? They get a
No,
loop,
Paso
and
Grill's
then-
not special, it's just that there's no bus service down there. Now, if anybody here thinks that it's a good idea to send the buses back through Paso Grill, with all the smell and noise and all that, I've had one person that's ever said to me that they thought that was good down there.
Yeah.
And
also
no,
gonna-
Paso Grill isn't special, but it does generate 74% of the parking revenue for the city. So, and I think part of that's the ambiance, and people like to go down there. It's not because I live down there that I'm saying that. The bottom line is, when this started, it started in Paso Grill for an intended purpose to get those buses off Paso Grill Way and Gulf Way, and to create a means for people from there to get uptown, and people from uptown to get down there. I realize I'm likely in the minority, but you wanted to know what a recommendation from all of us. That's my recommendation.
Okay, and I appreciate that, and I'm simply trying to talk to your recommendation the same way. So, because the trolley is gone, District 3 also no longer has bus service, right? So the Sunrunner stops at the county park by Publix. So from there to the Don Cesar,
To the Don Cesar, by the way.
which bus?
There's a county bus that stops in front of the Don
That's
Cesar,
only-
wraps around through Casablanca and goes over the Bayway.
That's twice in the morning, twice in the afternoon for the employees.
Yeah.
That doesn't run all day long.
No.
So for our residents, if somebody wanted to go to Publix at 2 o'clock in the afternoon from, Vina Del Mar, they couldn't, or from your neighborhood, and Don Cesar, they couldn't, because there is no bus service there, because we got rid of that bus service when we took on the freebie and the Sunrunner.
Well, there
And
still
so
is
by
Uber. There still is Uber.
Sure. Again, I'm simply saying, why should we leave the freebie in Paso Grill, not in District 3, not in District 1? So then the only ones that get bus service are the two of us in District 2, right? And everybody, well, and you in District 4. So
Well, I've never ridden on freebies, so, I can't really speak to that. I just know what I hear from the people down there.
I think there's a greater principle at work here, right? And while I appreciate you bringing up the conversation because of fiscal responsibility, and while I sympathize with your not most pleasant experience with freebie, which I've shared on more than one occasion, probably at least a dozen occasions, and so I do agree with you as well, I do bring it back to, at the end of the day, our residents are telling us what they would like to see from this government. If we have any one responsibility as representatives, it is to represent. And so while, to me, take it or leave it, I can pay for Uber. It's not a problem. But if my residents are telling us, hey, keep it and figure out a way to cut the cost, then that's my responsibility, is to listen to my residents, to listen to my constituents. Because at the end of the day, it's not about what I want here, what I like, but what does the community tell us that they want? That should be the overriding principle. I'm not just bloviating here, I really do believe that. And so for this instance, while I have the same reservations that you do with the freebie, to me, if the community wants it and they want to put up with that, if they want to put up with the long wait times, okay, let them. Let them flood his inbox with complaints about the wait time. That's fine. But at the end of the day, I think we have an opportunity here to give the residents what they want and then put some of the cost on the people that cause the additional demand. And then let them choose if they want to pay for it or not. And if they choose not to pay for it,
We know.
then we get priority for our residents.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I will absolutely say, if we're going to keep freebie, I am all for, the funding alternatives. But once again, you wanted to know what our preference was. I told you what my preference was.
I appreciate that. Yeah.
And we have to remember, there's a lot of people out there who do want to eliminate it. So there is both, and again, some of the emails we got were not residents. Okay, we don't have verification they actually live here. I had 3 that were from Dunedin Beach, because I
Right.
looked into it. So, but we have had residents say the same. We shouldn't be spending this money now in this time.
I got those same 3 emails, and I don't discount them at all, but I have 100 emails in favor. And to me, again, at the end of the day, when possible, whenever possible, and I've made plenty of decisions here that were not what I would have chosen, but we had a CUP just a year and a half ago with a very unpopular establishment where I told them I wouldn't have given them the CUP, but the residents all showed up and said, you know what, give it to them. I said, okay. And they've been dealing with that for a year and a half, but that's what they asked for, and it's my responsibility to represent the best as I can. So y'all make your decisions, and if you think that your decision best represents your constituents, then by all means, I'm not going to challenge that. I'm not going to challenge your personal beliefs if you think that's how you serve the community best.
I would agree that the response was more on the freebie side. But I do agree, we need to definitely take care of our maintenance. So to me, not the happiest solution, there's no happy right now. But the solution to me would be to go ahead and be able to enact a charge, a fee, do a fee, let's agree on a fee, get the advertising, do it as a pilot program, see it out. We still have a 6-month cancellation. I mean, it's a 120-day cancellation. So that's still, if we don't like what we see, we have that opportunity to do that. I'm still not happy about the contract, how it went from 1 year to 2 years. and how that changed, because that was not the initial contract at all. And I still want to see a schedule to know what the hours are. I don't like seeing the billing hours not broken down by car by day. It's very hard to, from accounting standpoint, to see what we're getting, what we're getting charged. I mean, it's just a lump sum number. So I have.
So if I may, this one I'm going to put back on you.
Okay.
Because at the last commission meeting, and so I'm going to just repeat what I said at the last commission meeting. If you have questions for the freebie, email them to the city clerk or to the city manager so that we can present those questions to the freebie. I'm going to ask them to come back in 60 days or sooner. Schedule that however you all want. Send them the questions so that if you want specific data and reporting so that they can have that.
I did ask for that. I did ask for a
And we
data
didn't
schedule.
get that data?
No, and the CNF report here is, I'll get that to you tomorrow.
Okay.
And it's not here.
Okay, so I will make a motion that we institute a fare program for the freebie in the amount of $3 per person, with exemptions for residents, and with the option of a $50 flat rate per year for frequent users, to be effective within 60 days.
And Mayor, that's being run by Freebie?
Yes, we will provide the data on the residents. Anybody that's not a resident can pay $50 to be on the annual plan. Everybody else pays $3 per person. And as part of that, I'll amend the motion to also include, to allow the freebie to start soliciting advertisements, advertising customers for the freebies.
Any reevaluation period included in that motion, Mr. Mayor?
I say the commission the commission, we can reval at any point,
No,
right? But I would say,
fully understand that.
I would ask the city manager to just put it on our schedule for end of July review, to have a conversation with freebie and bring us the data for our last meeting in July or first meeting in August. Whichever one falls closest to the budget meeting, so that we can use that data for the budget.
If we don't like what we see, we can do the termination. We can turn around and do another request for bid. See if Mr. Green's willing to put something out there as well.
I think for now, that's probably as good as we're going to get. I'm not a big fan of government being in the private enterprise world at all, but currently we are, and we have residents who have come to count on the service. And like anything that you give away for free, of course, there's big demand for it. People would want as much of it as we want to give them, because that's what happens when things are free. But I think if we keep the status quo of the service, try to minimize our costs by charging. If it were up to me, I would just charge everybody $2 a ride and eliminate any burden on city staff at all of having to manage this at this time. But if we have to do it that way, that's how we can do it. And then I think we need to be very strongly considering putting it back out to bid at the time that the contract expires for a variety of options, including probably going back to just some kind of van or trolley service that goes from the county park to Bassett Grill, which was the initial intent before things got a little wonky.
I'd still wish that we would put a hard reevaluation date on the motion. But
You can always amend the motion. So far, it has not received a second, so there's nothing to amend.
no, I understand that, but I didn't write down everything you said, so.
I heard the
can I ask-
motion that the request was to bring it back the end of the last meeting in July or the first meeting in August.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Whichever is closest to the budget meeting.
Sure.
I'm just saying, I'm saying administratively, right? This does not have to be the motion, just so that it coincides with that, so that it's not, I'd hate to have it like 2 weeks after the budget meeting.
Mrs. Roboselli, can you say, or would you know, and you might not have the exact answer, but how how many hours would this take for our staff to have to be providing the data, which could change, right? We've got homes being sold, homes being, residents changing. It's fluid. It's not always the same. It could change day to day. What type of burden is this on staff?
So when we talked to Freebie about it, our proposal was that they get basically it's gonna have to be resident initiated to get on the list. We're not gonna beg people to come in and promote it. And so the first time they'll find out is when they get charged. It'll be on our website with instructions, but it's gonna be in our parking permit process. So they'll be together. That gets downloaded, it gets sent to Freebie. We talked about once a month. That's it. That's the only time so there is gonna be a lag time for residents if, maybe they came on the 1st, but we don't distribute the data till the 30th.
They pay the
So
deadline.
the reality is, we're adding 11 months of data transfer. I don't know how many hours that is, but we're gonna send you data and then you have to deal with it on your end. And then we're gonna have to deal with the complaints, arguably, because people are gonna be upset that, why am I getting charged for Freebie? And then we're gonna have to explain it to them until they get used to the new system.
I would say you make this meeting mandatory watching before they get to complain.
Doesn't always work that way.
But that was the original plan,
Yeah.
to make it as easy as possible.
Yeah. So
For,
since there's been some of that discussion, and I guess this is a question for City Attorney, this is a change in the contract, though, because we're adding something different, because we're talking about data, okay? The exchange of personal information to another company. Does that need to be confidentiality? Does it need to be a
We can look into that as we do the negotiation with them. I'm thinking there might be something as simple as checking the driver's license when you're on the ride. I don't know why that would or wouldn't work. It might not capture everybody. I know when you do the free ride software, you have to fill in your zip code. And so, I put my home zip code in. I didn't put my work zip code in. But they could check and verify that, and then there's a button on the free ride app where you pay.
Well, I'm
And then
talking
that
about the
checks your
exchange
credit
of
card
data
to
from
make
the
sure it
city
matches
to
your zip
Freebie, not the use of our app. When I,
It's the app that Freebie does. I'm saying maybe we can get it so that the city's out of it completely.
oh, got it.
The free ride just checks your license. If you don't have a zip code from here, then you get charged.
As another
May not
option.
pick up snowbirds, things like that.
I'm not sure what the parking permit process is. Do they come in and they have to fill out something and hand it
They
in to
have to
somebody?
show their identification.
We can build literally a simple one-page portal when they're doing that, where the person just puts in their first name, last name, email, and it goes right into our system right there live. It could be as simple and easy as that. So we're not taking your information, and that's just coming straight into our system. And
That way it's initiated by the resident. It's not the city providing.
correct, at least the city's confirming that this is an actual resident, and just like they're getting their parking pass, boom, they have this little portal, first name, last name, email, and it sends off to us. That's it. And it goes right into our system.
Register. They register with.
Yeah, it's essentially registering in a way.
I just don't want it to be extra work on city staff. I mean, it's a bad time. It's just
Well, it
a
is-
bad time.
It's going to be extra.
It's going to
I
be.
just can't
It's going
tell
to
you
be.
how many hours
Right,
right
right. I mean, Commissioner Marriott's right, with better, less work is just doing a flat rate for everybody, unfortunately. And then it really, freebie's not free for anybody.
There's freebies on the app. That's why we're freebie. It's not because of the free ride. There's free discounts, local businesses get free advertising.
Just saying.
Yeah. But, yes. But that would probably be the easiest way for you guys.
I mean, yeah, a flat rate for everyone would be zero work for staff. It would be all on Freebie because they would just program
Yeah,
their
the-
fare.
yeah.
And that's how the app would run.
Yeah, the bad thing is then you've got residents paying twice, the ones that use it.
Yes.
So that doesn't help either.
Okay. So going once, going twice. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Is there an amended
I thought
motion?
the city manager,
Can I reread the motion?
Please.
So, free of charge for residents. You can I didn't hear this taken off the table. You can register for an annual pass for $50. Anyone can. If you're not in either of those categories, you would be charged $3 per person with a max $10 per ride.
No, there's no max.
No max anymore? Okay.
It was not in the motion, no.
Advertising.
I can read how I typed it, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Mayor Petrilla moved to start a fare program to charge $3 per person with exemptions for no charge of residents and an option for a $50 flat rate per year for registered frequent users to be effective in 60 days, to be run by Freebie, and to allow Freebie to solicit for advertisement customers.
One question. So the only challenge of charging for $50 for a year is if you do this for 90 days and then you want to roll that back, that's going to cause a lot of issues with all those people that paid $50.
Okay.
So maybe you do that after the 90 days. You collect this data during the 90 days,
And
and
then
then
everybody pays $3 that's not a resident.
correct.
Okay. And that should not, for most people, that shouldn't add up to more than $50.
Right.
Okay.
And we are taking off the table of the extra 4 vehicles during the,
Yeah,
That needs to
that
come
was
off the
not part of the motion, but that was part of their proposal, is to not,
and that is still on the table.
Yep.
Okay. Just want to make sure.
all right. City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Marriott?
No.
Commissioner Robinson?
Yes.
Commissioner Woznicki?
No.
Vice Mayor Maholland?
no.
Mayor Petrilla?
Yes.
Motion fails 2-3.
Okay, contract remains as is. Seems to be a better outcome. Okay. Next item, I have a proposal for the applicant, city attorney, if I may. Applicant, with your indulgence, I apologize, it's been an extremely long evening already. And as you already heard from the commission, we are committed to be here as long as necessary. So we're happy to hear you. And I would extend to you an invitation for us to reschedule to a date certain that is not a regularly scheduled commission meeting, the next one being the 28th. City Clerk, what is our minimum requirement for noticing, please?
I need to notice, well, you wouldn't need to renotice it in the newspaper because you can make a motion to designate date, time, certain, specific.
Okay.
But we would need to notice it at a minimum of 72 hours publicly as in an agenda posted and that type of noticing.
Okay, option 2, which if you're open to that conversation, we can have a conversation with the commission, see what the next available date for everyone is. So where the only item on the agenda is your item. Option 2 is we can start this right now. We can go to a certain amount of time, and then if we run out of time and we run out of energy, we still reschedule. And we would not have to notice it in that case. Correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. So I'm just trying to give you options. I appreciate your patience, and I also want to make sure that you get a fully attentive, fresh commission.
We appreciate that, Mayor. I think in light of the delays that already had occurred because of the hurricane in the fall, we would like to go ahead and get moving tonight. I know you all had a preview of this a few weeks ago, so hopefully, since this is the second time you've seen this application and the second time you've seen the conditional use on this property, hopefully we can be efficient in our time tonight and keep moving forward. So,
okay.
Thank you.
Sure. I'm going to ask for a recess of 8 minutes to 10:35 sharp. Next item is action item 6C, public hearing of resolution 2024-08. City Clerk.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I will read both Resolution 2024-08 and Ordinance 2024-07, as it will be one item as a whole. Regardless, I would need two motions, one specifically in regard to the resolution and one specifically in regard to the ordinance. After I read both the title blocks into the record, you can go down the line. Mayor can direct that on ex parte communications to be identified into the record regarding this project. And then after that, I will stand and swear in all of those who are planning to address all of you this evening. Resolution 2024-08, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of St. Pete Beach, Florida, approving a conditional use permit pursuant to sections 39.6P, 46.2C, 46.4C, and 46.6B of the Land Development Code to allow the construction of a 30-unit hotel tower that will increase site unit count to 50 total temporary lodging units, or 64.2 units per buildable acre, and extend to 76 feet above base flood elevation with non-habitable overrun not to exceed 86 feet above base flood elevation, as well as include an 8th floor restaurant with outdoor seating area on parcel number 073216 07380-000-0120 with the address of 4200 Gulf Boulevard, incorporating the conditions outlined herein and providing for correction of scrivener's error and an effective date. Ordinance 2024-07, an ordinance of the City of St. Pete Beach, Florida, providing for the allocation of 12 units of temporary lodging density under the provisions of the Boutique Hotel/Condo District Temporary Lodging Unit Density Pool, as established in the City of St. Pete Beach Comprehensive Plan, to property located at 4200 Gulf Boulevard, Perrin Miramar Resort, and reverting the 15 temporary lodging units allocated under Ordinance 2021-04 back to the named density pool, providing for codification, conflicts, severability, correction of scrivener's error, construction, publication, and an effective date.
Thank you, City Clerk. Mr. City Attorney.
At this time, I believe we would do the ex parte disclosures. If you've spoken to the applicant or any other persons regarding this quasi-judicial application, in particular the CUP, we'd want you to disclose who you spoke with and what you spoke about. And if you have nothing to disclose, if you would state they have nothing to disclose. Sometimes people say they're familiar with the site but have nothing to disclose. So if we could begin with the clerk calling each council person, and if you could respond.
That's one way. Commissioner Marriott?
I attended the public meeting last spring and am familiar with the site, but have had no conversations with the applicant.
Commissioner Robinson?
I as well attended the meeting last year on site. I am familiar with the site as well, but no communications.
Commissioner Rosnicki?
I also went to the community meeting, visited the site, and outside of meetings heard, I think there was planning board, and nothing else.
Vice Mayor Mulholland?
I've spoken to a couple residents. I attended the planning board meeting a month or two ago on this, and I've spoken to staff.
Mayor Petrella?
I watched the planning board meetings. I reviewed the application for today and the supporting documents. I received a few emails from residents and other parties related to the project. Reviewed the land development code, comprehensive plan, and the city charter in preparation for this meeting.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone who is going to be speaking to the City Commission tonight on this topic, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the information or factual representation that you're about to give or present to the City Commission tonight is truthful? Yes. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Good evening, Denise Sanderson, Community Development Director. So just to kick us off tonight, just introduce this item. This is a public hearing of the Resolution 2024-08 for a conditional use permit 24038. It's for the approval to construct a 76-foot tall, 8-story hotel tower that will increase site density to 64.2 units per acre and contain an 8th floor outdoor restaurant at 4200 Gulf Boulevard, known as the Miramar Beach Resort. Tonight, the applicant will kick off the discussion of this item, and representatives include Kevin Bowden of Miramar Resort St. Pete, Katie Cole, representing the law firm of Hill Ward Henderson, Jack Bodziak of Bodziak Hayes Architects, and Sean Cashin of the engineering firm Gulf Coast Consulting.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Katie Cole with the law firm of Hill Ward Henderson, representing the applicant, Mr. Bowden, and his entity that's the property owner. We will go quickly through, but just from a housekeeping standpoint, we do have two experts, as Ms. Sanderson said, Jack Bodziak, the architect of record, and Sean Cashin, a PE with Gulf Coast Engineering, who prepared the site plan and can testify to the same. We'd ask for them to be accepted as expert witnesses for the purpose of this hearing tonight. I don't know if you all require a formal motion or you would like them to
maybe they
state
can
their
explain their qualifications under oath when they come up.
Certainly.
Their degrees, their experience, and their education.
Absolutely. Thank you. Secondly, as the mayor already spoke, we would confirm that the application, all of the supporting documents, the staff report are all included in the record for this evening's purposes. There are two requests tonight: the grant of the density units to the project that this commission heard last month at its meeting, as well as the approval of the conditional use permit. At the December meeting, when the first reading of the grant of units was heard, I appreciate your frustration with the process that you did not at the time consider the entirety of the project. So we hope that we can address that tonight. The conditional use approval is necessary because of the density of 64 units per acre located in the Boutique Hotel District and because of the outdoor rooftop restaurant, which is part of the request. The density in the CUP approval is contingent upon the grant of the 12 units from the density pool. As a reminder, this project received 15 units from the density pool previously in 2021 at that approval. The approval of this project will return 3 of those units to the pool after there is a non-appealable order. With that, I'd like to start. And we will be efficient. We appreciate the time and your attention and the fact that you all have had a very intense meeting tonight. So this is 4200 Gulf Boulevard, the existing Miramar Beach Resort, which is one of the traditional, one side is 2 stories, one side 1 story kind of motels on St. Pete Beach. Here's an aerial of the existing hotel and the proposed hotel, which seeks to retain the low-scale front of the hotel and build the tower to the center in the back of the hotel. Mr. Bodziak is going to review the specifics with respect to the conditional use permit, but specifically the applicant seeking 12 units from the density pool and conditional use approval to construct a hotel on the subject site with a total of 50 rooms. The existing hotel is 30 rooms, so this contemplates the demolition of 10 rooms, retaining 20 rooms, and then the addition of the tower. In 2021, it's important to note that the owner did obtain approval for the redevelopment of the entirety of the site, a conditional use permit. That permit is still active, and in fact, the applicant has submitted building permits that are tolling and are waiting, even paid for and waiting to be collected. This proposed design has fewer units in the approved project and fits with the historic character of St. Pete Beach. I know almost all of you attended the neighborhood meeting. I think you heard that from the neighbors as well, that they appreciated the reduction of the scale. So again, it's to renovate the 20 existing rooms, demolish 10 existing rooms, and add the 30 new rooms in the tower. The Boutique Hotel District does have a 50 unit per acre base and allows for the bonus allocation pursuant to the comprehensive plan. This total density is 50 units total, which is the 64 units that staff talked about. Otherwise, there would only be 38 units permitted. With that, I'd ask Mr. Bodziak to come forward, speak to his qualifications and the compliance with the code. I'm going to start by recapping how long you've been an architect.
Yes.
And how many projects in St. Pete Beach and practices.
I hate to admit it, but I've been an architect and been in practice since 1968. Actually, I'm licensed in 6 states. I've been active in development as well as architecture, and been extensively working up and down all the beach communities. To give you...
Mr. Brooks, do we need to have him formally accepted as an expert, or is that sufficient for the record?
I believe it's sufficient. I don't know if this city has any particular past history of accepting experts, but that can be reviewed if it needs to be at the courts.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have been an expert witness in a number of cases. I'm graduating the University of Florida, and as I say, I've been practicing on this beach community for quite some time. Basically, I'm going to make this as briefly as possible. This basically is a major downsizing of an approved project that stands in place with a permit that is just been sitting. And is provided for in the application and the narrative, and as I will further discuss, the project under consideration tonight meets the required criteria for approval of the conditional use and grant of the density, which is actually reduced density from the prior approved density that's in place. Both the conditional use and the granting of the density are this request before you. As I stated, this is a major downsizing, as you're aware, and I won't go through the pictures showing you, but this resulted from the owner, Mr. Bowden, deciding that after a lot of discussion with people throughout the community, that he felt that perhaps redesigning this to create an element that was more fitting with preservation of some of the existing units and the character of some of the hotels up and down the beach, and reducing dramatically the size and the impact of the building. The building that was approved and the permit is sitting in place on is actually, let me just see, 47,000 square feet to give you an idea. The proposed building, including retaining the existing units, is 22,000 feet total. Excuse me, I'm a little bit... and we actually are reducing the density from 54 units to 50 from the approved project to this. The preservation of the existing units and the character was well received at the community meeting, if you all will recall that, and we feel that this is a real dramatic step in the direction that a lot of people like to see the beach go in a certain amount of preservation. We also eliminated in the process, if you've seen the renderings, which are posted right there, of the previous project, we eliminated about a 10,000 square foot outdoor deck that was a covered parking area, and we eliminated about 8,000 square feet of restaurant and outdoor space on the top of the building. So this is really a dramatic attempt at trying to come back to something that does a certain amount of preservation and achieves a financial goal of being able to create an updated resort that works a little better within the boundaries that the community seems to be accepting at this time. This change did increase the new building setback from 50 feet from Gulf Boulevard to almost 200 feet. So it's a significant also impact on setting the building back from the road so it doesn't encroach and sit 50 feet off the road. The beach access has previously been discussed, and that I believe is part of the submittal. The project is, to me, a significant step in a direction that I think is more accommodating to what the city would like to see in place, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have. Is it no longer the freebie, by the way? Is it kind of freebie?
We're going to let Sean speak, and then we can
Oh,
collectively
gosh, yeah,
answer.
there you go.
We know that there have been questions specifically about capacity and concurrency issues with respect to the comprehensive plan, and so Mr. Cashin has been working with staff and obviously ensuring what we can do. So I would like him to also introduce himself, enter his credentials in the record, and speak to that specifically, as well as any other site plan considerations.
Good evening, Sean Cashin, Gulf Coast Consulting. I'm the engineer of record working on this project. I've been working as an engineer for almost 40 years, and I've been licensed as a professional engineer in the state of Florida since February of 1990. Regarding the sewer capacity issue, I did have a conversation with Camden Mills earlier today, and he told me that there is sufficient capacity in the system that currently serves this site for the additional 20 units above the existing 30 units. And there is also capacity for other CRD sites. But anyways, there is sewer capacity to serve this redevelopment. And I'm here to answer any questions as well. Thank you.
A couple of things that are unique to this site that Mr. Cashin and Mr. Bodziak can speak to and answer your questions is the parking lot. As you can see, it has a stacking parking design. It is proposed to be a valet parking lot and valet only, which is your code allows for the stacking with respect to that. The landscape plan exceeds the minimum standards, including the landscaping for the public access on the south side. This does relocate the public access and combine it with the public access on the south. You can see that in the recommended conditions of approval that are part of this ordinance resolution discusses the public access as well as the beach access through the dunes. The applicant has no changes to the proposed conditions of approval and accepts each of them as they are. I wanted to show you, there was a significant discussion. This is a lot size comparison. The building mass or footprint of the previously approved building versus what's proposed today. You can see the significant reduction there that Mr. Bodziak spoke to. Obviously, there are a number of comprehensive plan considerations that are included in your comp plan and that are discussed as part of the CRD and the Boutique Hotel District. The increased setbacks for building heights, the increased landscaping, pedestrian access, each of those are all respected in this proposed 2024 conditional use permit. It was important to us to show some photos after this site has significant dune presence anyway. After the storm, it has a greater dune presence. So we've been working with engineering staff, talking with the engineering staff about what that beach access might look like. You'll see that the condition of approval does discuss DEP approval because honestly, this is the dune that, based upon the access, would need to be crossed to get to the mean high water line. And so we anticipate that that will be a significant permitting request through DEP that the applicant's committed to going through, but also just wanted to highlight the potential difficulty with the existence of the dunes. With that, the team is happy to answer any questions. I know there was a question before about financing and the ability to perform. Mr. Bowden, one of the reasons why we appreciate you moving forward tonight and not continuing this is he does have financing in place, was prepared to start construction or move forward with revised permits so he could start construction first quarter of this year. As you all are aware, this went to the planning board originally in September. There was a noticing issue with the newspaper advertisement, and so it was delayed. needed to be reheard by the Planning Commission in October. Because of the storms, it was then delayed until November. So we're about 3 months behind from an ownership standpoint and from a construction documents and permitting. So you have a very motivated builder and owner who's ready to move forward on the redevelopment of this product and introducing a new product into this area of St. Pete Beach. So with that, we're happy to answer any questions. If I can just make sure I've and would respectfully request your approval of the both the conditional use permit and the grant to the density units. So,
Commissioners, questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Please.
So, ma'am, you alluded to the funding. Is the funding bank funding, private equity, or self-funded?
Introduce myself,
please.
Hi, everybody. My name is Kevin Bowden. Funding is with Mid-Florida Credit Union. We have a commitment letter. They've been wanting to close the loan, but we got pushed a couple times. Very excited to be here, very excited to get this hotel built. As you know, the beaches can really use something good to happen. And I think with the neighborhood meetings we've had, with the feedback we've had, I think people will love it. Just for your information, I recently bought the Beach Haven as well, which is just up the beach a little bit. I live right over the bridge in Bayway 2, so I'm like here every day moving TVs and shoveling sand. So really happy to be here, really happy to get this moving, and appreciate you staying a little bit late for us. Thank you.
So, ma'am, I don't know, the owner may need to answer this one as well. Are there any call provisions during construction from the credit union? Do they have any conditions for calling the loan mid-construction?
No, I've done business with Mid-Florida for years. You know, I used to own the Holiday Inn West over on US 19. I sold that, but they were my bank there. I own the Cambria up in Madeira Beach. Financially, we're pretty strong.
No, I'm not questioning necessarily your finances, but generally most banks or credit unions or whatever on a project, they would potentially have some type of call provision if you were not to perform certain things during the process of the build.
No, it's a pretty firm commitment letter. It's a 10-year term, interest only coming through. I've worked with their construction department before. I know Pam well. It'll be smooth. Yeah.
Okay. If I may,
yep.
Mr. Vice Mayor, are you trying to seek about whether it would actually be completed upon commencement of construction? Is that?
I want to make sure there's no financing conditions that could prevent it from being.
I think there are probably a number, not having read the commitment letter, but in general practice, both the contractor and the bank is going to require a performance bond.
There'll be a performance
yes.
bond. Yes.
If that's where we're going.
Yeah, the contractor will be required to.
So, obviously everybody in this room is aware that whether we have stated sewer capacity or not, we have a huge infrastructure issue in this city. Are you willing to make any type of beyond the standard tap fees, et cetera? Are you willing to make any type of commitment to assisting the city towards sewer improvements as part of the...
Well, if this helps, I mean, we had paid a $127,000 review fee on the first permits that we went to pull. Now we have to pay that fee again because it's a different project, Brandon tells me. I think we currently are approved, and I could finish pulling my permit for 54 units at this point.
No, I'm not denying that.
We waited years until the sewer moratorium was lifted. I've owned the property about 8 years, waited years to get a chance to build it. And now we're doing something a little bit smaller. So I think it would be aggressive for the city to ask me to do more than we've already done.
Unfortunately, we're in the position we need to be aggressive with a lot of things when
I'm
it
hearing
comes
that,
to the
yes.
infrastructure.
Yeah.
I'm sure you understand that being a businessman.
Absolutely.
Okay. So I take that as you have no interest in any special contribution.
That's yes, that's true.
Okay. Thank you. I'll consider that. Thank you. Part of the package, the city indicated they had requested 15-foot easement from the mean high water line. However, it appeared as if you folks had agreed to a 10. That was, as I read it, it wasn't certain whether you agreed to the 15. My sense was you agreed to a 10.
Not knowing specifically what, are you asking for the easement from Gulf Boulevard to the mean high water line? Or are you asking for an easement, which easement are you talking
It's
about?
under the public benefit analysis. Public benefit amenity analysis. Beach easement parallel to and along mean high water line.
This is the staff report. It doesn't have page numbers on it, but
Right. It's my page number 264, but I don't think that would be anybody else. But it says, applicant has agreed to 10 plus, staff requested 15.
I've deferred to Mr. Berry, but in conjunction with the prior approval and the pending building permit, the applicant has already granted the easement and provided that to the city.
10 or 15?
So I believe we received a draft easement along the mean high water line. I don't know that it's been executed. However, that was part of the preceding project. This is a 15-foot easement along the mean high water line, the landward side of the mean high water line, that the applicant would provide. That's part of the resolution. We have discussed that with them. That's separate from the easement that would go from Gulf Boulevard to the mean high water line, which would be a 4-foot easement that expands the beach walk.
So where will we want to be on that?
I'm sorry? What?
So we have the 15 feet.
The 15 feet would be a condition of approval. That's one of the resolution conditions, yes.
Okay. So, Mr. Berry, since you're up here, on the shared impact fees with the county for transportation and the sewer meter, you know the split on that?
Well, the meter is ours. I believe transportation is 50/50. The county is currently undertaking an update to its fee ordinance. It's been several years since they've updated those numbers. It would really come down, I understand the applicant, if they were approved, would be fairly aggressive in permitting this. So I don't know that these numbers would change between now and permitting.
No,
but I would expect it to be about half of that, so about $42,000 or so.
Okay.
To the city.
So for the applicant, under transportation analysis, and it also talks about the Land Development Code, Section 4.4, Goal 1, Objective 1.1. It talks about that the applicant is required to produce a transportation management plan that offsets the expected impact of their project on the local road network. These strategies required under the city's comprehensive plan and are over and above minimum requirements of the 10-foot sidewalk and can include improvements to include pedestrian circulation, financial contributions to the it's getting late, city multimodal system, private multimodal improvements, and similar. as of the date of this drafting of this report, the plan has not yet been produced. And I would just comment that I got the sense during the planning board meeting that there wasn't a real strong commitment on the applicant about satisfying that requirement.
Vice Mayor, I'm wondering if you're looking at a prior analysis. I'm looking at the staff report for tonight's meeting, and it specifically acknowledges that the applicant did submit a transportation management plan, and that it was included as part of the application. It's on page 272 of 364 of your agenda package. I just want to be sure. That's why I apologize because I was a little confused about the 15-foot easement question as well, because there's a specific condition of approval for the conditional use that requires a minimum width of 15 feet. So perhaps the
what was the page you just referenced that
I'm looking at page 272 of 364 of your agenda
Okay,
packet.
I have it. Yes, yes.
The staff report dated, well, last week, whenever it was issued.
That's the same
Dated
report
today.
that I've been reading off of, so.
So it says policy 11, transportation management plan shall be required on all development. And the staff comment is that the applicant's engineer has supplied a TMP which references strategies such as on-site amenities and facilities, reducing the need for off-site travel, the required 10-foot wide sidewalk and expanded beach walk, which is recommended but ultimately not required. A copy of the TMP is included with the application and part of the record.
Oh, well, that's not exactly what I have, but, so once again, we're good on this, Mr. Berry.
I think that was just my error. I updated one line in the staff report, not the other. They did provide a TMP. It was included as part of the packet. So that first sentence that you referenced in the policy, that was just not updated correctly. Sorry about that.
Okay, so I guess before I ask my next questions, I ought to maybe see which page that I was wondering about.
We're happy to
So-
answer any of your questions regardless.
So, yeah, so I'll just ask the next one then. The accessory commercial space, the service area for deliveries and trash pickup doesn't necessarily meet the 10,000 square foot requirement to properly provide for on-site pickups and deliveries. Has that somehow been remedied since the initial staff report, or is the property still below the 10,000 square foot requirement for accessory commercial space?
The accessory commercial space is less than 10,000 square feet.
Right, but the requirement, as I read what was provided to me, is 10,000 square feet.
Matt, I apologize. I'm not sure where you're reading, so I can't cross-reference it. If you can give me a policy, I can happy to look at it and help.
Page 277 and 280 of my copies.
Oh, sorry. That requirement is if you have 10,000 square feet of accessory space, you're required to have a specific loading space. This project does not propose to have 10,000 square feet of commercial space and therefore is not required to have a loading space.
Accessible commercial space? So once again, Mr. Berry, they have enough space for loading, unloading, and trash pickup?
Correct. The city code only requires a dedicated loading space when there's at least 10,000 square feet of accessory commercial on the site, and they're at around 2,500 square feet with the rooftop facility or the level 8 facilities, so they do not need a dedicated loading space on the site.
And while you're up here, I may as well ask you this question. So we went from the previous project that provided 67, I guess, standard parking spots for what I believe was 54 units in a restaurant. And now we're at 48 smaller parking spots that are back-to-back. And I understand there's a LA requirement for 50 units in a restaurant. Is that still is that still compliant? That doesn't seem like a lot of parking for the number of units as well as employees as well as a restaurant, even though I recognize it's a little smaller.
Well, part of it was a significant reduction in the commercial space. Part of it was also that since then the city has amended its parking code. The number of spaces required per lodging unit has gone from 1.1 down to 0.9. So there was the reduction on that side as well. But the applicant has also significantly reduced the amount of restaurant and bar space. So that's also accounted for that difference.
Okay. And as I understood it, Madam Attorney, you said that the developer is good with the stipulation that they need to comply with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection on the dune crossover guidances. Is that still the case?
Yes, sir.
There is a commitment to that? And the last question I have, once again, assuming I'm reading the right report.
It seems we're all looking at the same thing now.
I'm sorry.
I said it seems we're all looking at the same thing now.
The new proposal leaves some of the existing units, and those units are not FEMA compliant. Is that correct?
They're on the, some of those units are on the ground floor, some are on the second floor.
So to answer my question, they're not.
Some are not.
Some are not, correct. Just out of curiosity, does this, has this hotel historically used the National Flood Insurance Program, or does it use private?
Right Flood. What's the flood company?
Private.
National.
Or NFIP?
Okay, okay. And the expectation moving forward, even though the new tower is FEMA compliant, the existing structures that are non-FEMA compliant will be insured through the National Flood Insurance Program, likely.
I don't know if there's a specific expectation or knowledge about that today.
We are going to flood-proof that building.
Exactly.
We're going to put flood panels on the doors.
I was going to say, Mr. Bodziak can speak.
No, and I said, I saw that, sir, but, you know, fundamentally, those units will not be above floodplain.
They will not be located above floodplain, but there are construction methods to flood-proof ground floor buildings that are permitted by FEMA, and there are certain measures that are being taken to flood-proof those rooms.
Do you have that engineering design yet, or we're just assuming that that's the way we're going to go?
Jack Boziak, and yes, we specified flood-proof flood paneling, which is allowable as the means of flood-proofing the units, and that is already on our plans.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Mayor, that's all the questions I have at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any further questions? Y'all are ready to vote?
I do have a
Well, then let's get the questions out.
I was trying to get to my page. Can I go ahead first then?
Please.
For landscaping, notably, I can see the difference between the prior proposed site to the current proposed site. The prior proposed site, and if I remember even being in these meetings back then, there was a lot of discussion about landscaping, and I know you put a lot into making it more lush, per se. But the current one, I think I also read, and I was trying to look for it on recommendations or staff report, the percentage, and if I remember 75, I don't know why it's in my head, 75% is what's needed, but they're at 50 or 55%. Is that what it is? And Brendan, I'm not going to want to put you on your spot, but I was trying to look for it. Are they not meeting what's required right now? And if not, I was trying to figure out how we can. I don't know if you could help me with that.
So the comprehensive plan sets 75% redevelopment of a lot as the threshold where they need to come into full compliance with the code. On the south side of the property, if this were developed today, from the ground up, or more than 75% of the site were to be redeveloped, there might be a little bit wider of a buffer there. If they're not providing, for example, fencing where they would need to screen the vehicles, that's okay based on the scope of the redevelopment they're undertaking. In terms of the landscaping that's being provided, the caliper, the height, the quantity of trees and so on across the site, that is higher than the code requires, even at that base standard. It's really just the width of those buffers that if they were to redevelop the site from the ground up, that would be something that they needed to expand a little bit. So. But the amount of green space on the site is increased from what it was in the 2021 approval.
Oh, so it's more now?
It's 2% more, but it is more. So
maybe it's just visually. It doesn't seem the same. When I look at the rendering, right, it looks more lush on the south side on that beach access. And of course, I know it's not my money, but I was like, we'll make arches and trellises and make it more lush and shade for, people who are walking from Gulf Boulevard all the way back towards the beach.
Yes, we all agree. And the width of the buffer area in order to accommodate the public access easement and the parking, reduce that buffer, and therefore some of the shade trees that were previously provided wouldn't fit. But I will assure you that Mr. Bowden this is the minimum that you're looking at.
So we're going lusher, right?
We like lush.
Right. I mean, again, I'm not your landscape, and of course, it could be a condition, but it's because it didn't seem the same. You look at the rendering, and it's more building versus when I look at the other rendering. And I know you had you have both of them, I think, on one of your pages, the comparison of proposed and approved. If you keep going through your slides,
Sure.
You'll get there. You could see even there, even the building is way bigger, obviously, down in the bottom, but it's more lush, not to mention that you had on your rooftop even some landscaping per se, hedges and so forth that were incorporated. So, and when I look at the other one, it's just the building. There's nothing incorporated even, on the rooftop, let's just say, to make it more green. And I think there was, because of the standard of the green, or green mission, that it would improve, so.
I think it deals with the setbacks of the building. Because it was a larger single building, there were greater side setbacks to allow for more landscaped area and the shade trees, which is the difference in the rendering per se. But if you look at the front and you look at kind of the back, you can see it's very similar from a code standpoint.
Okay. And for permeability, we are within what's required, correct? Okay. All right. And then just to clarify, because I know we were talking about the easements, so it's an easement from, on the conditions, an easement from west to east, east to west, plus the north to south on the mean high water line.
Yes.
And then the dunes, which, if you heard me at the beginning, because I want to talk about the dunes, and I know your property is one of the ones that I've been seeing walking on the beach that has acquired some more sand. But I know that would have to be worked out with DEP. I won't call them dunes. They're more like hills that have formed. Yes. Correct.
I think they're even, these are post-storm.
I noticed the sand in your pool. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yes, so those are both easements that you're referencing that are required by the comprehensive plan are provided, so
Okay.
yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I have one more question.
Mr. Ridley?
Would the applicant be willing to modify the condition on the amplified music by installing a decibel governor with a lockbox? That's something that's been required.
I'm not sure we know what a control box is, but
Governor on, basically the manager can control the level of the amplified music as opposed to, I mean, I'm not a sound expert, but.
we'd accept that.
This has been dealt with before in the city in various things where the manager can ensure that the decibel setting is set at a certain level, and it's in a locked area where the musicians or the bartender can't necessarily crank up the music because the party's rocking on. I think Mr. Berry could probably put the language to that.
And our city attorney.
My question to you is are you good with that for a condition?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
I think it's on page 254 has a little summary, number 3, correct? And it might be something the city attorney look at because it does mention amplification. But to your point, I agree, Commissioner Mulholland, some condition to reference like our noise ordinance that's within some decibel.
Happy to do that.
And I did, and I just remembered because Commissioner Mulholland was talking about this before too, when we were talking about the sewer capacity, and I can't remember if this, who I was talking to about this, but, or maybe I'm thinking of other conditions that we've done with other CUPs where the connection is or where we connect to the sewer, that it's larger, so that if our sewer system were to be improved, so we don't have to tear up the grounds and all this. Do you all know what I'm talking about? I don't know if I talked to you, Ms. Robustelli, about this, but whether we've done this with other ones that...
like the size of the pipe?
The pipe, yes.
Coming into our property?
To Gulf Boulevard. So if we were to make a change or to improve or have to improve, because we're talking about infrastructure and we don't know where we're going in the future, I don't know what your current, like what the requirements are to go into our sewer. Okay. Yeah, we have the engineer. You could correct me.
Sean Cashin, again. The existing line from Gulf Boulevard into the site is a 6-inch sanitary sewer. Mm-hmm. And that's a lateral that connects into the gravity system that's about in the middle of Gulf Boulevard. So we plan on connecting into that 6-inch lateral with a 6-inch line that will be extended to the 30-unit 8-story building, and also we're going to extend new sanitary lines to service the existing 20 units, upgrade those sanitary sewers. So, and that's all we need to service the 50-unit hotel is a 6-inch sanitary sewer line. So I don't think there will be an opportunity here to upsize. We do, when we can, upsize lines or extend lines across properties when we redevelop the sites, but in this case, there's not really a good opportunity to do that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so but not needed, right, for the size of the development?
It's not needed for this redevelopment, okay. A larger line, so. Okay. All right, thank you.
Now is the time for questions.
As far as that lateral line you were talking about, do you know the age of that lateral line for the sewer that you're connecting into?
had asked that question previously when we went through the first round for this project. I can confirm that with Camden, but I want to say it's like 30 or 35 years old.
Do you know what condition?
You mean the lateral?
Do you know what condition it's in?
I do not know the condition of that existing 6-inch
When you
line.
get, when the sewer calculations were done, when were the sewer calculations done that were submitted for review? Do you know? When you worked with Camden on that, the sewer calculations?
Oh, well, the previous development with the 54 rooms, we had worked, not with Camden, but it was Brett Warner we had worked with on that.
Okay. And are you planning on using reclaimed water, or do you have any repurposing, any as far as for watering purposes?
I believe there is reclaimed out there, and we'll be using that for an irrigation source.
Okay. Just because we are in a drought.
Yes.
So I didn't know if you were planning any repurposing, what you're doing as far as any stormwater.
We're not proposing any rainwater repurposing to be used for irrigation, but we do plan on using reclaimed.
Okay. And I know you've got a small parking lot there.
Yes.
And you're using valet service, staffing that with valet service the whole time?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
So you'll stack cars, basically? You'll have to?
Yes.
Okay. So as far as public benefits for getting the award units from the density pool, what public benefits are you providing?
I'll let Katie answer that one.
Sure. As part of the application, the public benefits are the redevelopment of a site of an aged hotel. I think predominantly the grant of the beach easement that is requested as a condition of those grants, a grant of the secondary easement, the landscaping, bringing units online that are compliant with current codes.
You mean the new building?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Because the other ones, what condition are the other ones, and how bad did they get hit with?
They did not, they were not significantly damaged, but as part of this, they're being renovated. But because of the flood zone area, they have to be within the 50%, and so they are within that. But as Mr. Bodziak already testified, there are proposals to flood-proof those to the extent there's ability to do so.
And as far as any amenities for the residents at the hotel, is the restaurant going to be open to general public?
I think that's a demand issue. I think the owner would be happy to allow the restaurant to be open, but it is accessory to the hotel. Obviously, it's a small parking lot that's valet only, so the reality of having a large number of extra cars coming is probably very limited. But to the extent that there can be events there, yes, that would be the goal. As you can see, not only is this a narrow site, but because of the dunes and the sand piles, it's not as if there's going to be a significant beachfront amenity available, so the roof, that was why it was important to include the rooftop as part of this application.
And your transportation management plan?
Mm-hmm.
It's relying on the freebie. I see. So with that being, I think it's listed in here as free beach ride.
It's included as part of the...
So what contribution are you putting in towards that? Financially?
There's no proposed financial contribution.
I mean, we've seen some of our other developments put in monies towards that.
Certainly, many of the very large developments that you all have approved that have been subject to development agreements that allowed for that type of negotiation, absolutely.
But you are not going to,
that's not the application before you today, no.
I'll probably have some more questions.
Now's your time.
So you don't have to do the transportation management plan, even though there's, let's see, you put your application in 2021, but because of the size, you don't have to do the traffic studies, correct?
Correct.
Is that how?
There's no traffic study required.
Requirement, okay. Just want to make sure on that. That's probably all I have for right now. There was one other.
While she's looking, could I have just one question? And this is, I guess, out of curiosity, because I did read an article about the purchase of the other property. Is there any plan in the future in using that property as part of this hotel operation? I don't know if that was the purpose of the purchase. You know, I'll use the Don Cesar Hotel because I'm familiar with them having the suites. You know, like an additional building where, but they're the same. They just shuttle.
Yeah, no, it was pink and really cute and just up the beach a little bit, so we kind of couldn't resist. Trying to retire, but my wife kept being like, it's just up the beach, we got to do it, so that's what happened. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
I think that might be all for me right now. I'm just still wrapping my head around you know, what type of situation our city's in right now.
And respectfully, we're hoping that this can be a positive momentum with that. I mean, because obviously, we've listened to your discussions about a lot of things today, and Mr. Bowden and I were sitting there looking at the potential tax impact of such a redevelopment. He currently pays close to $80,000 a year in taxes on a non-redeveloped property. We would anticipate that would more than double after redevelopment, and hopefully provide a beacon that for both tourists and residents, and a positive light in what's obviously needed with such a hard time right now in the beach communities.
I don't have any questions. I think this is a nicely sized project for the beach. I think the response at the community meeting was largely very positive. I have had no communication from any resident who was against this project. I think they've done a really nice job of trying to put something together, and I know that there's a lot of our small businesses and restaurants on the beach that would be really thrilled to have there be something in the future where there's going to be a reason for, you know, people to come back to the beach and have more customers for our small businesses and small independent restaurants. And so I don't have any questions. I think it's a great project.
For what it's worth, I think you have a card for public comment, if you want to. But I'm sure the mayor has questions for me as well.
Yep. How many units do you currently have on the first floor?
There are There are currently 28 units on the first floor.
And how many are proposed?
We're removing 8, so there will be 20 units, but only 15 are on the first floor.
Okay.
Sorry. It's a little off. It's not 1 for 1. Yes.
So there of the 20, well, no, 4 are upstairs. Yeah, now, but what I'm saying is, I
Yes.
understand.
There's going to be
There are 15 on the ground floor and 5 that are on the second floor. That's what I was trying to get to. In other words, in the front, the building is 2-story. So those units are elevated, and there are 15 on the ground that are remaining.
And under the original plan, how many units were in the first floor?
On our original plan that was approved, you mean? Or, well, the entire building was elevated. It had that big parking garage, the one that we paid for, that we have the permit, foundation permit for. That huge, you've seen the picture of that, I think, up on the screen earlier. Have you or not?
I have.
Yeah, yeah. There were none on the ground floor.
Okay, so there were none.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Your original CUP was issued in 2021, April or May of 21. That's 4 years ago. What kept you from breaking ground sooner?
A lawsuit filed against the city challenging the approval that was eventually settled. And once
when was that settled?
23-ish.
I don't remember exactly.
Yeah, right before we submitted the permits for the building permit. So
what lawsuit was that, please? I thought I knew all of them, but this one escapes me.
The name or
the
case
style, it
number?
was the name of the condo association next door, 2 buildings south of us, against St. Pete Beach.
I don't remember the names.
Sorry, I'm not the litigator.
No,
Were you not aware there was a lawsuit or a challenge?
I specifically requested, not from this particular city attorney, but from a previous one, a list of all lawsuits, and that one did not make the list.
It was settled, so it was a challenge against the approval. It was eventually settled. Once it was settled, then the applicant moved forward with building permits, then paused.
Okay, so when did it settle?
That's what I believe, end of 22, early 23.
Okay, so that was more than 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Okay, so in the subsequent 2 years,
They prepared construction drawings,
Mhm.
submitted them for a building permit,
Mhm.
received all of their bids, and were ready to move forward. And then, in light of, candidly, much of the conversation regarding the very large developments that were happening, Mr. Bowden reconsidered his approval, went back to the community meeting to present a new plan, and that was in April of '24, so probably less than a year after settlement, around a year or so of settlement. After April, immediately resubmitted to the city for this plan, and we've been going through that process since then.
okay. How much of the commercial square footage will be on the ground floor for this proposed project?
There is only the accessory restaurant space.
On the first floor?
On the roof.
Okay. What's on the first floor besides rooms? Is there any commercial activity on the first floor?
No. Well, the lobby and,
Coffee shop in the lobby, anything else like that? Okay.
So, currently, there's a apartment up front, it's room 21, that we had our meeting right outside. That's being converted into a lobby. You can see in the rendering, you kind of drive up to it. It's just a front desk, a couch, someone to check people in.
Okay. On your valet service, is that 24/7?
It is.
So you'll have it staffed 24/7, so there won't be a night clerk or a night auditor who's also doubling up as a valet, but there'll be a dedicated valet person. Okay. Counselor, since you brought up taxes, you mentioned that the new development would roughly generate what in additional tax revenue?
we were just guesstimating with no actual analysis about 2 times the amount, just based, currently the assessed value of this property is only $5 million. And so with 50 rooms renovated and new, we're expecting, looking at construction costs, that the assessment would easily be twice that, and therefore taxes would be twice that. But again, not an appraiser.
Sure.
That was just a guesstimate based on what appeared to be a low assessment at $5 million.
And your guesstimate at what the tax basis would be if you'd built the originally approved CUP?
More than that, probably.
More than double, more than triple, more than...
More than what this would be, yes.
Okay. Were the beach access and the easements part of the original CUP?
Yes.
Okay, so these are not new things that you're bringing to the table?
No.
Okay. So here's my challenge with your project. While in essence I'm inclined to agree with you that you are presenting a smaller footprint, potentially smaller impact, my challenge with this project is that we have a comprehensive plan, and I keep hearing from you all that we want to comply with a comprehensive plan, and I applaud you that, and yet it seems that you're cherry-picking the parts of the comprehensive plan that you like, and then you put aside the parts of the comprehensive plan that you don't like, that may not be financially advantageous to you. And so when I'm looking at the comprehensive plan, and especially as I'm reading the comprehensive plan with the last 4 months in the review, in the immediate rearview mirror, I'm just going to read you the comprehensive plan, parts of it. So the comprehensive plan starts with saying, here's why we have a comprehensive plan, and here's what we're trying to accomplish, right? One of the things that residents have expressed the need and desire for is to replace older structures and buildings with new construction that meets current building code standards and FEMA flood protection regulations to maximize protection from both wind and flood damage caused by hurricanes and tropical cyclones. And yet, you have a project here that the way you've presented it is less resilient and meets the comprehensive plan less than the previous project that you had, where everything was elevated above the floodplain, where everything was up higher. Yes, it was a larger project. Yes, it had more square footage. Yes, it had more rooms. Yes, it had more commercial. We're not here to argue the merits of your previous CUP. We're not going to relitigate that, so we're looking at today's application. And today's application just fails in the very first item, that the comprehensive plan and the conditional use permit review criteria states, hey, does this meet the comprehensive plan? Does this meet what the comprehensive plan is requesting? I'm not asking you to answer this. I'm simply giving you my reason why I have a challenge, why I have an issue with this application. And that
Should I sit down, or are you asking questions, or are you, I just wanted to know.
You can sit down if you like. You can
Okay,
stand if
because
you like.
I'm happy to answer that based on the comprehensive plan as well. So I just didn't know when the right time to do that would be. If you wanted to wait during the quasi-judicial hearing for rebuttal, or is this a quick Q&A?
So I think I've given you 1 hour and 15 minutes of uninterrupted time. And the first time I started to speak, you think it's...
No, sir, not at all, Mr. Mayor. I just want to be respectful of you and understand the process and when I should respond. That's all.
Okay. By all means. You seem to be in a hurry to respond. Go ahead.
Not at all. I simply, I didn't know if we were going to take public comment, what the process was. I'm just trying to understand how you would like the hearing to move forward. That's all.
Okay. We had the commissioners asking questions.
Mm-hmm.
It was my turn to ask questions.
Okay.
Right? I'm giving you some thoughts here. At some point, if you'd like to respond to those thoughts, whether there was a question asked or implied or otherwise, you're free to respond.
Okay.
Uninterrupted.
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
So if you would like to respond,
No, I'm happy to wait and listen.
I'm happy to hear from you now.
Let me just respond to
Yeah.
this. As far as the resiliency for the redevelopment, I will say that the 8-story, 30-unit building that's located on the far western end of the property, that will be elevated. So all 30 units will be above flood, the flood elevation. Of the remaining 20 units, 5 will be on the second floor, 15 will be on the ground floor, but as what Mr. Bosniak had stated, those 15 units that are on the ground floor, they will be flood-proofed internally and will have flood gates. So there is quite a good measure of resiliency with the ground floor units as opposed to, what is there now. So we are trying to protect those ground floor units from potential flooding as well. Hopefully that.
Yeah, the comprehensive plan doesn't speak to you protecting your property as much as it talks about resiliency for the entire city. And so the question is your property contributing to the resiliency of the entire city, for its neighbors, for the neighbors across the street, for the city in its entirety? I appreciate the fact that you're going to protect your property. My responsibility is to make sure that every property and every resident, every business in this town is protected. So if somebody comes with a proposal to us that seems to actually make it less resilient than what they already had approved before, now I have to look at it and say, well, what gives? What happened here, right? Because we have a 4-year gap, and during which time, okay, you say there was a lawsuit, then there was another year after that, then there was another year and a half, and now we're sitting here, you're coming with a proposal that is far less resilient than when you had before. And I'm trying to understand why, and why you're bringing something that on the face value of it contradicts the core principles of the comprehensive plan.
Well, let me just jump in for a second. One of the other things you talked about a lot tonight is that you represent the citizenry of the town, and the people in the town like the new plan a lot better than they like the old plan. So as far as the resiliency of the property, all we're trying to explain is there's only 15 rooms left on the ground. Currently, there's 30. Modernizing the whole thing, building the new building to current codes, and it made the neighbors a lot happier than they were before. So I kind of rest my case on that.
Well, I think the happier before was compared to the other building for the sheer blockage and it being so up front to Gulf Boulevard. But again, to the mayor's point, that was resilient, and this is not. When I saw it, the building as well, I mean, it did block view. It was right in the middle of where the courtyard area was, where the big building was. So, you do have that as well. It does block the view. Might be a little further back, but it still blocks the view.
Do not feel like you're being hindered to speak, because this is the only opportunity.
Pardon me? The parking garage was huge and blocked the view entirely. And the resiliency, we are bringing the ground floor units with floodproofing up to a point where they are protected now. So that would be an improvement of the condition as to if the buildings were to remain the way they were. So I do think that we are bringing it up to the level of resiliency in the existing units. The new building naturally is, and we are what we thought was responding to building a much less imposing structure that totally blocked the view 100% and imposed right on the road at 50 feet opposed to 190 or whatever it is feet back. So the well-received aspect of this thing was what we thought was a consideration versus a permit that's sitting there ready to build the other building. So I do think that we have taken steps to build new resiliency into the existing buildings, units, get rid of some of the existing, reduce the amount of units that are not compliant, and create a new building that is totally compliant. So I think it was a joint effort to improve the units that are there and build the new building that was totally, and improve the resiliency overall.
Were you the original architect on the previous project?
Oh, yes, I was.
Okay, did you testify at that CUP meeting?
Pardon me?
Did you testify at that CUP meeting?
I'm sorry, I don't understand. Did I testify that when?
At that meeting, yes, at that application.
Well, I was the architect for, yes, I did. I don't recall exactly, to be honest with you. I'm sure I did. We were building a building that was up to code 100%.
Sure.
And when we pulled we have the foundation permits, which Mr. Bowden's going to walk away from, essentially, the $120 or whatever it is, $1,000. So, I mean, I think this was a major consideration, and we thought we were taking a positive step, and that was well received. And we are building in resiliency to the existing units and reducing the exposure by getting rid of some of the ground floor existing units, and we're building a new building that's 100%. And people were not attacking us, we didn't get negative comments as much from the fact that the building was too close to the road, too imposing, had 47,000 square feet, plus 10,000 square feet of one deck and 8,000 square feet of another deck. So we're talking about 18,000 plus 47, what's that, 57, 55, 65,000 square feet of building versus 14, something like that, 22 total. We thought this was a positive step in how the city wanted to see the beach developed. And we thought it was a very positive, aside from the delay of time that Mr. Bowden's been exposed to on this, to take this step. So I do believe we have built resiliency into the existing units. That is a step in the direction of compliance with the comprehensive plan.
Thank you. Any further questions before we go to audience comments?
I have a question I just don't know the answer to. But you said you have 20 units on the ground floor, or 28 on the ground floor right now? Right now?
Yeah, right now today we have 5 rooms.
On the ground?
No, 5 rooms upstairs and 25 units on the ground floor.
And are you subject to the FEMA 50? Is your hotel subject to the FEMA 50?
We are.
And how many of those ground floor rooms got?
Yeah, ground floor rooms got
What was your
a couple
percentage?
inches.
Just a couple inches?
And we have a FEMA appraisal, and the renovation budget for the building that we're going to keep is way under the 50%.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, FEMA does allow for commercial property to be flood-proof.
Flood-proof. I know they're wet or dry, yeah.
Shall we take audience comments?
Deborah Scheckner.
Good evening, maybe good morning soon. Deborah Scheckner, Bogaziga Isle Drive in St. Pete Beach. I think, there's some housekeeping here. Requires that a certificate of concurrency shall be required prior to the issuance of any development permit. And I know the last commission had a problem with the word shall, but I'll give you an example. 10 Commandments, thou shalt not steal. That's not misunderstood. It's not part of God saying, yeah, maybe, maybe not. No, shall means it happens. Certificate of concurrency, and this is City Code 29.4 Development Code, must be here before a permit is issued. I think that's really important. There were some other issues with that Development Code 29.2 sub D with the variance exhibit, and some people said to me that it probably couldn't go forward under those conditions. And I read one part of this is 3 feet from a property line, and I wasn't sure where that property line was. The next thing, I do have real, concerns regarding the valet. They're not telling you where the valet parking will be. If it's 24/7, I don't know how they'll block some of those lights and the noise from the neighborhood around. Is there a long-term lease for the valet? How many years long does the lease expire? How will you secure valet parking? And of course, safety of the valet personnel if they have to go across the street. There is a substantial change, page A1-01, as it went from 7 stories to 8 stories. And I don't see anybody addressing that as well. It's very, very important to me that not only is concurrency part of this process, but also everything or several things are put to when you have the site plan review. Now, I don't know if the public can comment on the site plan review, or is that something done internally with technical review? The detailed wastewater calculations can be provided at the future site plan submittal. Fire flow requirements for buildings. Fire flow shall be in accordance with the minimum flow requirements. Again, site plan review. So do we have access to speak before that? But concurrency is really important. It should be there before the permit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other comments?
Thank you, City Clerk.
To extend.
Somebody can make a motion if you
I'm
want to.
making a motion to extend to 12:30.
Second?
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Robinson?
Yes.
Commissioner Reznicki?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Maholland?
Yes.
Commissioner Marriott?
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. Are there any further questions for the applicant? If there are no further questions for the applicant, we're going to close the quasi-judicial part of, so if you do have any questions, now is the time. Okay. With that, we're going to close the quasi-judicial portion of this hearing, and we're going to move to deliberation and discussion.
Can I go first?
Please.
I just want to say that I thought that that you did really well, that it was thoughtful to take into consideration what the community had been talking about at that time. And I had gone to that community meeting, and I know I saw some of your faces as well during that time, and it was receptive. I have 0 emails for or against this particular application. So I take that as we're good to go when no one says anything. And I watched, the planning board. And I heard your comments, Mr. Mayor, about the resiliency, but redeveloping means you're improving that site. And the fact that they are improving the site is making the site more resilient. I'm not quite sure what you're insinuating, or not insinuating, but saying how does it impact those outside. The only things I could think of is when we've talked in any other conditional use application, we're talking about stormwater, making sure that water is not going to the neighbor, and reducing those type of impacts, which from what I saw, they're good. Permeability of the ground is good. Of course, I'm wanting it to be more green, and I already mentioned that, and I hope that's taken into consideration. I saw the conditions that were written by the staff, as summary, which I would agree with them, and looking at the noise, maybe rewording that and making sure that it complies with our current ordinances. And if any complaints I've heard, and actually I'll say one, because I do remember this email, but I think it was before the planning board, was the concern of noise. And I think it was an adjacent property, might have been the two buildings from you, because they brought to my attention, I don't know if it was one that went to all of us, and they used Samora as the example, because when Samora was approved, everything seemed great, and year after year, and I'll say up to last year, we're still too new into this year for me to have heard from any other resident in my district about more complaints because of noise traveling. But that was one, and that was a big concern. If anything, that we approve something, but yet it still keeps happening. And I hope in the future to talk about, I'm kind of tired of warnings, because we do a lot of warnings, and then never really go to, citation, if we want to call it citation. So I would want to be stronger on that to assure the neighbors that it's zero tolerance. We've already talked about it here. We've talked about it a gazillion times, and it should be zero tolerance. So I would be in favor of making sure that that's what's strict, because it really was the only email I received with concern about the property and the restaurant.
We actually don't have to wonder what redevelopment means, because the comprehensive plan says to replace older structures and building with new construction.
Well,
Right.
in that
No,
case,
no,
in that case, Mayor, then you would be saying every resident in the city would need to redevelop their home to make it more resilient. So no home that's 50-plus years should be redeveloped. And I'm sorry to say it that way, but that's how I see it, because if not, every home in this city should be elevated. And I'll leave it at that.
The comprehensive plan deals with commercial properties, not residential structures, so that doesn't apply. So we're talking about a commercial property. Thus, the comprehensive plan applies, and their responsibility in the CUP process is to prove that it actually does comply. And it is, it doesn't say flood-proof, it says to replace older structures and buildings with new construction. They're leaving half of it there. This is what the comprehensive plan says. Our responsibility, section 4.4, right, is to establish whether the conditional use whether all the conditions have been met, whether it's consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan. At least half the structure's there in the floodplain. It doesn't elevate it. The old one at least did that.
So we're saying that every hotel on Gulf Boulevard that would ever go to redevelopment would have to demolish the hotel and build up. I mean, they have a site plan ready to go that's elevated, much bigger.
Yep.
I mean, if that's what you prefer.
I'm saying at least that structure was compliant. And you know what? For consistency's sake, I made the exact same argument with every other CUP, because that's what the comprehensive plan says. Now, you chose to ignore it in the past, and you seem ready to ignore it again today.
I've never ignored resiliency in our city.
You've ignored the comprehensive plan. It says replace structures and building with new construction. You're looking, that's what it says. That's what one of the standards is, among all the many other standards that we have. And that's why, my objection again with this is it's the cherry picking. Some things we like the comprehensive plan, some things we don't. The things that we like about the comprehensive plan, we're ready to come out and say, look how great we are. We're going to do exactly what the comprehensive plan says in this instance, but in the ones where it's not convenient, we just lay it aside and say, well, you know what, we'll just leave those old structures there. We'll just do something else other than tear them down, because that's not convenient, because we're going to choose to ignore this one part of the comprehensive plan.
That is the definition in the comprehensive plan for redevelopment. My concerns is the impact we're at right now. With our sewer system, with our infrastructure, and there's no contribution back to freebie that the residents are paying for. Look what we just did tonight. I have big concerns on that. Again, buildings blocking a view. We're blocking our Gulf view again. We start doing this up and down. We have no Gulf view.
I don't think that we can, in the same sentence, say that that we're going to interpret the comprehensive plan to mean that every hotel needs to be torn down and rebuilt to be more resilient, and at the same time say that we want to protect every view from Gulf Boulevard, because those two things are in direct conflict with each other. I do not see how we can say that we want to maintain the views from Gulf Boulevard to the west and also require every hotel to be more resilient if we're going to say that more resilient is being elevated.
Actually, that is quite easy because the comprehensive plan requires both. It specifically mentions 3 times in the comprehensive plan and in section 4 that views are to be protected. On 3 separate occasions, it is that important that it reiterated it on 3 separate occasions that views have to be protected. So comprehensive plan actually does require both of those things. How that is accomplished is on the applicants to bring us something that says, hey, this fits your comprehensive plan. It doesn't block the view and it's resilient.
It's not
Our decision is to determine whether it fits the comprehensive plan or not. It's not to give them a plan on how to build it.
I believe that what they're building is a more resilient structure. And
it's a brand new structure.
The brand new structure is more resilient. The part that is not brand new is further from the water. They are also making that more resilient. I had a lady from FEMA a month ago tell me how much more resilient it makes properties downstream from new construction when a new house is built to the water side of old houses, because it breaks the flow of the water and makes the rest of the structures behind it more resilient. So, you know, you can choose to interpret things such that nothing could be redeveloped. And that as buildings age, that the only opportunity is for them to be torn down, and that we can try to put the beach back to something that it hasn't been since the 1940s. I think that's a stretch of an interpretation. I don't think the comprehensive plan was ever designed to say, well, we're gonna be real clever about this and write in some conflicting stuff to make sure nothing can be redeveloped.
And don't forget about the character of our city, right? I
Right.
think that's in the comprehensive.
Right, exactly. I think when we talk about the character of the city, I think we should go back to the early 1970s to early 1980s drug running character of the city. I think that would be lots of fun. So that might be what's actually required in the comprehensive plan.
Well, the comprehensive plan was written in 1995, so I don't think we're going back to the 80s, right? And it was updated multiple times since then, including this version of the comprehensive plan, which is from 2014. So if anything, it references as the character from 2014 or thereabouts.
So I'm struggling with this because I think literally we have justification to reject it based on the fact that it's only partially being brought compliant with the floodplain. I'm still struggling a little bit. I would have liked to have heard, and you know, in all fairness, the applicant made it pretty clear there wasn't any interest in helping any additional as it related to the sewer system. That is a huge problem, and with the transportation fund. So I'd be less than honest if I didn't say that wasn't turning me off a little bit. I understand, I respect their opinion, but that does concern me. I'm kind of, you know, I feel that once again, the interpretation that I have that this is not going to be fully FEMA compliant and therefore doesn't have to be approved. And it's the contributions make it a little more difficult for me to look the other way on that one, I guess, being 100% candid. And I still, to this, I can't tell you which way I'm going to vote, but I'm just telling you all how I feel right now.
So just to go back to something that was stated on the record, just to correct it, and I hear you, the building is FEMA compliant. And in fact, your comprehensive plan says that non-conforming temporary lodging uses, densities, intensities, the City of St. Pete Beach should allow for the continuance of existing non-conforming residential and temporary lodging units under the circumstances outlined below. Catastrophic events, routine maintenance, FEMA compliance required, and expansion prohibited. So very specifically, the renovation of the existing units complies with FEMA. That was testified on the record. There is no expansion of non-conforming use because the additional units comply with FEMA and are above the floodplain. And that's specifically in Section B of your quality community planning to stay general provisions.
Do you have a page number on that?
Of your comprehensive plan? No, I
No,
have.
no,
It's
I'm
section
sorry.
quality community. I just printed out your comp plan. That's not in the staff report.
Okay. So,
In the staff report, there's objective 1.7.
right.
It says all new building construction shall comply with current building and safety codes, FEMA, and National Flood Insurance Program regulations to maximize protection of the city's built infrastructure from all manner of hazards, natural disasters, and flooding. The staff comment was, the new building and associated other improvements such as dune restoration, if required, and the on-site stormwater vaulting should help reduce the property's flood risk. Unlike the previous design for the property approved in 2021, 20 of the 30 existing units will be preserved with floodproofing applied rather than brought into full compliance with the current FEMA regulations throughout or through redevelopment. However, the new building construction will comply with current codes.
Do you dispute that? Are you-
Only the language, it is full compliance with FEMA. So it complies with the 50% rule, which is permitted for commercial structures and residential structures pursuant to FEMA. And the new building is 100% compliant from the standpoint of it's above the floodplain.
The existing building is not elevated.
It is not elevated, but that does not make it non-compliant.
Because you can get, but you have to get flood insurance through the National Flood Insurance Program or through a private insurer.
As with every property in a special hazard area. Yes, sir.
So my point was, I'm not an attorney, but I believe that that interpretation would allow me to not support this. What I was trying to make the point was is that there was no contribution for freebie or intermodal or anything to help with the sewer. And you folks have made your position on that clear.
My arm can be twisted.
I'm sorry, sir?
I said my arm can be twisted if it needs to be.
Oh, it can?
It can, sure. You
Okay.
want to grab a hold and turn?
Well, so are you suggesting that you'll help with the intermodal
Sure, you can
program?
put a condition on there that, something reasonable that we help with. I mean, understanding the,
Something reasonable.
I mean, something that you feel is reasonable. I mean, understanding that we've spent
50
hundreds of thousands of dollars redeveloping the plans to build this, and here we are, right? The architecturals, all the work that goes into making this all happen. So if you were disappointed,
I know what people used to tell me, that's the cost of doing business.
sometimes it is. Yeah, sometimes it is, but
So, I mean, a 50-unit hotel, how many units are in Serrata? Wouldn't that
650-ish.
650?
650 roughly.
Okay, so they're contributing
100,000 a year,
100,000, so what's the math on that?
10% roughly. 10% roughly. 9%.
So what's $9,000? $10,000 a year? So are you willing to contribute $10,000 a year for 10 years
Yes.
with a 3% escalator annually? Will you give us $75,000 towards our sewer? Will you contribute $75,000 to the sewer system improvements?
Including plus that, plus both?
Well, they're both two different things.
So you're asking for $75,000 to the city's sewer system that is not proximate to this property, just to be clear.
That is not what.
Because we have testimony from your engineer and our engineer that the capacity adjacent to this property is sufficient. So
Right,
you're
Bob.
just asking for a general contribution
That's
to
correct.
the city's sewer system that has no impact on this development.
Well, the pipes in front of your building, I think, is 35 years old. What's the life expectancy on those pipes?
I just want to be sure what we're
I can tell you this, as long as I'm sitting in this chair, I'm going to ask anybody that comes up here for contributions to the sewer system and to the transportation system. If, as we started out,
We agree.
the applicant doesn't have to agree.
Could we agree on 50 as the property's so small?
Well, once again, I'm just one person up here.
So 50,000?
50,000 to the sewer, 10,000 a year with a 3% escalator for 10 years? That's your offer?
And to clarify, these are in addition to the impact fee.
Absolutely, in addition to impact fees.
So to be clear here, these are conditions. Comprehensive Plan, Land Development Code allows for the commission to request certain conditions, right? And so we're going to ask the city attorney to work on how to structure that so that it complies should this
So
see the
then
light
this
of day.
was an agreed voluntary contribution, is what you're hearing the applicant saying?
It seems to be
This would be,
voluntary.
rational basis would be the aging 35-year-old pipes directly in front of the building, and the use of the freebie and other transportation
In the
by
previous
residents of the-
conditions,
or
it was
guests of the hotel, so it would be
in-
offsetting some of their impacts. They wouldn't be driving their hotel cars around or driving the guest cars around. They'd be driving in these existing freebies.
So in previous,
I'm sorry, the actual word is not freebie, micro mobility fund.
yes,
And agreed, these were agreed voluntary contributions.
seemingly voluntary.
Correct. So they would have to agree tonight, and it sounds like they did.
Okay.
Everyone done with questions? Is it time for a motion?
Are we give time for?
Continuing to discuss?
If the applicant has anything else to say, that is not testimony, by all means. Otherwise, we can continue discussing. Somebody can make a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve Resolution 2024-08 with the included and discussed conditions.
I'll second.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Reznicki,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mulholland,
Yes.
Commissioner Marriott,
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson,
No.
Mayor Petrola.
No.
Motion carries 3-2.
Thank you, City Clerk.
And so, City Clerk, we need to make a motion on the next one as
The
well.
ordinance too. Mhm. Please.
I'm looking for the word.
A motion to approve
adopt.
final
You could
reading.
just say adopt ordinance 2024-07.
Awarding the 12 units from the Boutique Hotel.
Adopt ordinance 2024-07.
So, sorry, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Attorney, I just, for a point of order, just wanted to ensure that we incorporated all of the evidence and testimony from the prior hearing into this agenda item.
So moves.
Okay, so again, the motion is to adopt
2024, ordinance 2024-07.
ordinance 2024-07.
Thank you.
Second.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Oh, wait, I thought we already took audience comments.
Yeah, we already took audience comments. We did mention that at the onset, since they're tied together.
Vice Mayor Mulholland,
Yes.
Commissioner Marriott,
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson,
No.
Commissioner Reznicki,
Yes.
Mayor Petrola.
No.
Motion carries 3-2.
Thank you, City Clerk. Next, we have item 7B, final reading of ordinance 202418. City Clerk.
Yes, thank you. Ordinance 2024-18, an ordinance of the City of St. Pete Beach, Florida, amending the city's Land Development Code, Division 28, Historic Preservation, Section 28.5, Ordinary Maintenance and Repair, to allow for administrative exemptions from the substantial improvement requirements for substantial maintenance and repair to historic structures, providing for codification, conflicts, severability, correction of scrivener's error, construction, publication, and an effective date.
I just wanted to state we've made no changes. This had been accepted and recommended by the Historic Board when it first came forward, and it's working as intended, so no comments from staff.
Thank you. Is there a motion to adopt the ordinance?
I'll make a motion to adopt ordinance 2024-18.
Second.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Marriott,
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson,
Yes.
Commissioner Reznicki,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mulholland,
Yes.
Mayor Petrola.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Next, we have item 7C, first reading of ordinance 2025-01.
Yes, ordinance 2025-01, an ordinance of the City of St. Pete Beach, amending the St. Pete Beach Code of Ordinances, Section 98-35, 98-36, 98-122.4, and 98-128.4, to amend a provision related to the improvement and repair of buildings and flood hazard areas, providing for severability, codification, and scrivener's errors, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, City Clerk.
Sorry, my apologies, Denise Anderson. Just as a reminder, this is a follow-up to our meeting in December where we removed the cumulative one-year look-back, reverting to the NFIP minimum standards. Happy to take any questions if there are.
Thank you. Commissioners, questions? Is there a motion to adopt the ordinance?
I motion to
Just
adopt.
no, I'm sorry, Commissioner, it's just to approve the first reading.
A motion to approve the first.
To approve the first reading, please.
I motion to approve the first reading of ordinance 2025-01.
Second?
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Robinson,
Yes.
Commissioner Reznicki,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mulholland,
Yes.
Commissioner Marriott,
Yes.
Mayor Petrola.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Next, we have items for discussions. My recommendation is that you all take these items for discussions, give them to the City Clerk, and to actually add them to the agenda for the next City Commission meeting so that they can be noticed as well. So unless you have anything that's pressing that cannot wait.
I do.
You do have something pressing?
I think mine's pressing.
Well, you're gonna have to get 3 people to agree with you, okay? All right, how about everybody else?
Mine can wait.
Okay. Then we have item 8A, noise ordinance.
I would like to get a consensus with the commission to ask the city attorney to draft a noise ordinance and potentially present it to us at our next meeting.
Okay,
Sure.
Okay, will do.
sounds good, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Certainly. All right, unless there's anything else, we are adjourned.